Chat is looking extra cute today, Hassel. If Hasan's not my dad, then I don't know who is. Hassel. What's up, chat? Thank you for 16 months of brain rot, Hassel. podcast
I
coming to
wait
you live from
online,
sunny California,
thinking
Los
that
Angeles.
it's finally time, waiting for Hasan to stream and ask us how's my chat
17
today.
months.
I miss you guys, but we know he's a wheezy little liar. The front page of LSF, click on every single one. Is he gonna stay and talk? Chat is having so much fun. Let's watch all day and see what Hasan has to say. It's a work in progress. Every hour I sit down, refresh the page. No matter how far apart his streams are, I will stay up till he goes live. And I smile through my tears. Where is he now? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Is he gonna commentate on random videos? Go mold and cry. He can't keep getting away with it every time. Waiting for Hasan. Painting his nails and playing ads. When will he stop getting bullied by this chat? His head is small, he's tall. We're waiting patiently for Hasan to start his stream.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cold but sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one. Because it is Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022. And I've already preloaded Elden Ring. Please. I already preloaded it. Okay? I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear people telling me about Elden Ring. I don't want to hear about Elden Ring right now. Okay? Every moment that Elden Ring information is coming out is yet another somber reminder that I am not allowed to play it at this very moment. Okay? Yes, Elden Ring is out. I know. The reviews are out. I already preloaded it for my PC. I might potentially preload it for my PS5 as well. Something that we've been waiting for. And, you know, honestly, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but there's like nothing going on in my life other than I basically, what do you call it? I ended the broadcast last night, hung out with my brother. And then I spent the rest of the night playing Horizon Zero Dawn. It's running better on PS5 than PC right now. They fucked the optimization. Oh no. Okay, well, good. I'll have both. 10 to 20 chats hit an average, and then it's needed to be addressed. What? Down by the few thousand? I don't even know what that means. Anyway, listen, folks. Worst meta since I started subbing after Jan 6. What, the meta of what? The Ukrainian war? I can't even tell if that's the fucking view count Andy or not. Anyway, regardless, it runs better on PC but has occasional stuttering. That's what I've heard from Asmongold too. That's what he was saying. Anyway, I literally have done nothing. I've done nothing. All I've done All I've done so far is play Horizon Zero Dawn after the stream, and then Horizon Zero Dawn this morning while I like look at the news and what's going on. Because today's my rest day, you know, as the Liver King would say. Today's my rest day. Today, Liver King here. But there's a lot of news to cover.
Less than three, Hasan.
Obviously, and you know, we'll get to it. But personal news wise, there isn't much going on. Sorry. There isn't a lot going on in my life right now. Any updates on The Expanse? No updates on The Expanse. I've been watching it. It's great. It's fucking awesome. One of the cringiest tweets ever. Serious miscalculation. He forgot he's no longer dealing with Mr. Trump. Oh, for gore? Vladimir Putin for gore? For gore. Any chance for any idea on Elden Ring classes? No, not yet. I upload your clips for lip sync sounds on TikTok sometimes, and the algorithm only shows them to your haters, I swear. I got a lot of haters on TikTok. It'd be like that. What are you gonna do? I need to get on TikTok so I can fucking, you know, fix that platform a little bit. Like, I need to be active on TikTok so I can, you know, build a simp army on TikTok. So the fucking weirdo anti-haters, the anti-Hasan brigade doesn't take over. It's because it's dumb kids in the nicest way possible. They're just not smart. Yeah. TikTok stealing all your confidential date? What? Oh, my data. You'd have an easier time getting that early access to Elden Ring. I might actually get that early access to Elden Ring. This guy's seen the new Spider-Man 257 times. Wait, that's kind of crazy. I haven't seen Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man yet. I don't even know if it's fucking on like streaming services so far. I haven't even seen it.
Hi Hasan, hi chat.
I was expecting him to slowly at least like morph into Spider-Man, bro. At least by the 100th one. I mean, I don't even know if it's good or not because I haven't seen it, but there's no shot it's that good. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no fucking chance that it's that good. So... he's like a normal looking dude too. It's kind of strange.
You claim to be brivophobic, but my mother said you gave her the best bangers and mash she has ever experienced.
Elden Ring 3.5 out of 10. Maybe maybe have some ways to resolve conflict without fighting in a game for once. That's right.
Happy 15 months of Twitch brain rot to me.
Maybe it's worth 2 watches, but not 200. I don't even fucking know. I don't know anything.
Come back to New Jersey, Pogu.
This would mean he saw an average of 8 per day since release and likely spent 3 to 4K in movie tickets, not including snacks. This would mean he saw an average of 8 per day since release. That is disgusting. That's actually disgusting. Yeah, we're going to talk about Texas banning trans people and the like gay bill in Florida. Dude,
astonished face.
Don't worry, we're gonna get to all that. This is not gonna be a Ukraine only day. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're not even gonna talk about that much Ukraine stuff because hey, guess what? I know that like a lot of people are like, Hasan, you're wrong. Hasan, you're right. You should have never conceded. Hasan, you're wrong. But I'm still gonna be mad at you, even though you fucking said Russia has brought in troops into Donbas. Nothing is going on.
25 glorious months with my himbo in
like literally nothing is going on. Also I heard, okay, so let's talk about Elden Ring still. This doesn't mean Putin is good, Putin bad, whatever the fuck, okay? Putin is not a good person, he's a bad person. Anyway, From Software is insane. Their pedigree is insane. Dude, I'm not like a big... there's this weird thing that we do now. Where, I guess we've always done this, but like... this thing that frustrates me is like, we love pointing at like review... like Metacritic, the aggregate score of a game or whatever to be like, oh, it's so good. Like, who cares? Like, I don't understand. I love From Software. I think Miyazaki's a fucking genius. I think he has made incredible fucking games. He has yet to miss, okay, except for Dark Souls 2, I think. Even though it got a 91, at least when I played Dark Souls 2, it was like, eh. Whereas Dark Souls 3 is better.
Worst meta since I started subbing after Jan 6th.
Well, Dark Souls 2 wasn't... I don't know. Listen. He wasn't director for Dark Souls 2. It doesn't matter. From Software in general is fucking awesome, okay? From Software is awesome. It's great. I could never get into Dark Souls before. Do you think I could still try Elden Ring? I mainly don't like them because I get scared easily. What the fuck? I mean, the beautiful part about From Software games is that it's the only game that makes you feel like you've accomplished something akin to a multiplayer game without actually playing a multiplayer game.
All are well. Keep crushing it.
Because like,
and I love
when you play single player games, the challenge is adjustable, the difficulty is adjustable, and
too motherfucking yill.
So for people that suck at games, wait, what? It's just incredibly it is an incredibly rewarding single player game. And there's also some multiplayer components that are awesome too. Regardless though, yeah, Andy NGO fan Nazi furry outed as Portland shooter by Twitter and furries. I know. We will get to that as well. I don't even have a problem with adjustable difficulty. I do feel like it would ruin From Software games though, for some weird reason. It's just like an incredibly get into the news already, you hairy fuck. Bro, I cover fucking politics 6 to 8 hours every fucking day, okay? The first 24 minutes, like, I'm just shooting the shit with the chat. Can you fucking calm down? Can you? Is it okay?
As high.
Anyway, this is what I saw. If you plan on playing Elden Ring, here's a big tip. Have a journal, or my version, a text edit file. You can put markers on the map, but there's no quest log or NPC appendix, and you'll find it very helpful to keep track of what's where and who wants what. Trust me, a quest log would make this a far worse experience. One of the reasons Elden Ring is so special is that it doesn't feel like so many other open world checklist games. Quests and NPCs weave in and out as you play. They're opaque and surprising and brilliant. Based on the reactions to this, I think a lot of people are misunderstanding the nature of Elden Ring's quest. This isn't like, say, Horizon, where you're constantly being bombarded with tasks. Quests in this game are subtle and rare, more like puzzles than errands.
Obligatory ask for a reading list.
So you're telling me I have to play this game with either a notepad or my laptop next to me because the developers want to be cute and taking out a basic function? Don't have time for that and will not be buying this. Sorry. There is 0% chance this person has ever played a From Software game. If this is the attitude that he has, considering that, like, when the fuck has a From Software game ever had like a functioning quest line with, like, you know, it's literally always like an NPC fucking being like, hey, Darkness One, you need to take out the Tesseract from the Benelith underworld. And it's like, you're like, I don't even know what any of those words mean. I just got launched into this planet, and you're calling me a traveler or the Ashen One, and you're saying these other words that kind of sound English, but I don't even know what the fuck it is. Like, is it this English language that you're saying? It's like, and yeah. You must rekindle thy flame in the Tesseract fire. And it's like, okay, I guess I will go through this portal now. And I will kill everything that I see in this portal. And I will die a million times over. And then eventually I will figure out, once I unlock a fucking shortcut, I will be able to run away from the enemies all the way to the boss. And try to kill the boss over and over again. And then die over and over again. And it's going to be really fucking cool. It's going to look really fucking cool. It's going to frustrate the shit out of me. And I'm going to learn the lore along the way by reading items. Okay? Like, that's it. There's no like, oh, there's a fetch quest. Please go get 3 different berries so I can make a meal for you. Ashen One. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Do you ever play games like Total War? I'd like to see how you would run a kingdom/handle war tactics.
Thank you for the apology. It devastates me that you will not be purchasing the video game I like. Jason
17 months
Dryer is fucking funny, dude.
Slam.
No, you aren't. You're gonna watch VOD. First of all, I didn't watch VOD when I first played Bloodborne, so I did read all the items when I first played Bloodborne. I didn't know VOD Vidya existed back
9
then.
months of the broadcast saving me from my work day. Big ups, Big Haz.
I think the game has gained so much hype that it reached normies that never played Dark Souls and don't know the franchise. So what's really interesting about it, what's really interesting about Elden Ring is, yes, I think it's like reaching maximum fucking hype now. And this is literally news. This isn't just like fucking, oh my God, this is gaming, whatever. This is news. So shut the fuck up. We're going to talk about Ukraine in a second. You played it for like 30 minutes? No, I didn't. I played Bloodborne before I started streaming, chat.
Trump.
I'm baffled that this tweet is controversial in any way. When people actually play Elden Ring, they will not be thinking, wow, this needs a quest log. They will be thinking, wow, it'd be fun to keep track of these weird things I'm discovering. Like a quest log would. I couldn't care less about this game, but that seems bizarrely semantic. What is happening? Why are people like, hey, you, I've never played this game before, but I don't intend on playing this game, but I'm going to get mad at you. What is happening right now?
Beans, can of corn, 2 loaf
Hey
of
guys.
bread, bag of shredded cheese, paper plates, cat litter, Oreo double stuffed bag, half gallon of milk.
I love going on
boxes of
message
pasta,
boards and complaining
2
about
jars
games
of
I've never
Alfredo,
played.
a zucchini.
What the fuck is happening, dude? Gamers like hating games that are popular or hyped up, but these guys aren't gamers. Like, they just have never played a From Software game. From Software games are literally games made for capital G gamers, okay? I've never once wrote down notes for Elden Ring. That's just Jason playing the game like a classic D&D adventure, which was his preference and can be a lot of fun, but they also need to stop overreacting and thinking they need a moleskin notebook. People keep forgetting that Dark Souls and Elden Ring are heavily inspired by Dungeons & Dragons and are deliberate attempts to recreate that sense of adventure and self-determination in the most tactile, realistic sense. But it doesn't matter if I have to keep a journal word file. That's period. There's no polishing that turd. That's bad. It's not like the other games. What are you talking about? You think keeping a Word document is fun? You can't be serious. This is copium. Wait, what are you saying? No, you don't have to do any of that, man. That's what Jason said he did. Have you ever played any of the other games? You've never. I've just described how the From Software games operate. You've never ever had to fucking. Yo. What the fuck is going on, dude? How many e-girls are gonna sell personalized Elden Ring journals on Etsy?
Can we put a time limit on the Ukraine stunlock today, Arjan?
Guys, this is like, I've talked about this before. Someone in the chat also pointed this out, okay? From Software games, with the exception, I guess, of Sekiro,
freeloading Prime
have
RFG.
What is called, what is it like, is it show, don't tell storytelling? Where it's like, the games have historically always demanded you seek out the story. The game literally does not tell you what the story is. Show, don't tell, or whatever the fuck it's called. But you have to seek out the story. You have to dig the story yourself. The game is brilliant and incredible, even if you don't understand the story, because the combat mechanics are unmatched, unparalleled. There's nothing that is as responsive that I've ever played, with the exception of Dark Souls 2. There's nothing I've ever played that is as responsive and as fucking like as hard hitting as From Software games. Now that person is saying, we're not talking about the story, we're talking about what to do. You've never had a quest line. You've never had a quest line in any of the From Software games. I already described it to you. You literally fucking there's an intro scene, and then you wake up. And basically, they're like, Ashen One, you know, shove the Tesseract in your asshole, okay? That's it. That's what the fucking NPC says to you. And then that's what you're doing. They weren't open world. I mean, they are, though. They are. I've had this argument before. What is it called? What's the term? What's the proper, appropriate term for the type of game it is? It's not fully open world, but it's like a open loop, like an open circuit. they're semi-open. Metroidvania, exactly, or instanced, wide linear, whatever. But they're technically not. They're technically not like sequential and linear in the way that most like single player games are. Okay? But the way that you can, I mean, you can literally go, I did order the second controller, by the way. I ordered a second and third controller last night, literally after I ended the stream. I was like, I need a second controller, I need a third controller. If I break my PlayStation 5 controller, like, I don't want to fuck this up. So, anyway, but like all the other games have always had that, where clearly there are certain parts of the map that are blocked off, right? But so has Grand Theft Auto done that. Grand Theft Auto has done that as well. Up until like the last one, you couldn't go everywhere on the fucking map. There were bridges that shut off that you needed to unlock in the game. Okay? And it's the same fucking concept as Dark Souls, with different universes that you can travel to and play in whichever sequence you want to. And that's it. So, people complaining about this are very strange, because it seems like you've never played the game before. This is true for every From Software game, except maybe Sekiro to some extent. If you don't play them, I can see this being a deal breaker, but not for veterans. For what it's worth, the one review I've seen from a big Souls head says it's their best work yet. The thing that made me fall in love with this game, besides world design, combat, the incredibly satisfying feeling of solving something, etc., was that there's some of the few contemporary games that aren't watering things down so they can appeal to the broadest consumer base. Yeah. Felix with a brilliant take on this. It is strange though that people, I guess it is because like it reached a really large audience, which is good, because like I want them to be Souls gatekeepers are cringe as fuck. I mean, I want the game to reach a broad audience and have other people also experience the wonderful game. But can you customize your horse's hair like in Red Dead? I don't know if you can customize your horse's hair, but Dark Souls character creation is pretty fucking pretty aggressive. You can customize a lot of stuff.
Hi, chat has high.
Also, Dark Souls does have annoying people in its fan base, for sure. They do. They have a lot of annoying, like, people that don't want anyone to fucking join in on the fun. I think what Felix is saying here is that, like, they don't try to make the Marvel Cinematic Universe of video games, and that's okay. Dark Souls also reminds me of, like, old school games. You know, it took 6 years to fucking make a new one, but goddamn, when it came out, it was like, it was incredible, you know? And we don't do that. It's all fucking DLC bullshit. It's all copy-pasted Assassin's Creed model bullshit. Every fucking video game franchise that has, like, struck gold with good IP will turn around and turn it into FIFA. Okay? Every major developer now does EA Sports. It's all EA. It's exactly like the way EA Sports used to operate. Every developer does that now. At the very least, like, Dark Souls puts a fucking, or From Software puts a lot of effort into its new games. Now, people might say, oh, it's the same, dude. You're talking about the same thing. But, like, you don't play a From Software game and think, like, damn, this is exactly like the past one, and it sucks. Why don't they, like, change this up a little bit? Okay? You say, wow, everything I love about the previous game is exactly the same, and there's some cool new shit in this one on top of that. Those of us who have been here since the beginning get annoyed at how others summarize the game and why it's good. There's not, you can't really do anything. You can't really do anything other than just, like, expect people to get upset and then tell them to suck the fuck up. Just read this. My review for Elden Ring will be coming later this week. This is because PC performance was so poor that partly through my review I had to switch to a PS5 version of the game. And I have a 3080 with a 32 gig RAM. So expect a report on performance of both versions of the game. The game is absolutely massive, both to its benefit and detriment. When Miyazaki said this was developed alongside Sekiro, I completely believe that. And when you get to play it, you quickly understand how it impacted Elden Ring overall. In response to people QRTing, here are my thoughts about performance. If the game crashes or freezes, that's not great. If the game stutters and drops frames in a very frame-reliant game, especially concerning combat, that's not good. Especially a full-price game. Wait for a patch. If you're okay with these issues, that's cool. I don't need people being weird about how I personally feel about freezing, crashing, etc. I've never seen a person in the wild who says a From Software game is bad. Anyone who says From Software games is bad is not a serious person. No, the only people that say From Software games is bad are people who are like, they're too difficult for me and I don't like it. And that's fine. It's not for everyone. But every single person that is like tried hard. I mean, dude, every From Software game I've ever played, I literally quit. I quit Sekiro for a year, okay? I quit Sekiro for a fucking year. You guys remember this. I quit Nameless King for a fucking year and then came back and finally killed him. So, like, it's just a really sweaty game, but it's fucking awesome. And it makes you feel incredibly accomplished. And for people who are saying like, oh, this is not a niche game, it is a fucking niche game in comparison to other AAA titles. As Gene points out here, he said something about Horizon, right?
The quality content hassle.
Probably the clearest way to differentiate open world of Elden Ring, the games like Assassin's Creed, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon. Latter games are all part of the Rockstar Grand Theft Auto 3 lineage of design, map markers, checklist, GPS. Elden Ring is a big-ass Dark Souls. Where was it? Hold on. He said something along the lines of like... don't cry too many tears for Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Zero Dawn took 5 years to sell 20 million. Which is almost as much as the entire Dark Souls trilogy. Horizon sold just fine in 2017 and will be okay. What sucks for Horizon is that they keep making fucking games and releasing it right before like literally one of the greatest games of all time. Wasn't the past Horizon like right around when Zelda came out? That's insane. Like, Breath of the Wild is one of the greatest games ever created. Okay? In my opinion, like, as someone who was very expressly anti-baby games, Breath of the Wild was one of the greatest games I've ever played in my entire life. And I believe that, like, 100%. It's fucking one of the top games of all time. Sucks that Horizon came out right before that, which it was a great game, regardless. And now it's coming out before Elden Ring, which many people are saying is the best, like one of the best video games of all time.
Mad, I missed the gaming streams.
No Zelda game is a baby game. Every Zelda game is a baby game. Get the fuck out of here. So,
hi, hello chat, you're looking cute today.
Breath of the Wild and Horizon 1 dropped the same week. It's a miracle it didn't get completely overshadowed. Well, the point I was trying to make here is that, like, you know, Horizon is for everyone in comparison to Dark Souls, which is not for everyone. Do you understand? Horizon is for everyone. From Software games are not for everyone. I think Sekiro was like the highest grossing From Software game when it came out, right? Like, and obviously now it's probably going to be Elden Ring now. It's just like, it's growing its fan base slowly but surely.
Anyway.
Skyrim is better though, just brought my 50th copy. Dark Souls is for mentally ill people only. I mean, it's true. Sekiro looks nicer, which makes a difference to a lot of people, me included. I think Sekiro's lore and Sekiro's like background was also more accessible to a broader audience because everybody likes cool ninja, you know, samurai shit. Whereas like Dark Souls, it seems kind of weird. It's like, what is it? Fucking medieval? Is it anime? What the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? Weird. Like it is the IP that Dark Souls sits on top of, or From Software games sit on top of, are like different than, like, it's not pirates. You know what I mean? It's almost like its own fucking thing. And that's probably one of the reasons why it's like less accessible. Gothic shit is less accessible to a broader audience overall. Because it's not like, it's like Gothic, but it's not fucking elves and orcs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like medieval stuff in and of itself is often interesting to... It's not even just Gothic. I don't know how else to describe it. It was influenced by the Berserk manga? Yeah, I know.
Entertainment and education while I work from home. Thanks, Hasan. Less than 3.
Sekiro also had a very clear story, and Dark Souls just drops you in with a weapon to fight giants. Exactly. Anyway, let's get started on the news stuff though. Here, I'm fucking I'll tweet out that I'm live. Then jumping in. Is Ukraine invaded? What are the steps? Greg Abbott. Trans bill.
Hassle.
Okay, Schrodinger's Ukraine. Would you say you're an open role fantasy player or a retro style gamer? I don't know what the distinction there is, but I'll tell you this much. I love single player games. I've always been a fan of single player games. I will always love single player games, okay? That's my thing. I love that shit. And this is so far very good. Very good for single player shit. Anyway, give me a meme. From Software games is summarized by Hasan the Hun. I already described it to you. You literally fucking there's an intro scene, and then you wake up, and basically they're like, Ashen One, you know, shove the Tesseract in your asshole. Okay, that's it. That's what the fucking NPC said from Software games. I already described it to you. You literally fucking... I mean, that is true. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Before you get started, I need to know, is Putin bad? Yes, Putin bad. Putin bad. Single in video games, single in life. Stay incel, my king. You got it.
06's rise up.
What? Kid Rock? President Biden is telling us to expect a hit to our economy and higher gas prices if Russia invades the Ukraine. Gas prices have been so low until now. He and the media clearly think we the people are stupid. Let's go, Brandon. Baby games are more stream friendly. You always finish baby games compared to other games. First of all, I played Ratchet and Clank, and that was a baby game, and that was not stream friendly at all, and I still finished it on stream. Anyway, I did not watch the Donda live stream yesterday.
Huh.
Oh, this is funny as fuck. Okay, I'm using this. I gotta fix my hair real quick as well. There we go. Fixed.
Listening to this to keep sanity at work.
Here you go. Here we go.
Sussy.
There it is. I did not play Returnal. No, I did not. I did not play that game. Will you be at TwitchCon? Yes, I will be at TwitchCon.
At HasanAbi.
Orange Season, Baby Either Dog, you get your shit together. Ratchet and Clank is not a baby game. I mean, it's a baby game. More like Returnal that game and get a refund. Wait, really? Not that good?
And discovered you recently and enjoy the content. Keep up the good shit.
Anyway, here you go.
Elden Ring hype.
Okay. Will you be at TwitchCon EU or Amsterdam? Yeah, I will go to TwitchCon EU. If Russia invades tomorrow night, they're doing it just to ruin your gaming. Dude, that's going to be so... That's going to be fucking sad.
But if I wanted an award, I'd probably throw a t-shirt on Ludwig that's like, vote for Cutie.
I dropped my breakfast on the floor.
You should have... This is Hasan's fault at the end of the day, that he didn't wear a shirt that said vote for Will. That's what happened.
Wait, what?
That's what happened. You gotta use and abuse that man when you gotta use and abuse that man, you know?
I am thou art I now. Fetch me some cigs, bruv.
I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what is happening in this. If Russia invades, just play Elden Ring anyway. Poke Hasan RP? What the fuck?
Hold the fuck on.
Peepo.
Oh my god. Dude, stop.
This guy. Dude, you really come to my stream when I'm a political guy talking...
Can't wait to beat Elden Ring in 15 hours so I can watch you struggle through a 60-hour playthrough Elnerd.
Donetsk People's Republic, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You know, liberate Donetsk. Donetsk. How can you think From's games are hard when nothing will ever grow as hard as the top of the hour ad break? Fucking yourself. Get fucked. Why did I read that? Why did I read that?
Did you know that in Texas it's illegal to own more than 6 dildos, but you can own as many guns as you want? Yeehaw.
Why did I fucking read that? That at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And that you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. First of the day, boys. God fucking damn it, dude. I wish you and Poke got along. You are both my favorite streamer. Wait, what do you mean? I do get along with Poke. What the fuck are you talking about? I love Poke. I can't believe it's been an hour already and we haven't started talking about news yet. It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Can we please stop talking about Ukraine during the entire broadcast? We have Nazi shit happening here on our own soil. First of all, America's involvement in Ukraine is incredibly important. Okay, this is a very important you know, geopolitical news story that's happening. Just because it's not like directly happening in our backyard doesn't mean that like we are not immediately and significantly, impactfully involved. But like I've already mentioned, there is some shit popping off in the United States as well. Obviously, we're going to cover all of that. We're going to get to all of that. What is this? The former chief of Texas Power Grid testified today that Greg Abbott instructed officials to charge the maximum amount for power during the winter storm. Texans still owe $3.4 billion. There's nothing new in the news because Russia disconnected the internet from Ukraine. That's why thousands of people are being slaughtered by Russia as we speak, but no one can report on it. It's a closed country now. You say stuff like this, but like I feel like people will believe it. They must be, right? If you, for the past 2 months, kept saying and kept thinking, okay, if you for the past couple of months kept saying and kept thinking like Russia is going to bomb Kiev, Russia is going to bomb Kiev any moment now, Russia is going to bomb Kiev, they're going to start a bombing campaign in Kiev. And then that bombing campaign never happened. And then Russia's actual invasion, which I would still consider to be an invasion because it's boots on the ground within Ukrainian borders, is not technically considered a real invasion by Ukraine or technically considered a real invasion by the United States or all the people that said it was a fucking invasion. Okay, because it's only troop presence within occupied territories that are controlled by Russian separatists that have been getting aided by the Russian government for the past 8 years. So now no one is fucking saying it's an actual invasion. I would probably think there's some fucked up shit going on, and maybe they cut the internet and actually everyone in Ukraine is being slaughtered and they're not telling us what the fuck is going on. Because it seems a bit like, again, while everyone on the internet was, or everyone in our immediate like ecosystem was too busy yelling at me for being like, you're wrong, you're wrong. It seems like they all got a lot of stuff wrong, maybe even more than I did. Yet, you know, maybe Russia will invade Kiev and do a bombing campaign in the same way that everybody fucking said it was going to happen. So, yeah, but of course, all the people who said Kiev was getting invaded have to admit to being wrong. No, they will never have to admit to being wrong. We already covered that. We already fucking covered all that. It doesn't matter. And also, I don't want to make this about myself or about people in general, but I do want people to, again, you know, reconsider their priorities and reconsider the way that they analyze the news. Because clearly, like, you know, clearly something, what we're hearing from news media and what is actually happening on the ground is not matching up with the reality. Okay? Please, bro, stop with Ukraine for 15 minutes when it's illegal to be trans in Texas. I'm going to cover that story. It's already in front of me, but that's fucking ridiculous to say, like, stop with the Ukraine shit when it's a country of 44 million people. And this conflict, if actually it turns out to be as serious and as invasive of an invasion as the United States and the State Department and the media that's been, you know, basically repeating whatever the fuck the State Department tells them is going to happen, that is World War III potentially. Okay, so like, hey, guess what? Trans people in Texas, you know, you can be like, my World War III is every time the don't talk to me about World War III. My World War III is every time Governor Greg Abbott signs a law, but like that is literally World War III. So
keep trucking, Hassy boy. 8 months, let's go ye. Different strokes for different folks.
So
Pog.
Ukraine declares state of emergency and summons citizens home from Russia. So, obviously, shouts out to Reuters. I can't read the rest of this article because fucking, you know, it's paywalled, but
I'm not ready to go to war with
as
Russia.
of today, Ukraine has declared a state of emergency. They've lowered gas prices. It's called like a, what is it called? Like a patriotic economy or something. They are trying to get their reserves to work for 1 year, or to serve for 1 year. And it's going to be staying there for that state of emergency is going to be there for the next 30 days. Okay, let's see what Joseph Robinette Biden had to say, and then we'll get to the Ukraine stuff.
With a growing debate over how to stop what President Biden is calling the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Take a look at this new satellite imagery from yesterday. It shows Russian military vehicles and tents at an airfield in Belarus. There are also fresh reports of Russian vehicles over the border in the breakaway parts of eastern Ukraine. President Biden has hit Russia with new sanctions, and other nations have joined in as well to prevent more conflict, they hope. Mr. Biden says there could be even harsher sanctions if Russia fails to stop its aggression. We have a team of correspondents covering the crisis, but we're going to begin with Nancy Cordes at the White House for us. Nancy, good morning. President Biden calling this the first tranche.
Why wouldn't the U.S. call this an invasion? Wouldn't they be all over this to hype up the war hogs? The reason why what the United States has said leading up to Russia moving in peacekeeping troops within Ukrainian borders is because partially, I think, they wanted to cut off Russia's strategic interests. They wanted to fucking undermine they wanted to undermine Russia at a global scale. They wanted to stop Russia from having any sort of like additional trade opportunities with Europe. Nord Stream 2 is obviously the pipeline that we've talked about regularly, even before this conflict arose. So that is the reason. Those are, I mean, that's something that the United States has never wanted, okay? The United States does not want Russia to give more gas to Germany and also Europe. But then also, Russia does want to, for a multitude of reasons, Russia does want to expand its territory, okay? Or rather, build more defensive positions in areas, right? So that was the reason why they pushed the war is imminent shit.
7 months,
now when Russia actually did move forward and call out the U.S. and Western world's bluff, and actually put troops inside of Donbas. Now they are backing away from saying this was like an imminent invasion. And even the sanctions themselves have been relatively targeted. They haven't been like all out, removing Russia from SWIFT. All out sanctions that stop Russia from, for example, getting microchips and strategically important things that they would get from their trade partners. You know what I mean? It's just like Russian central bank, a couple oligarchs at the top, which is still significant, of course, but not the degree of which they could not anywhere near what they could actually sanction if they truly wanted to turn these sanctions into like a really devastating scenario for the Russian economy. So now part of that is because they'll say this is just the beginning of the sanctions, and like they want to have more. They don't want to fucking stack the deck this hard. Okay. The other reason is because I think, like I said, they want to still continue to have a possible diplomatic solution here.
Why don't you Elden some bitches?
Everyone says World War III, but who else is even on Russia's side? It seems like it's just everyone versus Russia, not quite an Axis versus ally situation. I mean, when we say World War III, we don't mean literally like states coming together and fighting against like allies versus Axis. There's China, but ultimately it doesn't even matter because like you know, it's a nuclear superpower. So there is no World War III is just nuclear holocaust. When people say World War III, we mean like nuclear holocaust. That's it. There's no end game other than nuclear holocaust in that circumstance, which is what people want to avoid, which is precisely why you have to be careful about these sorts of things, right? It's like you fake the fight with your foe in public for clout and money, but then your foe got actually mad, but you didn't want to really fight him because you never actually intended to. I mean, it's a little bit more than that. I don't think America could actually fight Russia, and Russia could actually fight America because of the reasons that we just stated. It's part of the reason why they also don't want like full-blown. They will dangle NATO partnership in front of Ukraine to goad Ukraine into thinking that they actually have a reasonable allegiance, a reasonable assurance that they will join NATO, when none of the fucking NATO countries are going to allow Ukraine to ever join NATO for what you are experiencing currently, what you're watching unfold in front of your eyes. And that's the annoying part of this process, which I've been saying since fucking day one, which is they are using Ukraine like a weapon against Russia to annoy Russia and to intimidate Russia, but they do not give a fuck about the Ukrainian people in this circumstance, and they're treating them like the Kurdish militias in the Middle East, for example. Okay? That's precisely what's going on in Ukraine, and that's the shittiest part about this conflict, is that it's just like their lives are getting fucking ruined, okay? Their economy is getting even more ruined. You're moving further and further away from neutralization talks. You're moving further away from like de-escalation and diplomatic solutions to this conflict, which will inevitably happen. And ultimately, Ukraine is losing more territory as well as a consequence of that. So it's a very, very weird thing that it's a very weird thing that the United States is doing, or a really fucked up thing that the United States is doing.
"23 months with the best community on the internet. Thank you,
anyway.
Hasan. Hassel.
It's simple. If Ukraine would join NATO, it would suddenly turn into a global conflict since Russia would be in war with half the world, and Europe knows this. Putin as well. Yeah, Putin as well. Exactly. So basically, everyone assumed Russia wouldn't invade and World War III was off the table, which is why it was easy to poke Russia is going to invade as a tactic, the foreign policy poker game. Then Putin invaded. Hopefully, this is a lesson that anyone might think war maybe, but it wouldn't go nuclear because...
I hate myself.
Like, people don't listen. Biden keeps saying they will back NATO countries and Ukraine isn't part of NATO, so I guess Biden doesn't care now that Russia has troops on the ground. Yeah, Biden has also stated that he's not even going to fucking send in troops, even if American embassy members or American citizens are captured or hurt by Russian soldiers. That's why they tried to force an evacuation out of Ukraine over and over again. And the Ukrainian government was like, what the fuck are you doing? What do you mean evacuate Americans? Wait, hold up. It's not that bad. Chill the fuck out. They literally fucking evacuated citizens ahead of time so that there wouldn't be any sort of additional conflict between, like, Russian troops and Russian troops and American citizens that are in Ukraine. Now, of course, there are still obviously American citizens in Ukraine. But is counterproductive the claim that Ukraine is just being used by US and has no autonomy? What do you mean by that? I mean, Ukraine is understandably and justifiably fearful of Russia expanding into its country, as it has done so far. Okay, we can have a conversation about whether those people, whether the interests of those people on the ground in Crimea matter or not. But ultimately, the Ukrainian fears of Russia doing what it's done to Georgia, for example, and numerous other places in its immediate reach, is reasonable. That's a reasonable fucking fear that Ukraine has. This is part of the reason why they're like, we have two options here. Either we deal with the West, get some fucking sweet loans as a consequence of that makes us look good, especially in leadership, makes us very rich, especially in leadership, okay? And maybe even join NATO so that, we'll have full-blown, we'll have the full-throated support of all European countries, okay? Or all of the NATO countries, which is not going to happen. Or we have to fucking deal with Russia, which is fine. And I think that is what you're supposed to do in that situation. You have to build a separate neutralization agreement with Russia. You have to be able to, if you truly want to survive in this situation, your over-reliance on the West will hurt you in the long run. It's just the truth. Biden's goal was just to freeze Europe's commercial agreements in relationship with Russia as much as possible, aka Nord Stream 2. At this point, USA's mission is accomplished. It's true. Yikes. Become a puppet to Russia. Yeah, no, autonomy is good in the long run. I don't agree with you. Wait, what? No, Ukraine deserves to be a sovereign nation. Okay? Ukraine deserves to be a sovereign nation and make up its own mind and be able to help out its own citizens. But historically speaking, given its proximity and history to Russia, given its proximity with Russia and its history, its complex history with Russia, the likelihood that Ukraine will be able to join NATO is slim to none, okay? For this very specific reason, because if Russia, for example, decided, well, this territory where there's a lot of Russian people living in it is actually now Russian territory, and did what they did with Georgia, or parts of Georgia, and they did that to Ukraine like they did this time, that would actually be World War III. And that's precisely why people know that's precisely why people won't fucking do that. That's precisely why people don't want, like France, Germany, and other NATO partners do not want Ukraine to be a part of NATO. I don't even think America wants Ukraine to be a part of NATO, if we're being real. They just want to dangle it in front of them like a Kurdish nation state for all the Kurds living in diaspora in the Middle East in the exact same way. Okay? The reason why people say I'm a puppet to Vladimir Putin, though, is because unlike the rest of like American foreign policy Andes that live in the imperial core, I don't fucking treat Russia as a monolithic force for evil, like as though we're creating villains and good guys and bad guys in the story, even though Vladimir Putin is bad. He is a bad person. He's a kleptocratic, authoritarian, bigoted, evil human being, okay? Straight the fuck up. But this isn't a goddamn Marvel movie, okay? This is a person who is in charge of a gigantic country, who has run this gigantic country for a very fucking long time. And obviously, he has strategic interests, geopolitical interests, and an interest in defending its own borders and its own territorial sovereignty. That's the reason why people get fucking mad at me, because I take a realpolitik approach to why Russia is operating in the way that it does. And for people who are used to the black and white, you just lost all your credit. I did not lose anything. For people who want to hear the baby-brained, here, there you go. Banners up, boys. For people who want to hear the baby-brained, like, oh yeah, Vladimir Putin's a bad guy, and that's why he's doing bad things. There's no material reason for why this is happening. For people who want to hear that, you're not going to get that here, okay? You do a disservice to the people suffering under these regimes if you say he's a madman without thinking about the strategic reasons for these decisions. There can be no change if you think that way. Yeah. We do kind of look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide. Yeah. I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide, if, you know, there was a bombing, active bombing currently happening on Kiev, and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened. At this point, I have a more aggressive stance on Russian troops inside of Ukrainian borders than the American State Department does. So how do you pair up with that? Okay. Anyway. So. Everyday 18-month subs who avoided the previous purges come out of their caves to give idiotic takes. Yeah. I mean, they come in here and they're like, I want baby brain shit. Like, give me that good baby brain goo goo gaga shit. Like, tell me fucking, tell me a story. Like, Vladimir Putin bad, Joe Brandon good. He's doing all the best things, okay? And, you know, we gotta, they truly care. Like, America this time legitimately cares about Ukraine. And legitimately cares about the Ukrainian people, and legitimately cares about the Ukrainian people's interests. And it's totally not fucking just using Ukraine like a fucking cum receptacle, okay? And just like the case, just like the civil society NGOs that operate all around the fucking world, okay? Just like how they operate all around the goddamn world. Oh, I saw this already. This is fucking hilarious too. Just like they do in the same exact way, there are legitimate grievances that they pinpoint within the fucking country. Like the Euromaidan, for example. There are legitimate grievances with the prior administration and how corrupt it is, right? Of course. And it's fucking dog shit, right? So then they use that as an opportunity to fucking turn around and be like, this is that's why we got to fucking abolish this government. We got to throw this government away and put our government in, a government that is actually on our side. They're doing this exact same thing with Ukraine. Ukraine has legitimate fears of Russia doing what it's been doing so far. Okay? Using those legitimate fears, they're saying, hey, let's get you on board with NATO, even though we have no interest in actually putting you in NATO, but let's get you hyped up, you know? Go ahead. Do whatever the fuck you want. Pentagon calls Russian troops ready to go now. But like, go where? Are they gonna? So look, this is less similar to Crimea than it is to Georgia, right? However, your critique doesn't hold any true geopolitical weight. It's easy for you to be harsher than the U.S. State Department. I mean, of course. My words have no material effect on the situation, but doesn't that kind of prove to you that like the American government is not really run as a democracy either? I mean, I criticize America because I'm an American, right? And theoretically, our words and our opinion on this situation should be impactful, but it's not. So, wait, let's continue for a second, okay? So here's what I think is going on currently, or what is scary for everyone involved is Vladimir Putin using the situation to take over and permanently take over even the Ukrainian occupied parts, of now territory that it now declared sovereign and independent this past week, right? The Donbas region. And there are areas there. First of all, that region currently has 7% of the entire 7% of the entire Ukrainian country's citizens, right? And what? Break the internet again? What the fuck is this? Okay, stop. That's completely irrelevant. So if they actually move further, because right now they have troops inside of Ukrainian borders, but in the separatist-controlled states, okay? That's part of the reason why they won't actually, that's part of the reason why they won't, the American government is saying, like, this is an introduction to the invasion, okay? What they could potentially do, no, we got to listen to people like this guy. What they could potentially do is take over the entirety of that region, and there would be actual fucking war, okay, in that situation. There would be, like, not war and not an invasion like what's going on currently with no fucking fire and just shelling, back and forth shelling, but, like, actual war where Russian troops are fighting against the Ukrainian National Guard in an effort to overtake the rest of the Donbas region and declare it fully independent and sovereign from Ukraine, and then most likely run another fucking referendum to be like, oh yeah, look, all of the Ukrainian people evacuated from this area, and now everyone that's Russian is saying they want to be a part of Russia. Like, oops, we're taking over. Okay? That is the exact same fucking that is the exact same playbook from, I mean, in some ways from Crimea, but definitely even closer to Georgia. That's why they used the exact same press release from when they did this in Georgia. Okay? So, how does this move forward though? Like, how do we move forward in this situation? So what they possibly could do is take over even more strategic positions beyond the Donbas region, and then hyper-focus everyone's efforts onto that additional encroachment, and then basically neutralize all the conversation and force the most favorable Minsk II agreement that they wanted to create upon Ukraine by being like, here, look at the other territory that we actually went into with our troops, hyper focus on that. This territory now, the territory that has already been run half by like Russian partisans and Russian people and wanted sovereignty or whatever. This area is now Russian territory. Okay? And that is, in a way, that is exactly similar to Crimea, because Crimea, or fears about Crimea were neutralized, or fears about Crimea and anger about Crimea from the rest of the world and from Ukraine was basically tempered because they had more pressing matters at hand, right? the two people's republics that they recognized earlier this week. Yes, one thing I hear is Mariupol is another potential area of strategic interest that they could shift their focus onto so that nobody fucking gives a shit about Donbas anymore. Okay? Does that make sense? I think that what might likely be is that Russia would go to at least to the Dnipro River. Strategically, it's one of the barriers separating NATO from the Russian heartland. $100 IQ prediction. They get Kiev, say this is Russia now, and then threat Poland border with Belarus. Mark my word, in 5 years. Okay. The reason why I've said that that is a laughable notion, because, like, there are 44 million people in Ukraine. Okay? They have guns. They have training. Like, America couldn't deal with the insurgency in Afghanistan. Why do you think Russia will be able to do that in its own fucking border? Okay? That like, no one wants that. Russians don't fucking want that. The Russian people don't want that. At least the polling that I have seen thus far show that the broader Russian people do not want to take over fucking Kiev. Worrying reports from Crimea on the entire night shift at Titan Chemicals plant in Armyansk evacuated from the facility. This might be a preparation for another staged provocation by Russia. Moscow seems to have no limits in attempting to falsify pretexts for further aggression. Afghanistan doesn't have access to nuclear waste. CNN released a new poll that indicated more Russian people are now for it, but it sounds like BS law. I saw that. Half of Russians say it would be right to use military force to keep Ukraine out of NATO. 43% of Russians said use of military force against Ukraine to join it to Russia would be wrong, while 36% said it would be right. The rest of the respondents said they didn't know if it would be right or wrong. Wait. What? So still more Russians. Wait, how do you write this article and then live with yourself the way that you live? So okay, so I'm right. One out of every two Russians says it would be right, while only a quarter say it would be wrong. I know, but that's vague as fuck. Because right now they are using. Right now they're already strong arming Ukraine. They're already using military force in Ukraine to ensure that they do not join NATO. Whereas this is full-scale invasion, okay? Using military force against Ukraine to join it to Russia. Full-scale invasion and annexation of Ukraine. Why is invading Donetsk and Luhansk not counted as a real invasion when it's part of Ukraine? I personally think it is. I personally think that's an invasion. Like, it's a baby invasion, okay? You put your fucking soldiers in there, but it doesn't seem like, I don't know, going into Baghdad, for example, right? So why doesn't it feel like the same? Why haven't people started dying in like active hot war thus far? Even though technically it is an invasion. If you're confused at this point about this, if you have this question, okay, the reason for it is because the boots on the ground that Russia has brought inside of Ukrainian borders is in a vassal state of Russia, basically, okay? Where a lot of Russian people live and is controlled by Russian people, one of which is literally in Putin's party, and is a separatist territory that has, for the past 8 years, fought against the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian National Guard, for the past 8 years, okay? So that's the reason why it doesn't feel like a real invasion. Do you understand? I know that a lot of people have a different points of view on this. I have a different point of view on this. I think it is a real invasion. Okay? If you put fucking, you know, military members inside of another country's borders that you are actively, saber rattling with, then it's no longer saber rattling. You've actually put fucking boots on the ground. That is the reason why I said I was wrong. Right? And by definition, it is. By definition, it is a incredibly aggressive move forward. But if you are thinking like, I don't understand it, I don't understand it where, I don't understand why there's no war going on, why no one has fucking died yet, like what the fuck's happening? I'm trying to describe that to you. The reason why is because they haven't actually encroached upon territory that is hostile towards their towards their Russian military yet. Okay? Hostile towards their presence. There's active shelling going on, but they haven't fucking engaged in like real war at the moment. Dude, that's basically a narrative in Russia on state TV, etc. You motherfuckers watch state TV more than anyone else does, I think. I have no idea what the fucking Russian state TV narrative is. I don't even know where the fuck to even find that. But for some reason, all these dudes are like, they're bigger Russaboos than anyone else that they claim are like in the pocket of Russia. It's so strange. It's like, dude, this is exactly like the same State Department propaganda. When do you think there will be active participation of U.S. troops instead of only weapons? No, that won't. I don't think that'll happen, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But never forget that like Vietnam escalated to the point that it did because America knowingly sent military trainers and military equipment, and then some of those trainers got shot and killed. But there's a reason why there are no American trainers, or at the very least, no official American trainers on the ground inside of Ukrainian borders at the moment. Okay? And by that, I mean, like, I don't know who the fuck, like, they might have people, of course they have people there, like CIA and shit, but I mean, like deliberately sending, officially sending military members is different than, like, having contractors there, having CIA members there. You know what I mean? Like, that's entirely different. We're going to get to the Pentagon news. They do have Canadian trainers, though. We saw Canadian trainers yesterday. They do. Canada has sent in trainers. But nobody gives a fuck about, the Canadian trainers. If Canadian trainers die, what's Canada going to do? Invade Russia? Okay. Because America runs the show. Okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. Nobody gives a fuck about Canada. Canada is like literally the little kid behind America's little brother going like, I should fuck them up. I'll fuck them up for you, Dad. I'll fuck them up for you, big bro. Let me at him, big bro. And it's like, it's just America's controlling the situation. Okay. Does anyone have a fucking a YouTube link for the Pentagon one? I want to see that one. Bro, imagine valuing Ukrainian sovereignty. They would be much better off under Russian management. Ukraine will drift even more fascist, and you know the situation only propels that inevitability. I have talked about this already, and I do believe that, yes. People will get mad at me, but like, I do...
To strengthen port infrastructure and supply chain resiliency.
No, not the press briefing. There's a Pentagon one too, isn't there? But I don't want a defense.gov one. I want to watch the fucking... Here.
To get back online quickly after such an attack?
So first, I don't think we're in a position to attribute these cyber disruptions that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the various websites, the government websites that were taken offline. What I would just tell you, broadly speaking, Jen, is that we have provided...
Hasan Battalion, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I got to pee. I'll be back in 1 second.
Cyber resilience training and assistance to the Ukrainians. I won't
Dude, how would America train anyone in cyber resilience? We have no cyber security. Our fucking diplomats get owned by like free USBs, okay? We have literally gotten owned. We have bases that are supposed to be top secret that have gotten absolutely fucking opened up to the rest of the planet because of Fitbit. Okay, we have no cybersecurity. We have no cybersecurity. If we teach Ukraine about cybersecurity, they're fucked. Okay, what is our cybersecurity?
To invade Ukraine, what will the U.S. do? Secondly,
what the fuck?
If Russia were to use nuclear weapons in this invasion, what would be the impact on the Korean Peninsula? Because there is a fear that North Korea will copy this. Any comment?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid speculating here and getting into hypotheticals, particularly about the potential use of nuclear weapons, Jenny. What we've said all along, 2 things. One, Mr. Putin has a lot of capability at his disposal right now. As I've said earlier, they are ready to go. And number 2, if he decides to conduct a full-scale invasion here, again, bigger than what we've seen in just the last few days, this will be a war of choice. That he'll be doing so with, with diplomacy and options still left on the table. And it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice. And all of that must and should be laid at his feet, because he's doing this by choice. How he does this, when he does this, we don't know for sure. But if he does this, this will be a war of choice and totally
our cyber fleet. What?
And as for the impact on the region,
for the record, we still hold the record for most nukes lost too. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Korean allies, and we noted that the South Koreans also came out publicly yesterday with a statement of support for Ukraine. That was certainly noticed by the whole international community.
Yes, you fucking heard. Did I stutter? Yes, I said lost. Nuclear warheads lost. Okay. Another fun fact. I think like some Greenpeace activists or like anti-war activists literally broke into a military base. Obviously, they don't have the fucking keys to launch them, but like they were able to literally go to the area where you could launch. Like just random normies, like not fucking, the espionage, statecraft Andes. Like I'm talking like fucking grandmas, anti-war grandmas. Notoriously bad.
Command hack. I don't know of any changes to that.
I love when I say something and then someone Googles it and they're like, holy fuck, he wasn't making that up. It's my favorite fucking thing. Yeah, Google it, dude. Fitbit, U.S. military base. Google, I think Iranians were able to fucking steal a boatload of information by just giving free USBs out at a fucking conference. All the dummies were like, oh, free USB. Click, put it in your fucking computer. Oh, no.
To continue to have them. So this will be a constant discussion with each host nation that they
end up in. 2013 is when the nuns broke into what the media calls Fort Knox of nuclear weapons in Oak Ridge.
Opportunities are going to conduct. This is really all about reassuring allies and partners and demonstrating that in tangible ways. On your I lost your third question. Dang it.
Rapid response force.
Oh, that's a better question for NATO, Abraham. That's not a question for the United States. That'll be up to the NAC to decide, North Atlantic Council to decide, not just the United States unilaterally, of course. What I will tell you is that as you know, the Secretary has put on a shorter alert tether our contributions to the NRF, the NATO Response Force, so they are more ready to go if called upon. So while I can't give you any sorts of timing or certainty about whether the NRF is going to be activated, what I can tell you with certainty that is, if it is, our contributions to the NRF will be ready to go and will contribute fully.
But they're still in the United States, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Tony.
Is there much discussion within the Pentagon or within the National Security Council about whether all of Putin's maneuvers and the force buildup is a grand game of brinksmanship, and he's got no intention of invading? He just wants to show his muscle, get the U.S. and NATO to commit to not letting Ukraine into the alliance. In other words, a game of brinksmanship, bluffing, but not really an intent to invade.
We have seen no indication of that, Tony.
But let me ask you this.
Wait, what do you mean? Other than what he's literally said?
Assuming he's going to do this? Or have you actually skeptically look at whether this is just...
We have no indication of that other than what Vladimir Putin has said. But obviously, Vladimir Putin is an unreliable orator. Clearly, we should not listen.
Allies and partners. 4 months. The Secretary was just in Brussels last week meeting with all his counterparts in the alliance. It's not just the United States who is deeply concerned about the potential for war in Ukraine now. That other NATO allies feel the same way. We've all been looking at this. I hope, we all hope, that we're wrong about this. But every indication we have is that he is poised to attack Ukraine again, and this time with what could be significant military force. I mean, we are talking about more than 150,000 troops that he has arrayed against that border. As I said earlier, we believe that they are now at a state of readiness where they could attack at any time. That's what we're seeing, and that's what we've been saying. We've been talking about this very openly.
I've said this already, and I will repeat it one more time, okay? Have a fucking, have a conversation, a negotiation with Russia, okay, where you ask them to withdraw their troops, you demobilize near the Ukrainian border, and you give in writing it promises that Ukraine does not join NATO, okay? Hasan, it's not that easy. Well, it is that easy. It's literally that easy. This could have happened last month. Don't say they already tried, bro. This literally could have happened last month. The only reason why it hasn't been able to de-escalate up until last month is because America keeps fucking up the talks. It's just like people love saying this. And by the way, it's not that easy. I am old enough to know that the Taliban originally also made conditional agreements on giving Osama bin Laden to the United States. And George W. Bush famously said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay. And that was used as a reason to fucking invade Afghanistan. So it's so fucking stupid to have this conversation over and over again when America is always the one that refuses to fucking come to the table. Okay? Ukraine wanting to join NATO is completely insignificant because Germany will never allow Ukraine to join NATO. And even America, I don't think, will allow Ukraine to join NATO for what is happening to Ukraine currently. Okay? They're just dangling NATO in front of Ukraine and giving them guns and giving them weapons and saying like, oh, go off kings, go off kings. Meanwhile, Ukraine isn't even, in my opinion, and this goes against exactly what, this goes against what like leftists who are a little bit too much simping for Vladimir Putin will get mad at me for saying this. But I do think that like, I do think that Ukraine is less aggressive than the way that the Russian media fucking portrays Ukraine to be, especially right now. Why in the ever-loving fuck would Ukraine straight up fight in those territories in Donbas when there are 200,000 fucking troops, some of which have almost direct access to Kiev if they want to from the northern border. Okay? It's like strategically the worst time to fucking actually engage in aggressive action, which is why I'm saying if there's like any sort of serious fucking explosion or any sort of serious like death or whatever the fuck that occurs within Russian-controlled territories, okay, I would expect it to be at the hands of either like America-backed CIA-trained fucking Azov battalion dickheads who do want to fucking escalate the conflict and tension, or I would expect it to be done as a false flag operation. If Russia wants to further encroach within Ukraine and say, hey, we need to shore up our borders, we need to defend the Russian citizens, the Russian individuals that we gave passports to not that long ago, that are living in this territory. Okay? Why should countries ask Russia if they want to join NATO when Russia wants USSR back? NATO, unfortunately, necessary. Okay, dude. I can't have this conversation over and over again with motherfuckers who are like, dude, Russia definitely wants USSR back. They're going to get USSR back. What countries want and what they can do is entirely separate conversations. I mean, dude, every Eastern Bloc fan of mine has understandably this like irrational fear of Russia doing whatever the fuck it wants and like rebuilding the USSR or some shit. But remember, I want to point this out. What I suspect will end up happening is Russia will further encroach into areas if like an actual invasion in the way that you understand it with like death and like, you know, active fucking military members fighting one another. If the closest thing to that, the closest you'll ever get to that is potentially Russia further moving into the rest of Donbas and not necessarily just the Russian separatist controlled territories as they are currently inside of. Kremlin says the heads of DPR and LPR asked Putin to help repel the aggression of Ukrainian armed forces in order to avoid civilian casualties and a humanitarian disaster in Donbas. This is legitimately worrying. Like this is like way more worrying and way more troubling than what fucking the American government is saying about like Kiev this, Kiev that. Okay? It's worrying, but it's predictable. But it's still worrying. So just like Georgia and no one cares about that? Exactly. That's why I kept saying it's just like, that's why I said it's similar to Georgia. I already talked about this in the beginning. I already talked about this in the beginning of the broadcast. I'm not going to repeat it again, but what I feel like is going to happen, what I feel like is going to happen in this situation, and Ukraine has been restrained for the record. I do agree with that so far. What I do believe is going on, or what I do believe will happen is potentially Putin taking further, like Putin escalating tensions into Ukrainian-controlled territory, Ukrainian-controlled parts of the Donbas region, and full-blown taking it over or trying to take it over, which will lead to active war. Which will lead to active fucking war, like actual war, not like what we've seen so far, but like legitimate fucking war in that region. And then Russia will further take additional territories, or Russia will go into another area, and then everyone will hyper-focus on that other area, and then no one will give a shit about Donbas anymore, in the same way that no one gives a shit about Georgia. Even you know that's true? What? Even I know what? Even you're fighting against yourself, but I'm not the problem? What? Even you know that's not true? That's the problem? Wait. Okay. Strange. Why wouldn't they just invade earlier? Because now everyone's more prep for war / Gen. That executive director, false flag operations. Okay. We'll wait for this. We'll wait for this. I don't want to hear it from OSINT Twitter, okay? Open source intelligence Twitter. But now people are claiming that there will be a false flag operation in Crimea. There was evacuations that occurred at the Titan chemical plant in Armyansk. And now they're saying that could be a false flag operation in an effort to justify further going into Ukrainian-controlled areas, Ukrainian-controlled territories in Donbas. Okay?
Jim.
John, you talked about to build on Sylvie's question, you talked about the F-35s and I guess 32 Apaches. Well, it's not just an aircraft and a pilot. How many people are associated with those moves?
All told, if you add it up,
according to reports, we would totally not frame Russia. Dog, come on, dude. Okay, look, man. I understand the realpolitik and the genuine interest that Vladimir Putin has in like defending its own fucking regional sovereignty. But if you think that they're above fucking doing false flag operations, they're not. America does it all the fucking time. And Russia does it too. Get the fuck out of here. Of course they would do that. That's crazy. That's crazy to fucking say that like Russia would not do that. I mean, come on. Come the fuck on, dude. Like... Anyway,
is more appropriately General Milley's counterpart, but I can't imagine that there would be a reason why if General Walters wanted to speak to him that he couldn't in his NATO hat. Yeah.
John, based on given the fact that Russians have brought a variety of capabilities to the area, including cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, do you still think that the arms provided by the United States would help Ukrainians to defend themselves against all these capabilities? Because
we are providing, again, lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. They've expressed their gratitude for that assistance. I would remind you that, well, a couple of things, $650 million just this year alone, and we're still in discussions with them about what kind of support they might need going forward. And we're in constant consultation with them about their needs and what we can provide. It's not just us. That's my second point. Other nations are as well, stepping up to provide both lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine.
Lethal and non-lethal assistance.
Phones here. I haven't done that yet. Let's see.
Yeah, get the phones going. Get the phones going, dude. Is it still happening because Russia doesn't want to allow Ukraine to join NATO? It's not just that. It's two separate components. The NATO fears are, one, in my opinion, legitimate, and it's definitely a very real reason. But the other component is the Minsk agreement. Okay, and now, and this is technically something that the Ukrainian leadership did not want either. This is now it looks like Russia is violating it by sending troops into the Donbas region, even if it is on the Russian-controlled parts, officially putting boots on the ground within Ukrainian borders. Okay? But as far as the Minsk agreement goes, okay, and it's completely a violation of that now. It's like an official violation of this, rather than just like the baby shelling that goes back and forth between the Ukrainian National Guard and the Russian separatist forces that are backed by the Russian government. This is like an official end to that, okay? It is an official end to that. NATO legitimate? I think, yes, NATO fears are legitimate. I do think that. So you are defending Putin and basically saying he's the good guy and the invasion is almost as good as the top of the hour ad break? You should be ashamed of yourself. I feel violated. I feel absolutely fucking violated. Okay, I do not like this. You're taking my joy away. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You just violated my Minsk agreement, okay? And I was not party to it. And you fucking violated. You violated me. You just invaded me. But if you don't want the ad break to invade you, you can actually get some lethal aid in the form of a $5 a month subscription, or potentially in the form of a Twitch Prime subscription for free if you don't have $5 a month to spend on a Twitch Twitch subscription. That's right. For free $99 with a pre-existing Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, you can avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Or if you're a good boy, maybe you can get lucky and get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay. Putin has made it clear he does not agree with the idea of a Ukrainian sovereignty. I'm not a fan of Putin, but the only force capable of stopping him is NATO intervention or brutal sanctions on its people, not just oligarchs. These are horrible options, and Ukraine would be better under Russia than the U.S. Wait, what? No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not that Putin is not. Putin is not in line with Ukrainian sovereignty. When he talked about decommunization, or however you say it, and Ukraine's betrayal to Lenin, being a bunch of fake friends to Lenin, okay? What he was, and then literally said, I'll show you decommunization, okay? That was more so Ukraine's step towards exclusively partnering with the West and moving away from partnering with Russia, making it impossible or completely almost putting an end to any sort of partnership with Russia in the future, down the line, whatsoever, which would understandably and obviously harm any sort of fucking sovereignty or any sort of territorial integrity that Russia would want to have. Okay? This doesn't change the reality that, like, what he is doing is further encroaching in. Tankies were so confused at this speech. Dude, Ban Evasion Andy number 4. You have to be fucking stupid if you think that, like, Vladimir Putin was ever a communist or a socialist or anything like that. He is not. He is literally a fucking hyper-capitalist kleptocrat oligarch. He is very much an invention of the West sacking the post-USSR Russia. Like, he is literally, he was built and created as a capitalist puppet. Okay? Of course he's, like, not fucking pro-communist. There's never been a communist, and he will never be a communist. That bit about decommunization is also a Russian dog whistle, though. You heard the last thing you heard the thing you just described. People in Russia heard something with a bit of extra flavor. Yeah, I mean that's why he also said, "I'm calling upon all the nationalist forces of Russia, all the Russian patriots will understand and agree with me on this." Okay. Where my Russian nationalists at? Am I right? Also, he was literally dissing Lenin and dissing Stalin in that entire speech. What he's talking about there is not about decommunization, okay? What he's talking about there is Ukraine partnering up and like officially moving towards aligning themselves with the Western world, no matter what the fucking cost is, no matter what will turn to, no matter what will happen to their economy as a consequence of that, rather than like actually ruining the remnants of communism in Ukraine or whatever the fuck. Okay, that's just that has nothing to do with like actual decommunization, because he in the speech prior to that shit on Lenin and Stalin. So why the fuck would he care about decommunization? It's not about decommunization. Putin was literally a communist, though. Yeah, totally. He's a total communist. I will show you decommunization. He meant territories, what was given to Ukrainian SSR by... Yes, I know. I know what he's saying. He's saying not Kiev, but he's basically stating like, oh yeah, you want to fucking... You want to shit on Lenin's legacy? Okay. Well, then I'll take over the fucking parts that Lenin offered to you. That was a big mistake. That's the take there. Okay? That's the main point that he was making there, which is like... We will take all of the fucking... You're talking to a straight pro-Stalin Marxist-Leninist. Saw many of my MLs blindsided by the realization that Putin is super anti-communist. There's a legit but bigger contingent of online MLs. What? You just said you're like a Stalinist, dude. What the fuck? Anyway. What is the Russian Communist Party up to nowadays? Are they gaining or losing support? I don't fucking... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anything and everything that happens in Russia is completely in control and done by Vladimir Putin. Anyway. The reason why Marxist-Leninists or people on the internet are functionally on Putin's side or whatever the fuck, okay? The reason why they have this sort of approach, this sort of fucking take, seemingly, is not because they genuinely and legitimately love Vladimir Putin or anything, but usually they offer critical support because they see it as a counterbalance, a counterweight to American imperialism, and that's it. Okay? That's the reason. Anyway, still wrong, lol, because Russia is also imperialist. Russian Communist Party isn't really communist. They're just there to fake pretense of party competition. I mean, look, I've talked about this before. This like frustrates a lot of people. This is going to trigger the fuck out of Americans, so I'm just going to put the banner up one more time. But Russia's imperialism and its imperialist desires are real, but they're baby imperialism desires in comparison to what the actual imperialist superpower is. It's like fucking complaining about the One Belt, One Road initiative when you literally have 350 military bases around the world. There is no one that is a true imperial power like the United States of America. Okay? This does not make Vladimir Putin's actions reasonable, desirable good at all. Okay, it does not. It absolutely does not. I just want to point that out. But it also doesn't mean that like every single thing that Vladimir Putin is doing with respect to combating encroachment from the West and taking initiative in an effort to defend its own regional sovereignty in the way that many other countries do, especially if they do not align with the United States of America, like Turkey has, for example. That's the reason why you don't fucking hear about the northern corridor of Syria anymore as a big deal, okay? Because like what Turkey did in the northern Syrian corridor is identical to what the fuck is going on to what Vladimir Putin is doing. But the reason why you don't hear about it is because Turkey is a NATO ally, Turkey's an ally to America, and Turkey did that. Sorry, Kurdish people who thought that like America would give you a fucking nation state, but Turkey did that with America's go-ahead, as I said back then. Okay? The main difference here is that Vladimir Putin, some of the actions that Vladimir Putin takes is understandable and reasonable territorial controlled desires. Okay? Which Kurdish people have thought that? Literally just making shit up. Actually, it wasn't even Kurdish people that thought that. It was mostly Western leftists. You're right. Kurds know that they get fucked over by America every time, but they have no other option. So they still are like, yeah. They just do it because they have no other options. Everything you say is wrong and you have bad takes always. There's the rest of your criticism for today, bud. Thank you. Literally taking over countries are better than making military bases? What? The countries that they're literally taking over are entirely different than like bordering nations that they take over with like historic populations of the citizens that they that are Russian or speak Russian is entirely different than like building a fucking military base in Africa. So you can have a better launching point to you know, control whatever nation you want to from that point. Okay? Ukrainians aren't Russian, you fucking weirdo. Of course Ukrainians aren't Russian. I'm not talking about Ukraine. You know, I'm not going to get into that. That's not what I'm referencing. I'm talking about Crimea. I'm talking about fucking the areas that Vladimir Putin believes is supposed to be independent. There are at least Russians living there, so they can fucking, so he can claim and justify that it's because he wants to defend those Russian people there. Okay? Not saying that's all right. I'm not saying that's true, and I'm not saying that's a reasonable fucking assertion. Okay? I'm simply stating what Vladimir Putin's perspective on this is. Ethnicity, not nationality. Choose your words wisely. If you were Putin and there were chatters in Eastern Ukraine, would you come to their aid? Yes. I would defend my chatters on both sides. Okay? France is going to invade Quebec because French people there need to be protected. Again, France and Canada do not have a border. France and Canada have a way. First of all, that would be correct if the French people in Quebec literally were like, we want to be independent and then become a vassal state for France. But I'm pretty sure the fucking Quebecois despise France. Like, they're francophone, but they're not French. It's just, that's an entirely different league of its own. They fucking, and also France doesn't like Quebec. Quebec will invade France more likely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Alberta becoming a vassal state for the United States is more likely than Quebec becoming a part of France. I think Albertans want to be American more than fucking Quebecois want to be French, dude. Honestly, take Alberta, you can have it. No, we're good. We don't want that. Can the Pope no, the Pope can't intervene on anything.
Not enough.
Okay, this sucks. Yeah. The fucking inflation is happening because there's not enough competition. That's why. I mean, there's truth to that, actually. Alberta is like that conservative shit face in your family. You said China also isn't a communist country, so what's an example of a true communist country? There's no fucking true communist country, dude. Communism is an end state, okay? A stateless, borderless, moneyless, classless society. There is not a single fucking place that has been able to achieve this, okay? There are transitional socialist states with their own seasoning, with their own version of that. I, as a disgusting revisionist, believe in reform leading up to a revolution. So, you know, it just depends on what your perspective is on the matter. Communism is not an end state to be established. Communism is the real movement that sublates the present state of things, which is from Marx. Okay, I'm trying to describe it to Normans. It's a goal. It's what we should evolve back into. Communism equals this dictatorship. Yeah. Imagine having realistic understanding of revolutionary capabilities rather than being a wannabe terrorist. I mean, in that situation, I think Marxist-Leninists that fucking LARP about that are no different than the anarchitties that fucking, you know, love burning cop cars or whatever. They just LARP about something that is like a little bit more well-established and has historical precedent, but is nearly impossible to fucking recreate because there is no current understanding or analysis of the current material conditions and the way that the way that workers relate to the means of production at the moment, especially in the countries where these people LARP at. Unless you're a fucking Maoist third worldist living in like literally a country with productive capabilities, you're just simply LARPing. Everyone around you is doing like a fucking white collar job. Everyone around you is doing like a professional managerial class job, and you're just fucking fantasizing about this kind of revolution. Anyway, I personally do not believe that there is any revolutionary potential in the first world. I don't. The only thing you can do as someone living in the imperial core is to not undermine actual revolutionary potential occurring in the third world, by, you know, slowly but surely building labor movements, slowly but surely building allegiances, and making sure that America, the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, doesn't get in the way of other countries that are democratically deciding to seize the means of production or nationalize key industries. Because America has been the most significant hurdle against any sort of socialist revolution taking place. We're the labor aristocracy. Our conditions are too comfortable for us to give up. I mean, yeah, that's the truth. Are we ready for it? Don't even fucking say it. Sit your ass down and let us do it. What? Okay. Which is why we should be fundamentally against the expansion of NATO. I mean, I am. And ultimately, all this fucking theory nerd shit doesn't, it's completely meaningless. We're just going back and forth on you know, outdated ideas, outdated theories, basically, and fantasizing about these things that we have no power to fucking genuinely change. So it's a completely insignificant, fractionalist attitude to have. Especially when you're living in a country like the United States of America. You're gonna get so much shit for this. May Allah protect you. What? I mean, this is a position that I've had for a very, very long time. I mean, I talk about it regularly. That's why people say I'm a fucking liberal. That's why I don't have a problem with having a large base within anyone and everyone that considers themselves to be a leftist or anti-capitalist or even interested in learning about anti-capitalism. That's why you know, it's just, I think it's idiotic to, I mean, I make memes about Marxist-Leninists and I joke about fucking anarchists regularly and I joke about liberals all the goddamn time and even social democrats, but your takes on Marxist-Leninists sometimes just shows me how incredibly online you are. Like actual organizing IRL MLs are not like how you describe it. It's painful to see chatters just eat the shit up. And so are actual anarchists that engage in organizing. That I understand that. It's part of the reason why I don't give a fuck. Are you balding? Never noticed it before. Still looking sexy though. Don't worry. No, I'm not fucking balding, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Any and every conversation that motherfuckers engage in on the internet, especially the ones that revolve around theory, oftentimes they're just stupid as fuck. It's just you're not anywhere near any sort of like serious grip of power. Okay, but this is fun. This is a fun thing to see. Just love how you can always bet on Western bourgeois, gay, lesbian organization and media publications to come right in the right time as an established wing of empire when it is time to beat those drums for imperialist war, just incredibly consistent in their role. Russia has a list of gay rights advocates to be killed or sent to camps after invasion of Ukraine. Come on, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. This is like, first of all, what makes this even funnier, or rather sadder, and way, way more hypocritical, is that this piece of news conveniently comes at a time when both Florida and Texas, two gigantic fucking states, have independently passed, like, through their state legislature, bills that are harming LGBT people in America. Okay? Greg Abbott has officially directed the Family Protective Services to begin investigating all trans children in Texas and prosecuting their parents as child abusers. He has also instructed all teachers, doctors, and caregivers to begin reporting any trans students they see. Jesus fucking Christ. And of course, other red states are also trying out their own version of this. The only difference between this bill, okay, and this, where the fuck did I delete it? What happened? And this is that this is made up. Both of those things are newsworthy. So what? I'm not saying that Russia is not expressly anti-LGBT. Of course they are, okay? They 1000% are. But this is just leaked intel. This is a fucking real bill, okay? A new amendment to the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida would explicitly require schools to out LGBTQ students and their parents within a 6-week time frame, but this got taken out, right? Or is this still... Oh, the amendment has been withdrawn. Okay, as of like... as of yesterday. Both sides are dog shit. First of all, you can't even fucking pinkwash Russia invading Ukraine because it's not like Ukraine is pro-LGBT. What the fuck are you talking about? But motherfuckers don't know this shit at all. They literally act like Ukraine is at the fucking height of like non-corrupt Western democracy that is not fucking you know, that's not anti-LGBT themselves. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Russia and the US are not even closely comparable on LGBT. Of course they're not, dude. Yes, the United States of America is better for LGBT rights than Russia. No shit. I don't understand why this is important fucking pretext to justify like invasion or taking an incredibly aggressive stance that will ultimately allow us to fucking take military action against the entire Russian population. Okay? People do not understand. Russia is literally a conservative Orthodox state and we are not that far off. No, that's not true. We are far off. Unless you're in fucking Texas. I mean, Texas is fucking abortion bills. Like, America, if left to its own devices, is more conservative in certain territories than Colombia, which legalized abortion as of this week. Colombia, motherfucker, are you kidding me? Are you fucking joking, dude? We live in America. Supposed to be the #1 freest country in the world, baby. How fucked is that? How insane is that? How psychotic is that? It's insane. I feel like chat sometimes doesn't understand that this is what doesn't get talked about. We don't need you to be parroting the imperialist line. That's for the rest of the media to do. Yeah, I mean, I talk about that. I mention it all the time. I do mention that all the time when people are like, dude, why aren't you? That's why I have this fucking laughable, this comical banner above my head. Because there are a lot of fucking children that need to be babied. Like, they need to be fed like little babies. Like, I need to fucking make the food into a puree, okay, and sweeten the deal so they understand it. They need to like hear, they need to hear all of the fucking, you know, criticisms with a sweet little fucking shell around it. You know what I mean? I can't just like talk exclusively about one side without other people being like, well, what the fuck? This is not reinforcing my perspective that like Russia is bad. It's a bad country. Vladimir Putin is a bad person. Okay. Your audience is children, so what do you expect? I mean, that's fine. The only issue is that the only issue that I have with this sort of stuff, though, having like a younger audience that's like genuinely curious and interested in hearing a different perspective is understandable. Good, okay. It's the people who are like, no, I actually do know better, and you should be fucking basically reposting everything I've seen everywhere else and not talk about the other side at all.
Of sanctions.
That's right, Tony. And the tension between this white.
You're such a dumb fuck. You cannot go 5 seconds without trying to equivocate to America. Putin supports a leader in Chechnya that hunts down, kidnaps, and tortures gay people. How are you surprised a list like that might exist? You don't know fucking anything. What do you mean, bro? There's no gay people in Chechnya. Right? None. Zero. Hey, you are great. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. I already said that, of course, Russia is worse on LGBT issues than America. Okay? I recognize that. It's incredibly stupid. You just proved exactly what I was saying, which is I recognize that. I understand that. There is no reason to fucking mention that. There is no equivocation happening here. Okay? Do you get it? Do you understand? It doesn't have to be equal. The point is, Iran hurts gay people does not give us justification to fucking glass Iran. Because you know who dies in that situation? The gay Iranians, okay? A fact that I've mentioned a million times over, okay? The way to help gay Iranians is not by glassing Iran, or is not by taking aggressive military stances against Iran, putting sanctions on Iran, so that Iran will then further become more reactionary and anti-Western, because anti-Western sentiment oftentimes is the way that like more reactionary and more fascist, more bigoted fucking forces rise up and seize control and harm gay people even further. Okay? She's pogging about Russia. She's like, pog. Responding to Russia, pog. Okay? That's what's fucking annoying.
White House and Russia is growing. Late yesterday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken called off a plan.
Seriously, though, you just did it again. I just want to show the other side. There is no other side. Imperialist Russia is invading a country. They are 100% at fault. I agree that U.S. is bad, but in this case, we are doing nothing to do with this shit. The fact that you're even bringing up the U.S. is weird to me. No, the fact that I'm bringing the United States up in this circumstance is weird to you, or it's scary to you, because you refuse to fucking recognize the United States as an imperial power that is, of course, absolutely has everything to do with fucking matters in Ukraine and matters in Russia. Okay? They touch everything. It's fucking baby brained for you to act like the United States has nothing to do with this when we've openly sent hundreds of millions of dollars worth of lethal aid, i.e. weapons. We have trained and backed some of their more reactionary fucking elements within that society that are still unpopular and yet not as unpopular as they originally were. Okay?
Planned meeting with Russia's foreign minister. He said it doesn't make sense at this point to go ahead with talks now that the invasion has begun.
This is a flagrant violation of international law.
President Biden responded to Russia's invasion with what he called the first tranche of financial penalties, imposing sanctions on 2 large Russian banks with ties to
the U.S. UK get Ukraine to denuke in return. They would be protected is a silly fucking take too, because like those nukes weren't even, those were USSR nukes that Ukrainians had no fucking opportunity to be able to fucking launch. Okay, and they were sent back to Moscow. But for the record, I still think, listen, bitch, you got fucking nukes. You should keep them. Never give up your nukes. Don't forget, rule number 1 for nation building, for state building, never give up your nukes. Doesn't matter. Okay, doesn't matter if you don't have the launch codes. Doesn't matter if you don't know how to fucking launch them. Never give up the nukes. Rule number 2, when someone asks you to give up the nukes, don't give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if they tell you have nukes when you don't have nukes, find nukes. You have to find nukes at that point. Okay? Oh my God. If you don't find nukes, you are so fucked.
To the Russian military, cutting them off from Western investment. Ukraine's foreign minister hailed the news.
Hit Russia's economy now and hit it hard.
But some lawmakers from both parties are pushing the president to unleash all the economic punishments he's prepared.
Well, I think you should use the overwhelming amount of it
What?
now.
Impose.
What the fuck, bro? Bob Menendez and Mitch McConnell. Oh, God. Yo.
Well, I think you should.
Pushing the president to unleash all the economic punishments he's prepared.
Well, I think you should use the overwhelming amount of it now.
Impose the toughest possible sanctions. The toughest possible sanctions now.
The White House is coordinating.
Why? What good will that do? Then you're fucking giving the game away. Then you're literally, then you can't do anything. If Putin decides to do more shit, then you got nothing. The only thing you left in your hand, the only thing you have left in that circumstance is just war, I guess. Sick. Like Mitch McConnell, let me tell you something. I know you don't have a lot of life left to live on this planet, okay? Even though evil people never die, unfortunately. Okay? But like, you know, there is no bunker that fucking protects you and your neck pussy, you bitch ass, okay? You die in a nuclear holocaust too, okay? Holy fuck. Why is Kyle Kalinske rocking so hard with the sanctions? I thought he's not about that. So I understand the position that some people have where they're like, how dare we put sanctions on anyone? Okay. Like, how dare we? I get that. These are incredibly limited sanctions so far. Even though these kinds of sanctions are still an act of war, it's nowhere near as egregious as like imposing them on fucking Iraq, imposing them on Afghanistan, imposing them on Cuba and other countries that do not have a way to withstand these sanctions. These sanctions will marginally hurt the Russian population, not drastically, partially because you know, they're geared up for these sorts of things. But ultimately, this is more saber-rattling sanctions rather than like legitimate ones. The real consequential one is harming both the EU and also Russia, which is stopping Nord Stream 2 from coming to fruition. Everyone is saying fuck Russians in the chat, and I feel so sad because fuck Putin, not the people. We do not choose to be in war. I mean, yeah. Saying sanctions only hurt civilians, is that true? It seems much better than military action. Yes, sanctions do hurt civilians, 1000%. Anyone who tells you it doesn't is wrong. Like, even these sanctions will end up hurting civilians.
With allies who also imposed new sanctions. Germany put a hold on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Why didn't we hear this uproar when it was about Iraq, Libya, Syria, and now everyone who dares to have a second opinion about causes of the Russian invasion will get skinned alive? I mean, dude, listen, anti-imperialism, like true, genuine anti-imperialist sentiment is one of the, there are a couple fucking attitudes in America, in the American population, that are so powerful that it doesn't matter. Even the progressive causes, even the progressive fucking people will rip your throat out. Anti-imperialist sentiment is one of those things. Obviously, I'm not talking about like near history or you know, anti-imperialist sentiments when you're describing America's like contemporary history, but like actual things that America is engaging in right now. If you have an anti-imperialist point of view on it, you will get fucking attacked, like I did for the past month or so. People are fucking losing their shit. They go so far, they lose their minds. Like they fucking start saying, why don't they come after you? What do you mean, why don't they come after me? Are you fucking kidding me? They said I was a Hitler supporter on Twitter for like 2 days. There is no more aggressive thing that you could say to someone who is anti-war than like, you're literally a defender of Hitler. So, oh my God, you weren't attacked for being anti-imperialist? I 1000% was attacked for an anti-imperialist, a anti-imperialist position of having a anti-NATO perspective, okay? And talking about how much the State Department and the mainstream media has beefed up whipped up people into a fucking frenzy. And not even people, like not even real people, just people who hyper focus on this shit. Just people who hyper focus on this stuff, because I think only 26% of the country is a fan of involving ourselves in Ukraine. Yeah, people said I was doing appeasement and I was Neville Chamberlain. Okay, so we have been hearing this shit for a month now, man. Active listeners are aware this was your take since the beginning. Exactly. You've trended 10 for... Also, every single time I've been fucking canceled is because I've said something that goes against the, like, the overwhelming America is actually exceptionalist attitude. So, don't ever say that. That is not even true. Like, that 1000%. The other one... The other thing is criminal justice. Americans literally do not value... Americans do not value... prisoners as human beings. They think prisoners are fucking, they are deserving of like the worst kinds of punishments for their crimes, no matter what the crimes are, or they think all of these fucking, you're not being attacked for, you're being attacked not for anti-imperialism, you're being attacked for saying the invasion was a CIA talking point. The invasion, as the way that the State Department said the invasion was going to happen, that is still yet to happen, is 1000% America fucking saber rattling by utilizing the media. And it's not me who says this. People have come out, like Julia Ioffe, or however the fuck you say her last name, has come out and literally said and admitted misinformation, trafficking misinformation about Russia is a part of our strategy against Russia. Those people are being celebrated. And that's why you don't see America fucking all of a sudden changing anything about their fucking way of dealing with Russia from last week, when Russia has put boots inside of Ukrainian borders. Bro, you called Crimea Russian land? That's propaganda. I watch you do it. Stop crying. What the fuck? Because I do believe that. I do believe that the people living in Crimea want to be a part of Russia. And by the way, you know who else believes that? Motherfuckers that live in Crimea. So it doesn't matter what your point of view is on this subject. It's just the truth, okay? It's deeply, deeply, deeply fucking frustrating to regularly mention this over and over again when it is a thing that is real, okay? I don't know what else to tell you. You can say it's blood and soil. You can say whatever the fuck, but, you know, the facts on the ground do not care about your fucking feelings. Bro, then it's the same thing as Kashmir. The people living in Kashmir are Muslim and Pakistani. What the fuck are you saying? It's the same thing as Kashmir. What do you mean? Despite the immigration, the forcible fucking immigration from India into that region, the people living there are Muslim. And also, the people living in Kashmir are not exactly welcoming. Are not exactly welcoming of India coming in and fucking assassinating or imprisoning, shutting off their internet, imprisoning their fucking leaders, shutting off their electricity. Okay? Whereas the people in Crimea, like if there was actually a fucking study conducted, a poll conducted in Kashmir, and they were like, oh yeah, we're totally fine. We want this. We want India to fucking take over. We want it. We want India. We love India. Okay, they're not harming us. Then you could have maybe a take. And as far as the referendum goes, it doesn't matter what the fucking referendum said in Crimea. Yes, the referendum in Crimea that was done under annexation. The referendum done in Crimea was done during annexation. So you can say that it's like faulty, it's bullshit, whatever. But the demographics of Crimea are overwhelmingly Russian. The Crimean Navy became a part of the Russian Navy. Like, there is no other situation in the world where people willingly fucking join the Russian military, the force of the fucking oppressor, like willingly, okay? They speak the language. They wanted to be a part of it. They historically wanted to be a fucking part of it. And polls show that reality over and over again. And yet this is still a conversation that we are having in this chat. Half my family lives in Crimea. I was there months after the annexation. And I didn't see a single person upset or protesting receiving a Russian passport. My uncle wore a suit and shit. Anarchists defending the borders of a capitalist nation state while denying the sovereignty of the people within it. I know. It's a very, very weird fucking take. It's really fucking strange, man. It is like... And it's always anarchists, too. It's always anarchists that, like, are pro-NATO anarchists. They're like ACAB, ACAB. Also, NATO, best cab, okay? Anarchists defending the territorial sovereignty and the constitution of Ukraine against the wishes of the people living in those borders is a really ridiculous fucking take. It's just... It is once again showing me that if you are an extremely online anarchist, you're not fucking an anarchist. You're just a rad lib who wants to have some kind of radical, aesthetically radical politics. That's it.
A top Putin project that would carry natural gas from Russia to Europe. President Biden is also moving some U.S. troops already based in Europe to the Baltic states in an effort to support NATO allies that border Russia to the west.
Let me be clear. These are totally defensive moves on our part. We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said talks with his Russian counterpart are off until Russian aggression abates.
We will not allow Russia to claim the pretense of diplomacy. At the same time, it accelerates its march down the path of conflict and war.
Starting today, the U.S. is also going to be imposing sanctions on specific Russian oligarchs, and the U.K. is taking similar steps. But Ukraine's foreign minister wants the U.S. to go even further. He says that Putin and his inner circle should be targeted with sanctions, too. In a tweet, he said, hit more, hit hard, hit now. Nate?
Participating our foreign correspondent James Longman for the latest from Moscow.
I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second.
Putin has weathered sanctions like the ones imposed so far before.
Well, that's absolutely right, George. Well, today is Defender of the Fatherland Day here in Russia, and Vladimir Putin is taking the opportunity to double down on the rhetoric about defending Russia from foreign powers. He was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier here in Moscow this morning, and the sanctions imposed by Western countries have been met with yet more bluster. Government officials here shrugging off their possible impact, saying they've been sanction-proofing the economy for months in preparation. They also know just how much the rest of the world relies on Russian gas Donbas and how Moscow can use the current energy crisis that a lot of countries are facing around the world this winter to its advantage. Former President Medvedev has been taunting Europeans, saying soon you'll be paying $2,000 for gas. But the suspension of that important gas pipeline to Germany was a step that not many people expected and would mean a major hit to Russia. Putin has been appealing to the emotions of the Russian people about the dangers of a genocide in Ukraine, and that wild claim, he's repeated it again yesterday, about a possible US-enabled nuclear attack. He doesn't need public support to wage war, but his system relies on the appearance of democracy, and that's why we've continued to see these false flag reports really stepping up this morning. George?
Yeah, the propaganda war is intense. Okay, James, thanks very much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here.
Come on, Robin Roberts.
Ukraine. Charlie Daggett is there for us today. He visited a factory.
Gallup poll done after the annexation and referendum of Crimea, of both Crimea and the totality of Ukraine. You will have to download the PDF file to view it, though. It's a good comprehensive review of the situation. Post-Maidan Ukraine opinion polls. I don't want to download it. Do you think sanctions ever work in this sort of situation? I don't know. I think sanctions are a way to appear tolerant and more civil, while still enacting brutality upon a group of individuals. It's collective punishment. Sanctions are collective punishment for the crimes of leadership in a country. That's why people say sanctions are an act of war. In this circumstance, the sanctions that we are talking about are hyper targeted, but also on top of that, like they are impactful. Of course they're impactful, but they will be marginally impactful upon the citizens of Russia. It depends on where the sanctions go going forward in the situation. Obviously, on top of that, having some sort of fucking like, we have to shut off a part of our brains to feel like sanctions are justifiable against Russia in this circumstance, especially when they're being done by the United States of America. I'm not anti-sanctions across the board. For example, I am in favor of sanctioning Saudi Arabia. I'm in favor of putting sanctions on American allies in general, Saudi Arabia being one, Israel being another one, right? These are absolutely sanctions that are well-deserving and would be way more impactful because they're our allies, okay? For literally, by the way, for Israel, you could just use the template for Ukraine and use it on Israel. You could literally be like, listen, taking over, annexing territory that doesn't belong to you, that's crazy. There you go. Boom, sanctions. That'll never happen, of course, even though Israel has annexed Golan Heights, which Israel has no fucking historical ties to. And if you were to poll the people living in Golan Heights, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be like, oh, we love that Israel has taken over this territory. Okay, so but unfortunately the sanctions are more impactful to the average citizen and harm the average citizen when it's done to nations that aren't our allies and nations that are historically poor and powerless. Okay, so that is precisely what's going on here. But in Russia, it's a little bit different than sanctions on Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and numerous other countries. We're talking about sanctions on a country that is also powerful in and of itself, and these sanctions are not actually ones that would diminish the quality of life of the people that live there. Still, I mean, it will make their lives marginally worse. But as far as I understand, the current sanctions that we have applied are baby sanctions, very targeted. A couple fucking oligarchs here and there, banking, and sanctions targeted at like the central bank, which is bad. But other than that, it's mostly just like, hey, more will come if you do this. Anyway. I think it's more complex. It's not intuitive to understand how much damage sanctions can do. They often literally starve people to death, and that's The most cruel form of death by far, yes, but sanctioning Russia is not the same as Iraq, is what I'm saying. The sanctions on Iraq demonstrably led to what, like 500,000 fucking children dying of starvation. Like that's unimaginable cruelty. We did that, by the way. No, not Iran, Iraq. I'm talking about Iraq. Okay? In the 90s, not like our active boots on the ground military warfare. So like, and famously, what's her face said that was justifiable. That is just the cost of doing business. And, you know. And Madeleine Albright said that, yeah. And for the, I mean, we have sanctions on Yemen too. We're imposing more sanctions on Yemen. The U.S. has imposed new sanctions on alleged Houthi financiers, though as usual, the evidence is scant, especially the Houthis are effectively the government in the vast majority of the country. As the U.S. knows full well, this will impede civilian imports. Same with Gaza. Yeah, the media uncurious about Iraq's policy effects there or here. We think the price is worth it. Leslie Stahl asked, Madeline Albright, we have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it? Secretary of State Madeline Albright famously on 60 Minutes in 1996 said, I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. That is the reality of America. And when you when you take a weird, like, black and white, Putin bad guy, America civilizing force against a brutalizing oppressor and doing better imperialism than the other imperial force in power here, when you take an approach like that, you're siding with that attitude. If you don't recognize that, like, America has never done an action, has never engaged in a single fucking has never engaged in a single piece of action that is not that's Anna Kasparian's buddy. Oh, shut the fuck up, Tara Genome, you fucking idiot. That's not Anna Kasparian's buddy. I do think it's like you know, I don't like that she interviewed her and had like this, you know, it took a photo with her or some shit, but like they're not like, stop being fucking weird, okay? Don't be like that fucking deranged person on the internet, okay? Yeah, I'm just defending her because we worked together. Fox News just interviewed a Ukrainian activist named Serhiy Sternenko. Sternenko is the former head of the Odessa branch of the right sector, a neo-Nazi group. Sternenko is suspected of murder. The U.S. media is openly whitewashing Ukraine's far right. I wonder why. I wonder how. I wonder what the purpose is. That the American government once again has found itself completely supporting, in a bipartisan capacity, Ukrainian far-right elements. So interesting. So interesting. It's just, I don't know. I don't know why it's happening. Is there a video of this, by the way? I would love to watch that. I grew up in Iraq. During sanctions, my family used to share one piece of bread between 7 of us and an egg if we're lucky. Yeah. Can you expand on that instead of vague memeing? Expand on what? Oh, foreignpolicy.com. Oh, yeah, they are. Foreignpolicy.com is a very popular neoliberal outlet, but they do sometimes have like interesting realpolitik takes.
European countries are preparing for a wave of refugees as Ukrainians brace for a possible full-scale war with Russia. An activist on the ground in Kiev fought against Russian militants when they tried to invade Ukraine in 2014.
Like, what's that? There's that black dude in Ukraine right now that's like doing coverage out of Ukraine that everybody loves and is talking about. He literally has like photos with fucking these guys, okay, with the right sector people. Being like, oh, right sector in the house. Like, if you're in fucking Ukraine as an American, okay, if you're in Ukraine as an American, working alongside the American State Department, okay? Not saying that you're CIA or anything like that. Maybe you just legitimately believe it, okay? Not Lester Holt, the other dude. He's like famous on Twitter now. Terrell J. Starr, yeah. Host of Black Diplomats. This dude. Terrell Jermaine Starr. I mean, he's at the Atlantic Council, okay? Like if you're in the Atlantic Council, you routinely find yourself surrounded by these right-wing reactionary forces, but you're supposed to be the democratizing force there, right? You're doing civil society shit. You're fucking out there helping, you know?
Serhiy Sternenko joins me now. Good morning to you, Serhiy. How concerned are you about this latest aggression from Putin?
I think that Russia wants to destroy us, destroy our country. Vladimir Putin said that Ukraine and Ukrainians are not exist. So I think that Russia will try to attack our country again.
So does that mean that you think a full-scale war in Ukraine will break out?
Repeat, please.
Do you think that a full-scale war in Ukraine will break out? And if so, what will you do?
I will stay. Now I'm in Kiev. And my friends are ready to protect, to defend our country. We don't leave Ukraine. We keep calm now. Let's call a spade a spade. This is not a crisis, or this is not just a conflict. This is a really big war in the heart of the Europe. This is the biggest war in Europe after World War II. This is a war.
I wonder what side he would have been on during World War II. Yeah, biggest war in Europe since World War II, which, of course, my grandfather and I, if I had the opportunity, would totally side not on the Allied side, but hey, guess what? It's fine.
Of hatred, and Putin wants
got a fucking DX racer in the back, too. Look at this fucking dildo. Jesus Christ.
Destroy and our country and Ukrainians as a nation. So we need more help from Eastern countries and from the United States.
Well, yesterday.
West countries.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, yesterday, President Biden did announce sanctions against Russian banks and Russian oligarchs. Do you think that is a good enough response from the United States?
I think that the United States are doing a lot for Ukraine, and we appreciate that. But more needs to be done to stop that bloody dictator Vladimir Putin. Biden said yesterday that he would defend every inch on the NATO land. So I think Ukraine must be in NATO. If Putin's regime is not stopped now, Poland and other countries of NATO will be attacked as Putin attacked Ukraine. If Putin doesn't meet NATO resistance in Ukraine, he will see it as NATO's weakness. Also, I think it will be great if the United States imposed sanctions.
I'm from Russia and it's fucking shit. We fear and don't want it. Putin is a crazy man. We want to escape to any land. It's like Turks talking about Erdogan. Consumers learning that international conflicts may be a little bit more difficult than bad man bad. Yeah.
On Russian channels and propagandists like Solovyov and Shari, and forced YouTube to block them. Putin says that Russia recognized the LDPR within the Donetsk and Lugansk regions. This means that the Russian occupiers may soon begin hostilities to attack the free towns and villages of Donetsk and Lugansk regions. Putin already got sanctions, but he asks
I definitely agree the sanctions will be devastating to people of Russia. No, the current sanctions, I mean, people are going to yell at me, but I do think that the current sanctions that they've applied are like very, very targeted, very limited in its capacity. That doesn't mean that like they won't harm the population. They always do. That's what sanctions are designed to do. It's to harm the civilian population in an act of collective punishment so that they're angrier towards their leadership, and it weakens the country so that they can fucking... It weakens the country so that, you know, it's an opportunity ripe for volatility and potentially ousting that government. That's the main purpose of why they do that. That's the main purpose of why people do sanctions. But these sanctions that they've done so far, is not as significant. And also because they're doing it to Russia, a country that has been hit with sanctions before and is already prepared against it. The real thing that you need to prepare for in the situation, as far as American foreign policy, is the top of the hour ad break, though. Sanctions are collective punishment. Top of the hour ad breaks are collective punishment, just like sanctions. And if you no longer want to be impacted by the sanctionist, you know, the sanctions at the top of the hour ad break, then all you need to do is subscribe against them. Okay. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can subscribe by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Like the Donetsk People's Republic gifting 5 gifted subs. Dude, I'm in the pocket of DPR. Not LPR, but DPR definitely. So many gifted subs from Donetsk. Anonymous, probably Vladimir Putin, gifted 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you. And here's the ad break now, folks. Okay, let's continue with this.
For more.
Yeah, and you know, I understand that you fought against Russian militants in 2014. What was that experience like?
On May 2nd, 2014, my friends and I were defending Odessa from the Russian and pro-Russian militants as in Donetsk and Lugansk. They wanted to seize the region then and create an OPR like DPR. They also killed my friend, even though we managed to defend our citizen. And we, Ukrainians, are able to defend our...
Like, Ukrainians, be honest. Like, if there's any Ukrainians in here, when you fucking see like a straight up white supremacist Nazi piece of shit on Fox News, just being like, yeah, we are defending Ukraine, it's like, and being lauded as though they're like a good guy, doesn't that fucking scare you a little bit? Do you not understand? I mean, I get why Russia is scarier, because it's like happening in front of you, and a scarier force in general. He's a good guy. He's not the white supremacist. What is this? Ukrainian court frees former far-right leader from prison. A Ukrainian court on May 31st. Radio Free Europe. A Ukrainian court on May 31st commuted the prison sentence of a controversial former leader of a far-right paramilitary group and set him free on probation. Sergei Starnenko, who once led the right sector group in the city of Odessa. By the way, he literally led right sector. Like, saying that this dude is not far right is fucking insane, okay? Like, he wasn't like, oh, you're... Like, there's people in here who are saying, like, the guy who led right sector in Odessa is a good guy. Oh, does he have a swastika on him at this moment? Like, it's like the guy, it's like the fucking conservative telling me, like, did he say he was a Nazi? I'm like, dude, he was literally the leader of the Nazi party. Okay? Not a good guy, so deserves to die to Russians. Sounds right. Wait. There's a whole range of differences between being like a straight up Nazi who's being fucking lauded in American media as a hero and getting brutally murdered by Russians, okay? Like, there are a range of different scenarios in between. Do you understand? Why are you defending the Nazi who said he's a Nazi and has said he's a Nazi? What the fuck? Dude, what is happening? Shut up. It's so good to see someone with long hair and a hairline that is sprinting into the distance as fast as Usain Bolt, just like mine. Thanks. Thanks for making me feel not alone. Is this the new thing? Like, people are just going to keep saying, like, your hairline is receding. Your hairline is receding every time I fucking pull my hair back. Is that what's going on? Like, my hairline is pulled back. Okay? It's pulled back. Shut the fuck up. Chad will defend literal Nazis to debate Hasan. I mean, they are doing that. You're pulling it back too far. Yesterday was why are you defending Hitler, and today is why aren't you being nicer to Nazis? Yeah, I know. The very same people that are like Hasan is defending Hitler are turning around and literally fucking defending the defenders, the actual defenders of Hitler.
Our country now, as in 2014.
You know, we're looking at live images right now on the screen of Vladimir Putin. In Russia, they're celebrating a holiday called Defender of the Fatherland Day. It's observed in Russia, Belarus, Tajikistan, a couple other countries. I understand that in Ukraine, they abolished this holiday in 1992. This is a new holiday for us in America. Never heard of it before. But how important is this?
Fox News be like, why can't we do Fatherland Day? Like... I feel like Fox News in any other circumstance would like love Russia. You know what I mean? They would love Putin. Like they want Trump to be like Putin. Okay. An autocratic, dictatorial kleptocrat. You know, that's like exactly what they want. Fatherland Day, it literally is just like national holiday in America, 4th of July, or fucking straight up, just so. Straight up, just like any sort of other like nationalistic, patriotic bullshit that we love to do here.
Celebration to Russia.
It's very important celebrating to Russia, and as I know, Putin can use this data, this celebration, to do some bad against.
Your tweet at 4:17 a.m. on February 11, 2022 was kind of weird. Wait, what? Why did you tweet the controversial thing? Should I ban this person without even clicking on the link?
Ukraine, yeah. He do same things more times before.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're hearing as well. Serhii Sternenko, thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe. We appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, Fox News does. At least they're honest. They really do. They really do appreciate why the Russia-Ukraine crisis just got much worse. Start here.
Hi, everyone. There's a lot going on with Russia and Ukraine, so we thought we'd jump on to answer a few questions and help you get your head around.
Oh, this was awesome. Dude, by the way, if you want to understand, maybe you're thinking, because we live in like a hyper fucking, we live in like this echo chamber. We live in a weird echo chamber where we think like everyone else feels like the way that we do. So everyone must be constantly talking about Russia. Everyone must be constantly talking about Ukraine. Everyone must have like a well-established position on this matter of international importance, right? Except that's not the case, as we know. 26% of the country, what, goalpost? 26% of the country, I think, believes that we should have major involvement in Ukraine. I think more people want minimal involvement, but ultimately, most people just don't care, right? Most normal people do not give a fuck. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just stating that, like, most Americans don't give a fuck. Now, the reason why most Americans don't give a fuck is because of people like Tucker Carlson, who recognize that most Americans don't give a fuck and then do a very good job of propagandizing against it. I'm not saying this is the adequate position to take here. Please do not misunderstand me. I'm saying that Tucker Carlson is a villainous, vicious propagandist, okay? Very, very fucking good at taking any sort of fucking situation and churning out hyper-nationalistic, right-wing propaganda.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Since the day that Donald Trump became president, Democrats in Washington have told you have a patriotic duty to hate Vladimir Putin. It's not a suggestion, it's a mandate. Anything less than hatred for Putin is treason. Many Americans have obeyed this directive. They now dutifully hate Vladimir Putin. Maybe you're one of them. Hating Putin has become the central purpose of America's foreign policy. It's the main thing that we talk about. Entire cable channels are now devoted to it.
Because you are not in Europe and USA people are just talking with no nonsense. They don't even know what's going on there and how USA manipulate with idiots.
Very soon, that hatred of Vladimir Putin could bring the United States into a conflict in Eastern Europe. Before that happens, it might be worth asking yourself, since it is getting pretty serious, what is this really about? Why do I hate Putin so much? Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened?
Bro, this is literally the Viet Cong never called me the N-word, but for people who love saying the N-word, by the way. This is Tucker Carlson's, like, incredibly important method. Okay? This is his watershed moment. This is the speech. Okay? You guys know what I'm talking about? The Viet Cong never called me the N-word. It was a prominent attitude that obviously, I mean, it was Muhammad Ali, but it was a prominent attitude expressed by black civil rights activists at the time that were also anti-war activists, and you know, they were anti-imperialist, anti-war activists. Which, by the way, that's actually really funny. Thinking about that, that's one of the instances where the New York Times actually criticized MLK at the time was because of his anti-imperialist attitude towards America in Vietnam. So that was, we never talk about that either. But hey, that was the justifiable right thing to do in that moment, okay? We had to go into Vietnam. So, as I was saying, so this is Tucker Carlson's version of that, but for racist people.
Threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him? Has he shipped every middle-class job in my town?
Stop comparing yourself to MLK. I would never, ever in a million years compare myself to Martin Luther King. I am just simply stating that, once again, no matter how insignificant, inconsequential, and fucking stupid of a himbo you might be, like myself, okay, as a Twitch streamer himbo, I get ripped apart whenever I talk from an anti-imperialist point of view. That does not mean that I'm like MLK or fancy myself in the same way. Okay? I'm simply stating that, you know, all the way to the top, like people like Martin Luther King, who were actually, you know, incredibly impactful civil rights leaders, all the way down to, it's insane that you have to qualify almost every statement you make. Chatters are wild. Yes, I have a lot of brain diseased and brain broken people in this chat that are looking to interpret every single thing I say in the least charitable position so they can clip it and then ship it onto the internet to make other people also feel exactly that same way. This is my everyday life. Unfortunately, this is the reason why I have to constantly and consistently qualify every single little thing that I say. Otherwise, they will, you know, turn that into another opportunity to destroy me and embarrass me and publicly vilify me. That is precisely why I do that. And they do that. They do it all the time. It's just, it's something that everybody fucking despises. It's something that everybody fucking hates when other people do that. but they do it regardless. Isn't Pepega the equivalent of calling someone the R-worded? So why do we use it if so? Because people are R-worded, okay? And sometimes you need a fucking terminology to describe that without using like a medical diagnosis that is now considered to be bad, okay? That's the reason. How do you describe someone with a bad brain? How do you describe someone who is Pepega? What are you gonna do? Some people have a smoothened out brain, like as though they are the size and shape and smoothness of a fucking grape. What are you gonna do? How do you describe that? How? No wrinkles. They got no wrinkles. Mister, are you brain dead over here? I mean, I say that all the time. I use plenty of ableist pejoratives. Most pejoratives are ableist.
Town to Russia? Did he manufacture a worldwide pandemic that wrecked my business and kept me indoors for 2 years? Is he teaching my children to embrace racial discrimination? Is he making fentanyl? Is he trying to snuff out Christianity? Does he eat dogs? These are fair questions.
Does he eat dogs? What the fuck? What's he saying?
And the answer to all of them is no. Vladimir Putin didn't do any of that. So why does permanent Washington hate him so much? If you've been watching the news, you know that Putin is having a border dispute with a nation called Ukraine. Now, the main thing to know about Ukraine for our purposes is that its leaders once sent millions of dollars to Joe Biden's family. Not surprisingly, Ukraine is now one of Biden's favorite countries. Biden has pledged to defend Ukraine's borders even as he opens our borders to the world. That's how it works. Invading America is called equity. Invading Ukraine is a war crime. So with every day, we move closer to some kind of conflict with Russia, a conflict that could easily spin out of control, given that the people running this have no fine motor skills. The administration assures us this has nothing at all to do with repaying Joe Biden's personal debts to Ukrainian oligarchs, not at all.
I told you guys that Tucker Carlson's attitude on this is like, we shouldn't hate Russia, we should hate China. Taking away from who we actually should hate, China. Classic. He's like, we should literally be fucking way more aggressive against China. That's the real fear that you should have.
It's completely and totally unrelated. The point here is to defend democracy, not the.
Part of the reason is this, though. Okay, listen, Tucker doesn't give a shit about whether fucking Russia takes over Ukraine or whether Ukraine takes over Russia. He doesn't give a shit about any of that. Okay, first of all, they're Slavs, so obviously Tucker Carlson does not see them as human beings because he's a Nazi. Now, having said all that. Okay, having said all of that, by the way, maybe someone should tell that to the Ukrainian right sector guys that they are not human in the eyes of Nazis, despite the fact that they want to be Nazi collaborators or LARPA's Nazi collaborators. Anyway, so the real point here is that for most Americans, okay, for most Americans, especially ones that like watch Tucker Carlson and a lot of like Norman Americans, like they don't give a fuck about what's going on in Ukraine. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm simply stating a fact, okay? Most Americans do not give a fuck. You know who gives a fuck? The media. You know who gives a fuck? The State Department. You know who gives a fuck? Extremely online people who are routinely and regularly watching the news and constantly covering it round the clock and like to debate about it. Other than that, like go ask every fucking average person in your neighborhood what they care. Like they're like, what is there war in Ukraine? Okay, I don't know. Most people do not fucking care. Okay, they don't. And Tucker recognizes that. Tucker recognizes that and is using that to further propagandize his position.
Ukraine is a democracy. It is not a democracy. Ukraine's president has arrested his main political opponent. He has shut down newspapers and television stations that have dared to criticize him. So in American terms, you would call Ukraine a tyranny. But Joe Biden likes Ukraine, so Putin bad, war good. How will this conflict affect you? Well, it will affect you quite a bit, actually. Energy prices in the United States are about to go way up, and that means that everything you buy will become much more expensive, from the food you eat to the car you drive to tickets you need to take your family on vacation.
The irony, of course, on the other side of this is that, like, the Biden administration has tried to tie back in a post hoc, like in a really silly post hoc way, tie back inflation to the conflict in Ukraine, which is really fucking stupid, because then you got people like Tucker Carlson who are going to be like, then why are you getting us involved in Ukraine and making inflation worse, you fucking idiot? So even though we're past the inflation and the Biden admin is very stupidly trying to fucking tie inflation to Ukraine and Russia, okay? You're literally making yourself worse. You're making yourself look worse because people don't give a fuck. The American citizens don't give a fuck about Ukraine and Russia. And now they're making it seem like, you know, you're giving them an out. You're giving the conservatives extra talking points. Not only does inflation predate our dealings with Russia and Ukraine, but also on top of that, Americans now think you are making it worse.
This summer, assuming you can still afford vacation.
Here, look, the pain will be worth it, Biden and Kamala. The worst, the absolute worst domestic policy strategy. And remember, all those fucking anarchists that are like, you have to vote for Joseph Robinette Biden because it's the lesser evil, okay? It's the lesser evil. You have to vote for them. It's more important. Everything that, defund the police is not a bad idea because ultimately what's more important is like, what's happening in the polls, okay? Vote extra hard. Oh, yeah, shut the fuck up and vote. No anarchists. You know I'm talking about anarchists on the internet. Shut the fuck up. Bread tubers, okay? Those very same people are refusing to recognize that this is a fucking horrible talking point that's going to hurt them in the fucking midterms, okay?
By then, you're about to become measurably poor. That's not a guess. Joe Biden has admitted.
I did also, yes, I said you should vote for Joe Biden as well, while also still maintaining my criticisms against Joe Biden. And then everyone would yell at me and say that I'm wrong for even saying that Joe Biden is bad and I should be excited to vote for him. But you know how it is.
On the other hand, you're going to win an important moral victory against dastardly old Vladimir Putin, who is much, much worse than Justin Trudeau, just so you know. So you can feel good about that because let's see, come to think of it, why would you feel good about that? It seems like a pretty terrible deal for you and for the United States. Hunter Biden gets $1 million a year from Ukraine, but you can no longer afford to go out to dinner. That's not a bargain. So what are we missing here? What we're missing is the big picture, and that's why Joe Biden has dispatched Kamala Harris to explain that picture to us. Kamala Harris's old job was to open America's border. She did that. Her new job is to keep Ukraine's borders closed. Kamala Harris was in Europe the other day to explain the whole thing. She began with a history lesson, letting the European peoples know about their recent past, which she assumes they've forgotten since so few of them speak English. She opened with the traditional salutation, "Listen, guys," because that's the way real historians and statespeople talk. Watch Kamala educate.
I mean, listen, guys, we're talking about the potential for war in Europe. I mean, let's really take a moment to understand the significance of what we're talking about. It's been over 70 years. And through those 70 years, as I mentioned yesterday, there has been peace and security. We are talking about the real possibility of war in Europe.
Dude, she makes it so easy, though. Like, she's just so fucking, like, patently, categorically unlikable. Making it so fucking easy for dislike her.
Listen, guys, you may be Europeans who live in Europe, but you don't fully understand the ramifications of war in Europe. That's your problem. The thing about Europe, you've had peace and security for more than 70 years. Kamala Harris just told the Europeans that. And that, by the way, is true if you don't count the breakup of Yugoslavia, which caused hundreds of thousands of deaths in the 1990s, or the Soviet occupation of half of the landmass, which amounted to the enslavement of hundreds of millions. But apart from that, Mrs. Lincoln, it's all been peace and security in Europe until now. Now, the Soviets were fine. Vladimir Putin is bad. What do we do about that? Kamala Harris explained that too. Watch.
And the allied relationship is such that we have agreed that the deterrence effect of these sanctions is still a meaningful one, especially because, remember also, we still sincerely hope that there is a diplomatic path out of this moment. And within the context then of the fact that that window is still open, although it is absolutely narrowing, but within the context of a diplomatic path still being open, the deterrence effect, we believe, has merit.
Got that? Take a breath and let it sink in. Here it is again. Quote, "We have agreed that the deterrence effect of these sanctions is still a meaningful one, especially because, remember also, we still sincerely hope that there is a diplomatic path out of this moment, and within the context then of the fact that the window is still open, although it is absolutely narrowing, but within the context of a diplomatic path still being open, the deterrence effect, we believe, has merit." Well, of course it has merit. The only
crochet class, Tex Montel? What the fuck is that? Is that like the person that they said she fucked to get ahead or whatever? Is that what they're saying? No. Who would right-wingers say Kamala Harris like... Oh, yeah. Well, not to get ahead, but oh, yeah. This is it. Yeah. Montel Williams addressed his dating history with Kamala Harris back in 2019. No, yeah. Dude, that's so weird. Like, why are you bringing that up? What the fuck?
The question is, what the hell are you talking about? And the answer is Kamala Harris has no real idea what she's talking about. She can't even point to the direction of what she's talking about. Her mouth opens and predigested chunks of language come tumbling out in no particular order. It's soothing to listen to until you try to understand what it means. As Kamala Harris told us just last month, quote, "It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day." To which we'd respond, "That's right, Ms. Vice President person. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Learn it, love it, live it. And while you're at it, eat, pray, love."
This is like obviously fucking Garbo, but it's Garbo, but it's effective. Okay? It's effective because there's a lot of people who don't give a fuck. They're making the Biden administration come across even more fucking out of touch. All right. Anyway, let's continue.
The basics. Starting with what just happened.
AlJazeera might.
So on Monday, Russia's President Vladimir Putin officially recognized 2 breakaway areas in eastern Ukraine. Both of them are in the Donbas region. They call themselves the People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, and they've been controlled by pro-Russian separatists since 2014 with Russia's backing. Now, these so-called People's Republics make up around 1/3 of the Ukrainian districts of Luhansk and Donetsk, and there's what's called a line of control, with the separatists on one side and the Ukrainian forces on the other. They've been fighting each other off and on across that line for years, even though there's supposed to be a ceasefire. One thing to keep in mind is that the separatists lay claim to all of Luhansk and Donetsk, not just the 1/3 they control now. And Putin confirmed that Russia's recognition of the independence of these so-called People's Republics also includes their claim to that extra territory. Now, President Putin made another big move. He's ordered Russian soldiers to go into the separatist areas. He says they're peacekeepers.
We've been speaking to people inside the self-declared Republic of Donetsk. They were describing the Russian military build-up as being like nothing they'd seen before. They described tanks, Grad missile systems.
So this is a really big deal, because it raises the risk of a direct confrontation between Russian and Ukrainian forces, and that could trigger something even bigger, maybe a full-blown war. Don't forget, Russia looks ready for one. It's been building up troops along Ukraine's border for months. The U.S. reckons there are now up to 190,000 soldiers surrounding Ukraine on 3 sides.
Everything from, of course, the high-end weapon systems to field hospitals to logistics to command and control.
Okay, so next question. Why did Putin make this move in eastern Ukraine? Well, you can answer that on a few different levels. There's the on-the-ground stuff. Putin says Russian speakers and Russian citizens living in eastern Ukraine have been under attack all these years by Ukrainian forces, and they need protection. And recently, separatist leaders started evacuating people to Russia. They accused Ukraine of planning a military operation to retake the territories. But Ukraine rejects that accusation And the US, NATO, and others think Putin has just been cooking up an excuse to go in.
President Putin made a series of outrageous, false claims about Ukraine aimed at creating a pretext for war, and immediately thereafter announced Russian troops are entering the Donbas. He calls them peacekeepers. This is nonsense. We know what they really are.
So why might Putin be willing to consider a war? Well, that takes us to the other thing he's been talking about a lot: NATO, the Western military alliance, and what he feels is an intolerable threat to Russian security. Putin has basically been telling NATO to get out of his neighborhood. He wants guarantees that it will never admit Ukraine as a member and stop any further expansion to the east. NATO says it will never agree to that Ukraine is a sovereign country and that it's not for Russia to decide, even though it's pretty unlikely that Ukraine...
It's not for Russia to decide, it's for Germany to decide, by the way. Like, because that's who's like, yeah, Ukrainians want to fucking join NATO. But like, it doesn't matter because NATO nations don't want Ukraine to join NATO because of the steady and ongoing threat that Russia presents if Ukraine would join NATO. Why do you keep saying that about Germany? Because Germany doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO. I don't even think, and I said this already, I don't even think America wants Ukraine to join NATO. I think America just wants to fucking dangle NATO membership in front of Ukraine and give them guns and shit and aid, as in loans, so you can fucking buy more aid and American guns. To posture against Russia and saber rattle against Russia and throw Ukraine to the fucking dogs.
Would join NATO anytime soon. But here's another thing. When Putin announced Russia's recognition of the breakaway areas, he gave a long, rambling speech complete with his own take on history, which included the idea that Ukraine is part of ancient Russian lands. He essentially questioned the whole legitimacy of Ukraine as an independent country.
Итак, начну с того, что современная Украина целиком и полностью была создана Россией. Точнее, большевистской, коммунистической Россией. Украина, по сути, никогда не имела устойчивой традиции своей подлинной государственности.
The speech by President Putin, the 65-minute long diatribe, many analysts have said it's a declaration of war. He's not invading because it's not a sovereign country. That's his narrative.
Okay, so next question.
I think that part's bullshit. A lot of people have made hay about that, but I don't think he was saying that to be like, all of Ukraine is ours. I think he was saying that to say all of the Ukrainian territories that were that have Russian citizens in them should have never been fucking separated from the motherland, and we will fucking take it if you keep dealing with the West. Like, you want decommunization as a factor? Like, you want to westernize? Substitute decommunization as westernize. That's what that is. It's a threat. It's an active threat against Ukraine if it chooses to continue partnering up with the West against Russia.
Question. What's the response been? Well, from Ukraine and the West, outrage, basically.
Україна однозначно
кваліфікує останні дії Російської Федерації як порушення суверенітету та територіальної цілісності нашої держави.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a
only we get to do that.
Flagrant violation of international law.
This is the most dangerous moment in European security for a generation.
And what are they doing about it? Well, for a while now, Western countries have been sending weapons and money to Ukraine. And they've beefed up troop numbers in nearby NATO countries, places like Poland, Romania, and the Baltic states. And now they're hitting Russia with economic sanctions, targeting people and organizations connected to the decision to recognize the breakaway areas, and with links to Russia's military. So, for example, wealthy individuals, politicians, and some banks. Germany's made a big move by suspending the final approval for Nord Stream 2, a major gas pipeline from Russia which has already been built. And Western leaders say they've got even tougher sanctions ready to go if they need them.
Something in reserve in case Putin goes further, because to recognize these two republics, he didn't need more than 150,000 troops, and many fear that there is another stage to his operations.
Okay, so final question. How are Ukrainians feeling about all this? Well, of course, it depends on who you ask and where they live. Some people are scared, but many Ukrainians also seem to be getting on with life as best they can.
People are remarkably calm, actually, and since this whole crisis kicked off, they've been incredibly stoic.
I wonder why, dude. Bro, this is their life. They live on Russia's doorstep. This has been their fucking lives since day one. That's why. That's the reason. And no matter how much Americans claim that this is different, this time is different, this time is different, like from the perspective of Ukrainian people, it seems like just another day in Ukraine.
In their response, and it kind of runs really counter to the panic that has been splashed across Western headlines. I think there is a kind of level up of panic, but I think it's still so unclear about what's going to happen. So it's so hard to prepare when you don't know what you're preparing for.
Якось не знаю, і бояться, не бояться, поки немає за що бояться. Ну, щось я дивлюся теж ці передачі, щось розказують, ну, мені щось не віриться.
The diplomatic here is over. And what I'm gonna say, that's crazy, because we don't want a war.
Так усе надоїло нам от це жити вже за 8 лет. 8 лет це отак не живемо, существуємо.
That's the thing with this crisis. It's not new, but it's definitely gone up another notch. Now, if you were hoping for answers to the biggest questions in all this, what does Putin really want? And how far is he willing to go? Well, there's really only one person who can answer that. Remember, if you want more basics and background info on things like the roots of the conflict in the Donbas region and why Russia has beef with NATO, then check out our earlier episode, linked here. And if you're looking for all the latest updates, you can follow. Let's talk about Ukraine and the threat it's facing from Russia. President Vladimir Putin has been building up his forces along the border. There are now tens of thousands of soldiers there.
NATO is alarmed about Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders.
New intelligence suggests the Kremlin is in advanced stages of planning an invasion of Ukraine.
Russia, the US, and other big players have been talking, but people are still nervous.
Any provocation from
even if bombs actively go off in your city, you continue life, Westoids would know. HasanAbi weirdos over here want to make a movie out of it.
Any side can be a trigger for more serious conflict.
So what's behind all this? To understand this story, here are 5 things you need to know. Okay, so let's start with the basics. Here's Ukraine. It's sandwiched between Russia on one side, Belarus to the north, and the rest of Europe on the other side. And that geography puts Ukraine on the front line in a big power play between Russia and the West. And here's the first thing to know about what's going on right now. It looks like Russia's ready for a fight. All along the border with Ukraine, there are around 100,000 Russian soldiers, hundreds of tanks, and lots of heavy artillery.
When I talk to Russian military experts, they say that there's missiles in places where they shouldn't be, and that tanks are fully dressed. And this idiom doesn't mean that the tanks have lipstick on or their earrings on. It means that they have metal cages on and they're ready for war.
We are very, very concerned, but we are not panicking. We live with Russian threat for almost 8 years, so army is preparing, but definitely, you know, it's not very comfortable.
Thing is, the relationship between Russia and Ukraine has not been very comfortable for a while now, and that's putting it mildly. So here's the second thing you need to know. There's history between these two. This is the quick version. Ukraine and Russia were both part of the Soviet Union. When the USSR broke up in 1991, they became separate, independent countries. Russia was the most powerful country in the region, and still is.
Russia has a very parochial view of Ukraine. Russia sees Ukraine as its little brother. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, of course, but Ukraine has its own independent identity. And part of what we're seeing here, and part of what we've been seeing since 2013, is so Moscow does not want to let Ukraine go.
So what happened in 2013? Well, that year kicked off a really tumultuous time for Ukraine. It was tested. Would it lean more towards its European neighbors in the West or stay within Russia's orbit? The president back then, Viktor Yanukovych, was about to sign a political and economic deal with EU. But instead, he signed a deal with Moscow, which a lot of Ukrainians saw as a sign of pressure from Russia. There were huge protests that went on for months. Yanukovych was kicked out, and the EU deal was eventually signed by a new president.
It was a protest against attempts to impose authoritarian.
Not mentioning the aftermath of the Maidan protests and just simply stating it as such is definitely, I think it's a little bit biased.
Model on Ukraine.
Now, while all this was happening in early 2014, President Putin made a big move. He sent forces into Crimea. It's a peninsula that had been part of Ukraine.
A little biased is totally biased. This is the part where people get mad at me and say that I am a Russian propagandist, so I'm going to put this sign back on. I just want to make sure that America has, despite what this video fails to mention, America and Western nations were specifically and very deliberately and very aggressively involved in Ukraine and what Ukraine was doing, or what was happening to the Ukrainian government. American civil society organizations, NGOs, just like they regularly do all around the world, and color revolutions everywhere, took legitimate grievances that everyone had in the country and the legitimate protests that they had, and turned it into a coercive, nationalist-led coup, basically. Okay? I will never say that Viktor Yanukovych was good. He is not. He's a fucking monster. He's incredibly corrupt, awful. Okay? Just pointing that out. He is not a good person. And the people were legitimately upset with him, and they were legitimately angry with him. Okay. Legendary levels of corruption. None of that has anything to do with America. Okay. I'm not saying that that is America. Okay. I'm not saying that that is the part of the American involvement. What you fail to understand, what you fail to realize always is that America doesn't create problems usually, okay? They latch on to pre-existing and legitimate grievances. Because if you were some fucking, CIA guy, you can't just like whip people up into a frenzy for no reason if their bellies are well fed, okay? You can't get them mad unless they're already are mad, okay? And they were legitimately mad. They boost reactionary responses to real problems. Exactly. And that's precisely what they did. That is exactly what they did. And the Euromaidan protests, which started with legitimate grievances. So the legitimate grievances supported by Western NGOs is bad. Why? Because they never stop and actually address the legitimate grievances. They turn legitimate grievances into opportunity for destabilization. They turn legitimate grievances that the people have into a situation where you have a puppet leader that is almost entirely swallowing the fucking Western boot whole come into power. Not saying that like the fucking centrist neoliberal Zelensky is this person, stating that that is what historically America has done. And in this situation, those people literally fucking funded and supported the hyper-reactionary nationalist forces within the country, specifically the Azov Battalion and others like it, like the right sector. And look no further than look no further than John McCain straight up fucking meeting up with some of the leaders of some of these Nazi leaders. Okay? Unlike Yanukovych, of course. So gross that you said this, because I started the conversation by saying that Yanukovych is dog shit and fucking corrupt, and that people were already upset at Yanukovych with legitimate grievances for his historic corruption. You're such a fucking stupid person if you literally refuse to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth because you want to fucking make a... You want to make like a fucking dumbass, smug, stupid fucking counterpoint.
Since the 1950s, but Russian speakers are a majority of the population. And
can you stop calling nationalists Nazis? Dude, this attitude would never, ever go anywhere, okay? This is a community that normally fucking claps the living shit out of this attitude. But for some reason, we got fucking dumbass anarchists who are literally now advocating for this, dude. Like, you got homies wearing swastikas, like literally actual fucking swastikas on their chest, like not just wearing it on their clothes, but like on their body. Bro, can you just like say that they're nationalists and not Nazis? Like, that swastika is actually a fucking Buddhist symbol, dude.
Crimea always had close ties with Russia. There was a referendum in Crimea, which Ukraine and the West said was illegal, but the people there voted to join Russia. And the next thing we knew, Russia had annexed Crimea.
The referendum in Crimea was a clear violation of Ukrainian constitutions and international law.
Nobody predicted in 2014 that Russia would attack Ukraine. It happened.
Zelensky is addressing the nation right now. If there's anything... if there's a link to it, I would like to listen to what he has to say.
But it didn't end with Crimea, because things also kicked off.
Shitting on anarchists in this situation is a little fucked up, considering the only people fighting the Nazis in Ukraine besides Russian Nazis are anarchists. That's true too.
Off in eastern Ukraine. We're talking about the Donbas region. It's made up of Luhansk and Donetsk and is a part of Ukraine that has a big population of ethnic Russians. In April 2014, pro-Russian separatists started taking territory, and the fighting became a full-scale war between them and the Ukrainian military. The separatists took control of 2 areas. They named them the People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk and said they were independent from Ukraine. Russia was accused of backing the separatists with troops and weapons, although Moscow has always denied it. 8 years later, diplomatic initiatives to resolve the crisis have basically failed. More than 14...
Is Putin diplomacy bombing Zelensky right now? He just like West Elm Caleb for real. Exactly.
1,000 people have been killed, with 1.5 million...
For the record, the 14,000 people that have been killed so far, if I don't want to fuck this up, but from what I understand, the overwhelming majority of those people that have been killed have been on the Russian side, no? Like, aren't there casualty numbers that show the overwhelming majority of those people that fucking died are on the Russian side? Like, the brunt of the fucking, the brunt of the, they could be fucking Ukrainian, Ukrainians fucking dying on the Russian side, but if you don't know, don't say anything. I mean, dude, here. Why does it matter? I mean, it doesn't matter in the situation. I just, hold on, I'll just give you the info. Hold on. Eastern European lives don't matter? No, that's not what I'm fucking saying at all. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter which sides people dies, because there's still fucking civilians dying that shouldn't die. Okay, Zelensky appeals in Russian. Stupid question. Why can't we just let Russia have those territories and call it a day? What? No, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I was looking at this. This is Radio Free Liberty, by the way. You know, directly fucking State Department. Estimated toll includes 3,300 civilian deaths in the UN Office of High Commissioner for the Human Rights said in a document. It comes to simmering conflict between Russia. OHCHR estimates the total number of conflict is at 40,000 and 43,000. Estimated death toll includes 3,000 civilians. Dutch-led international investigation concluded the jet was shot down by a Buk missile from a Russian system that had been brought from Russia into the separatist-held territory in Ukraine, later returned to Russia. Estimated death toll is 4,000 members of the Ukrainian forces and 5,500 armed groups. Oh, so it's 4,000 to 5,500. So yeah, I was right. It is not the overwhelming majority, but the majority is people dying on the Russian separatist side. Not that it fucking matters, but what? You were not right, dude? Wait, what do you mean I was not right? It's not the overwhelming majority. I was wrong. It's the majority. I thought it was like 65%. And I even, I thought it was like 65%, but then even then I wanted to make sure that, I was right. 65% is not the overwhelming majority. Admit you are wrong. Dude, please shut the fuck up. I literally don't need to admit anything. I said, I don't remember it correctly, so I'm going to look it up. Looked it up and mentioned it, and you're crying about it, dude. Just shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're not here to learn anything. You're just here to fucking cry and be like, admit. What a perfect fucking situation. What a perfect circumstance. To like, what a perfect example to just, you know, describe how little people give a fuck about the situation and exclusively just want to like win fucking points or something. Like, admit you were wrong. You're being like hyper pedantic for no fucking reason. Like 65% is almost double the 35 from the other side. What the fuck? $3,321 civilians and 4,000 military personnel. Wait, what? What leads you to believe the 3,321 civilians are all fucking Ukrainian? What are you what? Because they were part of Ukraine? Yeah, there are Russian people living in fucking... Wait, what are you saying, dude? It's Ukrainian territory. There are Russian separatists that are dying on the civilian side. You know that people... Not every fucking person living in like Luhansk or Donetsk is a fucking separatist armed to the fucking gills, right? What the fuck? What? Yo, guys. We'll defend ourselves while advancing. You will see our faces, not our backs. Ukrainian President Zelensky. That's what he said. Okay.
Million forced to leave their homes. The status of eastern Ukraine still hangs on the balance.
If they're separatists, are they Ukrainian citizens? No, if they're separatists, they're still civilians, dude. There are still civilians among the separatist population. I don't think you guys understand that. Like, even if they're living in fucking... Even if they're living in the Russian-occupied region, there are still civilians there. What the fuck?
Balance, and the fighting hasn't stopped. So that's the history lesson, which helps to explain where we are now. But then there's NATO, and that's the next thing you need to know about. With everything that's happened in the last 8 years, Ukraine's been getting a lot of military support from the West. It's now closer than ever to NATO, and Russia doesn't like it.
In Washington, the signing ceremony of the North Atlantic Treaty.
The key here is that this website isn't explicitly calling out the civilian deaths as Ukrainian civilians. That should be a big clue as to who the civilians are. I mean, I don't want to make that assertion. We're literally talking about Russia invading Ukraine. What the fuck do you think? I mean, cope more Putin's boy. Nah, the more Russians that die, the better. Just let them have it. Exactly. Why even joining? Wait, what? Around 4,000 to 4,500 are Ukrainian casualties. Around 5,000 to 6,000 are Russian deaths. You were right. Chatters are fucking stupid. A brief summary of the Zelensky statement just now. If you were wondering, he doesn't want any cold, hybrid, or hot war. He claims he tried to initiate a talk with Putin, but received no answers. Zelensky says that war will remove any chances of peace, and the ordinary people will suffer the most. I mean, he's right. He said this needs to stop, but only the Russian people in Russia can stop it, just like only you can stop the top of the hour ad breaks. What the fuck? I can't believe Zelensky knows about that. By subscribing for $5 a month, or if you don't have $5, for free with a Twitch Prime, only you can stop the top of the hour ad break. Fucking got him, dude. Why does he know that? Keeping messages that counter your own point. Why? But like 90% of the civilians living in the region identify as Ukrainian. That's not true. I don't know what the exact percentage is, but it's not 90% of the civilians living in that fucking region that identify as Ukrainian. And secondly, I don't even think that, like, I don't think it's appropriate. What Vladimir Putin did is inappropriate in my point of view, from my point of view. I was simply trying to figure out what the actual fucking data was. Okay? Like, even when I ask a fucking question, you motherfuckers lose your shit. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, before I forget, top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break, as Zelensky stated. Okay, gonna run that ad break now. I mean, the Donetsk People's Republic has gifted 5 gifted subs once again. Thank you to the DPR. This is where my allegiances lay because DPR is on my side. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Anyway, Vice did a really cool video on the DPR. You should watch it. Why do people who watch you daily always come at you like you're a bad faith person when you clearly are a decent dude who's doing his best not to only push leftist agitprop but get the facts correct? Every time you tell a joke, the same people whine and try to act like they don't know what is clearly a joke. Grow the fuck up, chat. Let's be better. I mean, you're asking people who have chosen to be uncharitable to be charitable. They're not going to happen. They're not going to do that. But thank you. Thank you for the kind words. This is Vice, so I do not believe that it's going to be charitable at all to the DPR, so we'll see. Or to the people that are involved in this. In early 2014, pro-Russia rebels seized the regional administration building and other key institutions in Donetsk, expelling Ukrainian officials and raising their own flag. The rebellion here and other incidents elsewhere quickly escalated to a bloody civil war. Oh, wow. Back when Vice was also calling it a bloody civil war. Surprising, for the record. Actually surprising that they were calling it a civil war. Because now when I say that, motherfuckers will literally be like, dude, that's Putin's propaganda. It's not a civil war. It 100% was a civil war that turned into a proxy war that turned into a geopolitical conflict that is international now. Okay? It was a civil war that turned into a proxy war because Russia was like, okay, well, these are some people here that we're going to use to our advantage to cripple Ukraine or continue controlling Ukraine as best as we can, pull at the fucking strings. And then America was like, Russia can't do that. We are the ones who control. We are the reason. Okay? That's why those territories are a political space. That's not Russian or Ukrainian. I mean, that's the reason why it's like an invasion, but it's technically not an invasion in the eyes of America, the one, or at least one that justifies like full scale, a full scale, complete fucking sanctions on everything. I don't know if this is you know.
Я считаю, что наш русский мир, Донбасс и Россия должны воссоединиться.
Biden officially called it an invasion. That's the American position. They called it an invasion, but they didn't. Okay. There's a difference between like invasion in the way that I agree it's an invasion. When you put boots on the ground inside of Ukrainian borders, I would consider it to be an invasion. Okay. Versus like bombing fucking Kiev. Okay. Okay. Kiev.
It's May the 1st.
I still don't understand how Russian civilians could be dying in a war that's being fought in Ukraine. Civilian is a term for a non-military personnel. It doesn't mean that they're like citizens, okay? Citizen and civilian is what you're mistaking here. When they talk about civilian casualties, they mean people who have allegiances to Russia, living within the, you know, controlled separatist territory, versus people who have people who are Ukrainian citizens with allegiances to Ukraine. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know how. It just means non-combatant. Okay? I don't know why or how. I don't know why or how you cannot understand this very, very easy to understand distinction, okay? It's like motherfuckers will literally act like they don't understand the meaning of words just to win an argument here. They will literally be like, what are words? I don't know any words, motherfucker. Explain to me what the meaning of words are. Like, I've completely given up on trying to have... I've completely given up on trying to like actually come at you with facts, so I'm just going to do the most pedantic bullshit. Soldier Boy, tell him about the Donetsk People's Republic? No shot. What? Bro, you know when he says stuff like, yo, I was the first rapper to do Bitcoin. I was the first rapper to do this. I was the first rapper to do that. Like, he literally might have been the first rapper to fucking defend the sanctity of DPR and the sovereignty of DPR. That's wild. That's wild. Like, Soldier Boy is the most famous rapper in Russia. Soldier Boy, more like Little Green Man Boy. Yeah, Soldier Boy, first rapper to align with the Little Green Men. First rapper to do Russian spec ops. He was cranking that Draco. Literally in fucking in Donetsk. All right. President Zelensky to Russia, you were told we are Nazis, but how could you tell how the people spent 8 million lives being Nazis? How could I be the Nazi? Tell this to my grandpa who walked the whole war as Soviet soldier but died in independent Ukraine. So this is the complicated part about Ukraine's history, is that, and that's why it's ironic, is that, yes, Ukrainians burdened the brunt of the fucking deaths on the Soviet side, okay? And then there were some Ukrainians who literally were like, yeah, no, fuck that. We're actually going to literally side with the Nazis. And Zelensky knows that. He fucking knows that. Just like there are Nazis in every country now? No, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about back then when it fucking mattered more, okay? Poll from 2014 in Ukraine on uniting with Russia by Crimea region, Donetsk through Kiev. 41 to 6% minority support. Wait, what? Public opinion poll was conducted by Eco-Kuchetiv Democratic Initiatives Foundation together with Kiev International Institute of Sociology. Ukrainians don't want visas and borders with Russia, but at the same time don't want to be united in Ukrainians don't want visas and borders with Russia, but at the same time don't want to be united with Russia in a single state. So they asked people, what? What did they ask? In Ukraine, as well as in Russia, majority of respondents want both countries to be independent but friendly with open borders, without visas and customs houses. In Ukraine, 68% of people want it. In Russia, 59% want it. In Ukraine, with numbers have decreased since November 2013 by 5%. In Russia, it's increased by 4%. Integration with Russia into a single state is supported by 12% of respondents in Ukraine, and during recent years, this number has decreased from 20 to 9%, but after Maidan, increased by 3%. The main part of supporters of this idea of unification with Russia is in the east by 26% and in the south by 19%. While the smallest part is the center and west, by regions, majority integration in Russia in one state is in Crimea, 41%. This was before. Okay? This is a Ukrainian poll conducted in Crimea about full-blown integration. Back in 2014, even then it was a 41% support. That's insane. 41% support, well, that means the majority wanted it. No, the overwhelming majority want it now. And 41%, according to a Ukrainian study, a Ukrainian poll, found 41% wanting it. Donetsk district was at 33%. Lugansk district was 24%. We're literally looking at Kiev's own International Institute of Sociology numbers at this point. It's like when America fucking would conduct studies. And this is in 2014. The two prevailing thoughts in Crimea were either independence or unification with Russia. Mayor of Kiev is setting up an emergency status with special headquarters for the government. Consistent with what my friend from Ukraine says too. Crimea is 82% Russian though, so probably half of the Crimean Russians didn't support it back then. Go to a poll in Ukraine right now. I mean, I don't need to do it right now. There are polls that have been conducted consistently since then. Crimea unification polls. I mean, we looked at like all of them. There's like a fucking Gallup one that I didn't want to download, but we can do that if you want. I mean, even 530. Many signs pointed to Crimea independence vote, but polls didn't. On Sunday, voters in Crimea region in Ukraine overwhelmingly chose to secede and become a part of Russia. Crimea's official says nearly 97% of voters backed the move, casting ballots as the peninsula remained occupied by thousands of Russian troops. Now, that margin is fucking insane, right? That's a little sussy, and it is. Of course it's sussy because it was done during annexation. Okay? The huge margin lent credence to the U.S. government claims that the vote was tainted by intimidation and Russian military intervention. The high turnout rate and local media reports suggested fraud occurred. That secession one came as a little surprise, though, except perhaps to readers of polls conducted by the Kiev International Institute of Sociology, which has worked in the region since 1990 and has a strong reputation with the U.S. pollsters who work globally. 41% said that it wanted it, that should merge into one state. That percentage has ebbed and flowed within recent years, in part because of the small sample size of any one of Ukraine's 24 provinces in a national poll. Okay? Now, he's saying that that number has changed throughout the years. I would like to see what it said in, I don't know, 2010. Here's the PDF of the post-Maidan survey. You don't actually have to download it. If you hit the download PDF, it automatically opens in the browser. Okay, here. Here, dude, here. I'll fucking open it. God damn it. I'll open it. How do I download this? BBG Research Series, Broadcasting Board of Governors, Gallup, News Gathering and Policy Perceptions in Europe. National probability sample of 1,400 adults, age 15 and older. Additional sample of 500 adults living in Crimea. They modeled the Crimea one differently, specifically because Crimea was probably at the heart of the conversation. Ukraine is only slightly more active in news seeking. Top sources similar across Ukraine. Gallup, yada da 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 da. On. Okay. Almost everyone in Ukraine can understand most of a newscast in Ukrainian and Russian. 87% of ethnic Ukrainians can understand all of a newscast. 67% of ethnic Russians can understand Ukrainian. That's why it makes it even funnier. But hey, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to judge the whole language and cultural differences between Ukrainians and Russians. As a Turkish person, it comes across silly. But what do I know? When it's facts that don't agree with you. We're talking about fucking Crimean independence votes. Why would you want to fucking understand like Ukrainian websites and their preferential news sources, you fucking idiot? That's why I'm skipping through them. I'm trying to get to the actual fucking information. You absolute buffoon. You stupid troglodyte. You literally think that every single piece of information... That's how uncharitable you are to what I'm doing here. Okay? Not only does this fucking poll agree with me, but also I'm skipping through the bullshit parts that are completely irrelevant to the conversation that we're having. But because you're so fucking uncharitable, you think I'm skipping through it because it shows information that's conflicting with what I'm saying. Oh! Dumbass! Views of foreign parties' role in the crisis. Ukrainian residents exclusive of Crimea. For each of the countries' organizations I mentioned, mostly positive, mostly negative, neither positive nor negative. Russia is... wait, what is this? For each of the countries, views of the foreign parties' role in the crisis. Ukrainian residents exclusive of Crimea. This is outside of Crimea. Views of the foreign parties' role in the crisis in Crimea. Russia, 71% mostly positive. Germany, mostly negative. European Union, mostly negative. United States, 76% mostly negative. Poland, 52% mostly negative. For the rest of the country, however, for the rest of Ukraine, their views are mostly positive and mostly negative of Russia. Wow, it seems like Crimea has a very, very different perspective on Russian intervention and Russian involvement than the rest of Ukraine. Interesting. Favorability towards United States' role in a crisis. Tell me whether you think United States played... Okay, I don't care about that. Perceived legitimacy of the March 16 Crimean referendum. Please tell me if you agree or disagree, okay? The total of Ukraine exclusive of Crimea, 29% only, 29.5% agree, 48% disagree, okay, with the referendum in Crimea. In Western Ukraine, and regionally speaking, they do not agree. Kiev and the western part of Ukraine, that's Ukrainian and that has a lot of anti-Russian sentiment, do not agree. Eastern regions where you actually do have more Russian people ethnically, okay, more ethnic Russians living inside of Ukrainian borders, all of a sudden that jumps up to 45%. In Crimea, it's 82.8%. 82.8% of the people, according to this Gallup poll, perceive the legitimacy of the March 16th Crimean referendum. Ukraine, exclusive of Crimea, ends up not agreeing. But we're talking about Crimea's referendum, by the way. So for people to be like, well, the rest of Ukraine doesn't agree. Well, the fucking Crimeans do, man. The people living in Crimea do. The real fucking counter dunk that you're supposed to be offering me, if you at least had like a little bit of fucking knowledge over the situation, and I can't believe I'm giving you talking points so you're fucking... you know, your pseudo-intellectual video essayist breadtuber daddy can use that tomorrow when he fucking finds out about it, and he can do a little bit more research, is the fucking Tatars, okay? That's the real counter. The fucking, the actual displacement of the Tatars. That's what you're supposed to say. If you were actually going to fucking... Here, I'll debate myself on the matter because I'm clearly more knowledgeable of this than you are, okay? Because, unfortunately, Vosh doesn't know this shit. But now he will find out, so he can actually, you know, endlessly pontificate on this. The real fucking brutality that people in Crimea were subjected to weren't the fucking Russians living there. It was the Tatars, okay? That's why Crimea belongs to Turkey. Stop fucking coming in here and being like, this survey is bullshit. Crimeans don't want this, blah, 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 blah. There you go. I'll counter myself. Okay, here's a better talking point for you, okay? Here's a better talking point for you in the future to fucking cry about what happened in Crimea, okay? It's so stupid. Like, I literally, I have to give you better talking points to fucking shit on me with. Wow, you really beat that straw man to death. What straw man? It's not a fucking straw man. It's not a fucking straw man. If everyone in here is still coming in here to be like, oh, Crimea, Crimeans don't want fucking to be a part of Russia. Here, we're looking at a fucking poll done. You can't fucking literally routinely fucking read the chat, launching this bullshit over and over again. And then come in here, and when it's fucking when it's destroyed, you're like, well, that was a straw man that you built. Most Crimeans say life would be better as a part of Russia. By the way, this is consistent with the attitude that Crimeans have now, years after this integration. What would you say to people saying stopping funds to Ukraine because neo-Nazis like preventing funds to Palestine because of Hamas? I would say that's a fucking disgusting statement because Hamas is the fucking government of Gaza, and Gaza is being shelled regularly, destroyed. They have no infrastructure. They have no institutions. They're constantly in active war. Ukraine has a current government. Hey, but guess what's going to happen actually? Guess what's going to happen? Also, Hamas is not a white supremacist paramilitary group, but that's besides the point. You know what's going to happen to Ukraine? Similar shit if this continues, okay? And then maybe the Azov Battalion will become the functional government of Ukraine. Gaza is an open-air prison. Ukraine is not. 6 years and $20 billion in Russian investment later, Crimeans are happy with the Russian annexation. Our survey shows high levels of trust in Putin, though lower than in 2014. Wednesday is the 6th anniversary of Russia's annexation of Crimea after a hastily organized and deeply contentious referendum on March. Following Russia's military occupation of the peninsula, Vladimir Putin signed a treaty of accession to Crimean leaders in Moscow 2 days later. Crimeans favored rejoining Russia. The conditions under March 2014 referendum in Crimea was conducted were far from ideal. This is true. Yet most observers acknowledge that the majority, though certainly not all, of Crimeans supported the peninsula joining Russia. Russia's government uses bans the use of the word annexation to describe these events. Numerous polls supported the conclusion, as I've talked time and time again about this over and over again. So maybe if you fucking read it in Washington Post, maybe it will be a little bit more helpful for you to fucking understand. It's like the I consent meme. Crimeans consent, Russia consents. Motherfuckers in Ohio that watch bread tubers don't consent. Okay, dude. That's why y'all sound like fucking like Trump supporters. You sound like 3%ers that want to fucking protect the territorial sovereignty of Ukrainian constitutional boundaries. Like you're like, I'm an anarchist, but also I'm a 3%er oath keeper, brother. I'm in Iowa and I'm fucking big mad. I'm big mad. I'll defend those borders, brother. It's like 75% of the fucking Crimean military joined the Russian Navy. If that's not enough proof for you that these motherfuckers wanted to be Russian and they were Russian and wanted to be a part of Russia, I don't know what to tell you. That does not happen. That does not happen, okay? Even before they were officially a part of Russia, they were still Russia's entry point into the fucking Black Sea. Don't you think the annexation still violates Ukraine's sovereignty? Okay, dude, here, let me fucking put it in like, I don't know, radlib terms or something. It's not even radlib to say this, but let me put it in fucking terms that is a little bit more understandable for you, okay? It's land back. How about that? Is that better?
Я русская, а это значит во мне мятеж.
The feelings of Russian nationalism in Crimea is pure irredentism. Justifying this by the majority want to be a part of Russia supports this. In Ukraine, they are an oppressed group. Doesn't matter whether Marxist or not, they deserve self-determination.
Душа. Я русская, а это значит другой быть просто не могу. С праздником, Севастополь! Люблю тебя! Спасибо!
This is Crimea in early 2017.
You're acting like they were facing genocide and had to join Russia. Allowing secession just like that will encourage weaponizing one's diaspora and weaken minority rights. Why would you allow a minority to prosper if they just leave? Wait, are you fucking claiming that like the Ukrainian government was going to be worse to Russian minorities that are ethnically Russian inside of Ukraine because of what fucking Putin was doing? I mean, that you're putting the cart before the horse, dude. What the fuck? You literally, this is not even a chicken or the egg situation. You are now saying, you are now doing Russian propaganda. That is the propaganda that the Kremlin does, for the record. You just owned your own, that's an own goal, dude. You just owned your own argument.
Nearly 3 years after the Russian takeover.
It is the day of the founders of the fatherland. In other words, a very patriotic celebration, particularly for the people of Sevastopol who use this day to celebrate their pride in Russia.
Люди не понимают, что действительно происходит. Люди думают, что мы здесь в оккупации. Как мы можем находиться в оккупации, если мы сделали свой выбор?
Like literally, Russians are just like, dude, I mean, the fucking dudes in Crimea are literally like, we love this. This is great. And you're like, no, that's not. That fucking sucks.
За возвращение домой в Россию.
Нам силу дает наша верность отчизне. И наши мысли, и наше будущее должны быть с Россией.
In a controversial referendum, over 95% of Crimeans voted to join Russia in 2014. Though the annexation and the referendum are not recognized internationally, many of the Crimeans we met were eager to obtain their Russian citizenship.
Что ты россиянин, еще подтверждают наши паспорта, что мы действительно стали россиянами настоящими.
A lot of Crimeans are hoping for a return to the peninsula's glory days, when it was known as a popular tourist destination for Soviet elites, vacationing along the Black Sea coast.
We're in the southern town of Alushta, which has seen a massive amount of development over the last 3 years.
Dude, I don't know why people keep saying under no coercion whatsoever. Like there are poll after poll that support the conclusion that Crimeans favor rejoining Russia and are happy with it. And you keep saying coercion. Are they constantly under gunpoint for the past fucking 8 years? It's so fucking delusional. You are denying reality. Why can you not be charitable in this circumstance? Holy fucking shit, dude. And then they turn Ukrainian Sudentoland. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Please, please, I beg you, please be more charitable, okay? Like, please, please, just try to understand that maybe this is one instance where you are in the wrong, okay? It's hard. I admitted I was wrong. I said Russia is not going to fucking put boots inside of Ukrainian territory. I was wrong. I admitted it. Now I expect you to also fucking be doing the same, okay? Please. It makes no sense that you have this position. It literally makes no sense you have this position. You're arguing, like, you're arguing against the people that and their own fucking wishes. For what? Like, fuck Vladimir Putin, okay? Fuck Vladimir Putin. You know I am not a fan of Vladimir Putin, okay? He is a kleptocratic, authoritarian, capitalist KGB agent, okay? He's a brutal man, a violent man. He's a fucking bigot. The Crimea circumstance is different, okay? And even though Crimea is the example that they will use, okay? Even though Crimea is the example that they will fucking use to justify additional annexation, you should be able to separate between those two things, looking at historic precedents, looking at cultural ties, looking at ongoing opinions of the people that are living there. Crimea had their own parliament and their own constitution even before 2014. Since 92, it was something like not exactly like Scotland and the UK. Yeah, it is like that. No, it's a great, that Scotland is a great example. KGB agents on their way to poison you. Have fun. Smile. Heart Putin. Please tell me if you agree or disagree. By the way, this is important too, for the record. Crimea, all white, 19% in the east. And this is where all of the territorial problems come from. The country is led by this area, okay? The Ukrainian country's heart is right here. The Russian contested territories are here and here. %37% support for pursuing NATO integration. 13% in the East support NATO integration. Do you want to know why? Because those are the people who are closest to the Russian border and are fucking Russian. That's why I say Ukraine is a complex situation where you have to fucking understand that the best path forward is neutralization and allowing Ukraine to develop its own fucking sovereignty by partnering both with Russia and also with European nations. I know that both sides do not want the other side to do that. I know that Russia doesn't want EU support, and EU does not want, well, not even EU, but like the UK and America and Canada does not want Ukraine to fucking deal with Russia at all. But to have a black and white approach to this circumstance is really fucking stupid. Are you saying Ukraine should just give Russia to Crimea? Bitch, Ukraine already gave Russia to Crimea. What the fuck are we having a conversation over? Like, not only did Russia take Crimea, okay, but also the people of Crimea are happy, and it doesn't matter what your fucking consideration is here.
That's largely thanks to Mr. Alexander Lebedev.
Lebedev is a Russian billionaire with a combative reputation. He's spotted an opportunity for an energetic tycoon like himself.
You're building a church, you're building a theatre, you're building a clinic, you're building hotels.
Yeah.
You own pretty much all of this then?
Yeah. This is an investment of about 200 million euro.
Wait, what? Question. Even if they agree to unify with Russia, should they be allowed to on a geopolitical standpoint? Yes, dude. What the fuck? Yes. Yes. What do you mean geopolitical? Like, I am not in the business of fucking telling people that want to fucking join Russia that they can't join Russia because, like, it cripples Russia's, it undermines, it gives Russia more geopolitical power. That's so fucking insane. What a crazy fucking take that is, dude. God, Americans, man, we are such pieces of shit. We are such fucking garbo humans, dude. Imagine having this take, like, about people that want to do a particular thing, and we're just like, no. Should we allow that to happen? Should we allow Germany and Russia to build a second pipeline? I don't know. It will undermine our strategic interests in the region because it will give Russia more power. You know, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't allow that. You know who thinks that way? Colonizers. You know who thinks that way? Actual motherfuckers at the heart of the imperial core. Okay? That's how it is. Can you imagine, like, Iraqi citizens being like, I'm just thinking about, like, people in fucking Iraq being like, bro, should we let, should we let Russia do this pipeline or what, Ahmed? And Ahmed's like, I don't know, bro. Like, no, dude, that's not happening anywhere else, okay? That's just America and UK and maybe Canada because they're like little baby imperialists. They're like, we want to do it too. I do not consent. What the fuck, dude? Like, I don't even think China does this shit. Not even China does it. Exactly. You think Chinese motherfuckers are sitting around being like, should we allow this to happen? The funniest part about that also is that, like, they sometimes have this fucking conversation when it comes to, like, Taiwan or comes to places that they claim to have historical claim over. You know what I mean? They have this conversation about Xinjiang. Well, not the Chinese citizens themselves, but like the Chinese government, right? And then we get mad at that. Meanwhile, we're having this conversation for everyone else. Like, we're literally having that convo for everybody else while we're doing that everywhere else. That's imperialism. That's the difference between imperialism and being a sovereign power in a territory, being a territorial sovereign power. Okay?
Dollar, it's whatever. And I've never picked up a penny of profit. I love the place and I treat it as a mission. I picked up a few missions in life. It's always better to put some butter.
Some butter? I'm sorry, I'm such an amateur. Why is it that Russia is so focused on developing Crimea?
Well, I have no doubt that Putin is very much interested to show results in Crimea. That's beyond any doubt.
But he has something to prove here.
Well, the whole Russian nation has something to prove here.
And what is that they need to prove?
That they'll be running the place much better than it was run by Ukraine. Ukraine neglected completely Crimea. And so what the Russians are doing, they're investing 10 times or 20 times more money into infrastructure, even putting back all of the tourists within such a short period of time.
The projected boom in tourism that Russia's support would bring excited a lot of local business owners. People like Oleg Zubkov, who runs a safari park.
Это как раз есть референдум и весна, те знаменитые тигры, которые родились в ночь, когда крымчане голосовали. Это была дань тем патриотическим чувствам, с которыми мы встретили переход Крыма в состав России.
Oh my God, let me out.
Изабелла, мы должны быть together, вместе.
Are you sure?
Yes, закрой дверь.
Oh my God. I hear that you wanted these beasts to play a role in Crimea's return to Russia.
Да, это правда. Если бы эти львы вышли на внешние границы, то они воевали бы с украинскими националистами, которые, хотели нас, русских, побить, там, изничтожить. Иди ко мне.
Dude, they're psychotic. Dude, Russians are fucking psychotic people. I swear to God. Like, Tiger Czar. Oh, dude. Holy shit. She's not comfortable with that.
Также и бандеровцы, по моему убеждению, должны были испугаться львов.
But Zubkov's initial enthusiasm for a Russian Crimea soon turned to disillusionment when his business began to suffer.
How much is your business down by?
Но сегодня осталось от того объема, который был в украинском Крыму, 1/3, и она продолжает уменьшаться.
Why do you think that is that tourist numbers are down?
Ну, во-первых, мы полностью лишились украинского потока. Сегодня всего этого нет. Крым находится в изоляции и находится под достаточно жесткими санкциями.
More worrying than the dip in tourists, though, is the fact that Crimea is running dry. In large part because in 2014, Ukraine dammed the North Crimean Canal.
Oh, this is... Oh, fuck. I totally forgot about this. This is incredibly fucked up, by the way. In an effort to starve out Crimea as a consequence of fucking their vote against or their vote in favor of Russian annexation, they literally fucking damned Crimea. I can't believe I forgot to mention that too, by the way. Yeah, totally fucking totally fucking non-violent means, but also again, like Ukraine is not so fucking innocent in the situation either, for the record.
Previously provided 85% of the peninsula's fresh water.
Это было огромное водохранилище. Сегодня воды от прошлого водохранилища осталась маленькая лужа. Вот, и этой воды нам не хватит и на 1 месяц. Я думаю, что будут страдать очень многие и жители городов, если проблему правительства не решит.
Look at this guy, look at this guy. Well, it's not Ukraine anymore. Russia can provide the water now. Yeah, except, you know, Turkey did that to fucking Syria, okay? And that was completely unacceptable. And so much so that, like, they had to literally fucking normalize relationships with Syria back in the day because of the rivers that flew from Turkey, Fırat, and fuck, what's the other one? Into Syria. Water is a fucking human right. Shut the fuck up, idiot.
За счет других водохранилищ.
But the Kremlin says it has a solution to the water problem, the tourist problem, and just about every other problem in the...
Oh, for the record, for people saying, like, I thought that was illegal or whatever. No, of course it's not illegal if you are fucking backed by Western allies. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want. Just like Saudi Arabia keeps bombing the fuck out of and creating a fucking artificial man-made famine in Yemen. But it doesn't matter because Saudi Arabia is our ally. So it doesn't matter. You can violate... Yeah, exactly. You can violate all manner of human rights, dude. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as you got big dick America backing you, it doesn't fucking matter. That's the point. That's why I always tell you, like, international law is a laughable fucking concept, okay? I laugh at you if you bring up international law.
Peninsula. The Kerch Bridge.
And you know, exactly, as Shatter pointed out, collective punishment is literally illegal, okay? It's a violation of human rights, but sanctions are collective punishment, and it doesn't fucking matter. We are the ones who do the sanctions all the fucking time.
We visited while construction was still ongoing.
We're standing on the biggest bridge in Russian history. It's going to be 12 miles long. It stretches all the way from Russian mainland, which is just over there, to Crimea.
President Putin triumphantly opened the mega project earlier this year.
Это замечательный результат, который делает Крым.
Do you guys now at least understand a little bit better why I keep saying Crimea is different? Crimea is different. Crimea River. Crimea is different. Like, maybe we should have just like looked at these fucking polls instead of me saying like there are numerous polls time after time after time that have shown that like consistently Crimeans actually want to fucking join Russia.
Легендарный Севастополь еще сильнее. А всех нас...
Sanctions are expressly allowed under international law. Please stop. But yes, Crimea is different. Hey, dumbass. I'm once again showing you that like there is a difference. Okay, we're the ones who do the sanctions, so we can get away with it. But sanctions are collective punishment. 500,000 Iraqi babies dead. as a consequence of sanctions. Where's the international law there? Can you tell me? Can you tell me that's all right and that's allowed, dude? Oh, well, they carved out sanctions. Okay, I guess that's all right then. You motherfuckers, especially the debate lords, I thought you were the #1 people that say, like, you know, morality cannot supersede legality in this circumstance. You love talking about morality versus legality when it comes to everything else, but for some reason, when it comes to sanctions, you're like, oh, actually, legality is just the right and moral thing to do here.
Еще ближе друг к другу.
Now that Russia has further cemented its grip on Crimea, both physically and symbolically, we travel to Ukraine's capital, Kiev, to meet the people still pushing for reunification.
Today is the day of the defenders, and there's a lot of people out here to celebrate.
Ukraina! Ukraina!
This is a very nationalistic crowd.
What the fuck? What's going on there? Wait, what's happening there? That's... Listen, some of the Ukrainian, pro-Ukraine movements have a lot of nationalism, okay? But that's okay. That's all right. That's like an ultra swastika, bro. I've never seen that shit. They were like, swastika's so nice, we had to do it thrice. What the fuck is that, bro? What is that? I've never seen that. My man was like, a swastika is not enough. I need to do a fucking mega swastika, okay?
There's a lot of far-right militias who are coming here to...
It's just so strange, always. The pro-Ukrainian movement is always partnered up with so many fucking different nationalist elements. I don't know how.
Voices heard. What are you guys doing here today?
Дуже велика дата для усіх українських націоналістів. Люди прокидаються, вони повертаються до свого коріння українського. Цього року набагато більше юнаків.
Do you think that Ukraine can take Crimea back?
Неодмінно станеться, неодмінно.
The hangover of Crimea only emboldens these far-right militia groups, many of whom are actively fighting Russian separatists in eastern Ukraine, where a bloody conflict has claimed over 10,000 lives since 2014. But other Ukrainians have focused on curbing the Kremlin's soft power. Ukraine is currently home to over 1/3 of Russian Orthodox churches, which are often criticized for being vessels for Putin's propaganda. But in a historic decision, Orthodox leadership finally agreed to grant the Ukrainian church independence from Moscow.
What does this mean to Ukrainian people?
I believe that this moment shows our cultural identity. It helps to unite all Ukrainians in one nation.
How did the situation with the annexation of Crimea impact what's happening now?
Ukrainian people, they are usually quite patient, but still...
Some of them are wearing masks for this group, S14, a Ukrainian group. Oh, we can't find it. C14 is a Ukrainian nationalist group founded in 2010 that gained notoriety in 2018. Is a Ukrainian nationalist group founded and gained notoriety for being involved in violent attacks on Romani camps. Oh, that's another fucking element. The Romani people, I'm going to use this term one time for Americans to understand. I know it's an unacceptable thing to say, but it's gypsies. It's an inappropriate thing to say, but that is what Americans know as what the Romani people are. This is the group of individuals that, like, ask a European if there's racism in Europe. They'll say, oh, of course not. That's like a very American thing. And then ask them what they think about, you know, Romani people. It's not just Ukraine. It's just the entirety of Europe, for the record. My Northern Irish friend called mobile home communities gypsies or Irish traveling communities, or actually pikeys, pikers. Fun fact, but Facebook wouldn't let me have my last name because it's technically a slur. Anyway.
Step by step, Russia showing her aggression, and we have to fight back.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
We've arrived here in Kiev at a very opportune moment because the president is about to make his first speech to Ukrainian people to talk about the declaration of independence of the Ukrainian church from the Russian Orthodox Church.
Слово має президент України Петро Порошенко.
Це велика перемога боголюбивого українського народу над московськими демонами. Ми за місяці ще більше переконалися, що помісна церква є одним із ключових елементів, запорукою незалежності нашої держави.
This is about more than religion. And while Ukrainian parishioners attended Sunday Mass, President Putin took the news as a major blow. The Kremlin immediately denounced the church's decision and even said it would defend Russian believers if threatened in Ukraine, sparking real fears of further violence. The fear of escalating conflict rang true. Just this week, Russia shot at and seized 3 Ukrainian ships and 20...
By the way, I want to remind people about something here, but top of the hour ad break is here. But also, you can avoid those top of the hour ad breaks by subscribing for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub like from Viktor Yanukovych, who gave 5 subs, or numerous other, pro-Russia propagandists that are paying me. I'm in the pocket of Russia today. But the other thing I was going to say, here's the woman ad break now. But the other thing I was going to say is, I totally forgot. Holy shit. Oh, we talked. Remember when old heads remember this probably. Old heads remember this. Remember when I fucking talked about Azov Battalion like a couple years ago, maybe like a year ago or 2 years ago, and people got fucking mad and they were like, those photos are photoshopped. 3CPC, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Comical, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Some people will remember that. Like I talked about the Azov Battalion like a couple, maybe like 2 years ago or a year ago, and there were like debunkers debunking me, and they were like, actually, those photos are fucking photoshopped, and the Azov Battalion, like technically they're not Nazis, like. Even though it was 100% a Nazi flag, and they were like, well, that's not a real flag. That was just a Photoshop flag, even though they were wearing patches with the Nazi patches too. I probably banned most of those people now because most of those people forgot about that. Like all those people that were there when I covered that years ago probably forgot about it. And now they're like, it was like right before the election coverage in 2020. Yeah. Probably banned most of those people now because, they fucking... are now full-blown like NATO Andes, but I just remember people being upset with you about being negative towards Nazis and being shocked about it.
24 sailors who were in the shared waterway of the Kerch Strait. Moscow has maintained a geostrategic naval base on the peninsula for decades, allowing them to reach Eastern Europe, the Mediterranean, and Syria. As part of an effort to monitor the militarization in the region, Ukraine established the Ministry of Temporarily Occupied Territories and IDPs, headed by Vadim Chernish.
So what can you tell us about any military developments that you've seen on the
Random fact, I'm from Saarland, the smallest state in Germany. There was a referendum in the 1930s where over 90% of people voted for a unification with Nazi Germany. Hey, at least you admit it. I'm certain that right now, if we were to ask other places that also voted to unify with Germany, they would probably have a different fucking point of view and act like they totally did it under duress and not because they genuinely wanted to be a part of Germany. So,
For example, there are places where S-400 Triumph complex established by Russians.
So from your satellite images, you've picked
Yes.
3 new missile bases here.
Right. They can reach a lot of countries, including Middle East. They use Crimea as a military base.
So essentially, this ministry was formed in order to try and take back what Ukraine sees as occupied territories, including Crimea. What actual work are you doing to achieve those goals?
We are trying to win hearts and minds of Ukrainians who live within occupied territories.
Isn't it a bit late for that? If most people are now happy with the fact that Russia has taken Crimea?
We have been trying to support our population because they are Ukrainian citizens. Russia influence a lot. They use their secret service, they use their propaganda, bribes. They demonstrate some success in infrastructure development, and they don't want to show problems with human rights in Crimea.
Russia's abysmal human rights record has trickled down to Crimea, leading the US to announce additional sanctions in November 2018.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like illegal annexation, human rights abuses, all this shit, right? It's like, how are we doing that? Think about who we apply these sanctions to and why we apply these sanctions. Just think about that for a second. Okay? Think about that. And who we don't apply those sanctions to. And please don't tell me whataboutism in this circumstance, because it's America applying the sanctions. I'm simply asking you to consider why we use sanctions on certain groups in certain countries and not others when they are consistent routine violators of said human rights abuses, okay?
Here in Kiev, the Crimean Human Rights Group works to collect testimonies and evidence of illegal detention and torture.
Александр, скажите, пожалуйста, какое время вы провели в СИЗО Симферополя? Сколько времени вы там были?
9 месяцев.
Alexander Kostenko was eventually moved to a prison and held for over 3 years in what he claims are baseless charges of assault and possession of illegal weapons.
Скажите, пожалуйста, какие пытки к вам применялись?
Сотрудники ФСБ хотели мне отрезать палец, поэтому с учетом того, что я сжал кулаки, мне была сломана рука. И вытащили меня наверх и повесили на дверь, застегнули и повесили, повесили.
I ran the outbreak already.
За руки, то есть руки были в наручниках?
За руки наверх так повесили меня. И получается, ну так и говорю, я провел где-то около 6 часов.
The team here has documented dozens of cases like this one. The founder, Olga Skripnik, was also forced to flee her home in Crimea in 2014.
What kind of activities are these people involved in order to get picked up by the Russian authorities?
Більшість цих людей, вони були пов'язані з якимись активними формами громадянських активностей. Це, наприклад, журналісти або блогери, або це були активісти, які просто виступали проти окупації. Як, наприклад, Володимир Балух, він просто підняв український прапор на своєму домі в селі, і лише через це проти нього відкрили кримінальну справу.
Recently, have things got better or worse?
Порівняно, наприклад, з 2014 роком на 2018 рік кількість таких людей, хто незаконно позбавлений волі через їх погляди, зросла в 5 разів.
There's almost no reliable data on what's actually going on in Crimea, and Russia holds a tight grip over all information coming out. Recently, even traveling to the peninsula has become difficult. So we wanted to catch up with Oleg.
Say something. Say what? It's completely fucking unacceptable. Like, what do you mean, say something? What Russia does in this circumstance is exactly what I mean when I say, one, this, okay, Vladimir Putin is bad, and two, when I say he's an authoritarian kleptocrat. This is it. Like, there's nothing to say in that situation. I'm not a defender of Russia, okay? Unequivocal defender or supporter of Russia or Vladimir Putin.
Zubkov, the zookeeper, to ask if things really have become worse.
Has there been any change?
The reason why we're talking about all this, by the way, is because you motherfuckers keep pushing me to this point. Why are you saying that it's good that they annexed Crimea? Dog, are you fucking stupid? We already covered that base, okay? Russia being horrible with their human rights abuses and their fucking draconian rule of law, and the way that they fucking you know, arrest people and imprison them, it has nothing to do with what the fuck we were talking about for the past hour. The reason why we're watching this, and the reason why like we looked at all the fucking studies and polls that showed that the people of Crimea are overwhelmingly in support of the fucking referendum, even if the referendum itself was conducted under suspicious circumstances, under coercive circumstances, does not change that reality.
Change in atmosphere there? I mean, now that the Russians have been there for 4 years?
Вот, Крым превращается в такое, знаете, полицейское государство, военизированное государство, где военных колонн, военных машин.
Two options that didn't include rejoining Ukraine is very sus. It's just so odd to me that once again, okay, if that was so fucking sus, why are they not fighting back against it, dude? For 8 years under duress? Is the duress continued? Is that what you're saying?
Крым вооружается. Понятно, что мы готовимся к какой-то Третьей мировой войне, но это происходит очень активно.
Was all this worth it?
Вот я не против России, я русский человек, я очень люблю Россию. И я также для себя уверен, что лучше, если бы Крым остался бы тогда в составе Украины. Вот, но, к сожалению, я тогда не ценил, что мы имели.
Yes, he's literally talking about how it's a police state. Dude, you are fucking bananas. It's one fucking dude, as opposed to numerous fucking polls conducted by Western pollsters over the course of the past 8 years, dude. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're one-guying this because Vice portrayed the narrative that way in the end. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Fuck 80% of Crimeans who agree with the fucking choice in the referendum. Fuck it, dude. What are they supposed to say after being conquered? Dude, you're pissing me off now. I think you're just saying shit just so you can fucking like, you sound like a QAnon supporter, dude. Oh, dude, the polls are actually wrong, or there's another underlying reason for why they you know, say that to the pollsters. It's fucking bullshit, dude. I'm sorry. You got owned, okay? It sucks to suck, but yesterday, Biden said the invasion already started, sparking US-EU sanctions and halting NS2. Now we're being told that the invasion is just about to start, meaning all sanctions so far have been preemptive sanctions, presumably to prevent invasion. So preemptive sanctions failed. Crazy thought. Why not ramp up diplomacy? Hard, grubby, painful diplomacy. Too much work, too many tough decisions, too many unknowns. Like asking why Team Biden let their most progressive agenda in US history dissolve into oblivion. A question I have asked as well. Rather strange. But there's going to be another UN Security Council meeting tonight, because now reports on the ground say that Eastern Ukraine has become a no-fly zone for commercial travel. Okay, and now we've gotten to a point where this man under nonstop checks for animal abuse after Russia gets to Crimea. Russia gets Crimea. He's like, I used to love kissing my tigers and love kissing my lions, and now they say you can't do that anymore. You can't diplomacy with Russia if Russia refuses to come to the table. Quit spewing bullshit. Oh my God, dude. Look, I agree. Putin said in his demands in that speech, it's essentially a dissolution of Ukraine as a state. There's no more negotiations. That's really interesting that you state that. Once again, we're having this conversation. And I do believe that Putin will escalate aggressive actions and probably overtake the rest of the fucking eastern Ukrainian territories, okay? Hopefully not. But I believe that that is where the situation is moving towards. Not only that, but also they will probably potentially take over even additional territories that aren't even fucking, you know, technically Russian or sovereign independent states exclusively. So people hyper focus on the extra territory that Putin took. So it neutralizes the fucking sovereignty of the other Donbas states, the two independent states within Donbas. Okay, that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you, that's probably what's going to happen right now. Okay, just so that, you know, don't turn around and be like, oh, you were wrong. Okay, that's probably what's going to happen. And then a month down the line, you're going to fucking forget about it and you're not going to give a shit. Okay, the way to avoid this, the way to avoid further fucking invasion, or the way to stop all of this from happening, is sit at a fucking table with Ukraine, France, Germany, and maybe even the United States of America, because nothing happens without the US's approval, because the United States is the true imperial power. Okay? So, I already ran the ad, chatters with PTSD. I already ran the fucking ad. 100% correct. It won't even take a month unless they march on Kiev. Nobody in chat will care in 2 weeks. 1,000%. 1,000%. Now, why won't they exhaust diplomatic options when Biden keeps saying we want to have diplomatic options, even after the supposed invasion / not really an invasion, apparently, according to the fucking United States, that kept saying there was an invasion, a full-scale invasion and an assault. So now, why can't they exhaust that? Why can they not exhaust a diplomatic solution? And then if Russia violates it, then they have no allies. Okay? They have no allies. The entire planet will be completely against their violation of a third Minsk agreement. Anthony Blinken canceled his meeting with Lavrov that was supposed to happen. There were supposed to be talks. Russia is not engaging diplomatically. Putin mugged Macron off. I think Putin has lost his mind. That's not true. That's literally not true. Macron doesn't have power. Macron individually does not have power. And that's what happened after that meeting. Because Russia doesn't want to sit at the table. He's pissed at the Stalin/Lenin regime and wants revenge. That's pretty much it. Again, we're doing childish fucking takes, dude. Childish fucking understanding. Whack take that this could end with Ukraine being neutral, bro. That won't happen. No, that's not a fucking whack take. The Minsk agreement also had a recognition of the sovereign states being recognized as independent, or not fully independent, still part of Ukraine if I'm not mistaken, but independent, like have autonomy, while still being able to fucking teach in Russian. And have, you know, Russian culture, protecting Russian heritage, blah, 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 blah. But ultimately, it would lead to neutralization. And it's not just me. Like, actual fucking bona fide foreign policy Andes are also on this side, unless they are currently actively working within the government, and they don't want that. I do not excuse imperialism when Russia does it, because I believe that Russia taking over additional regions in Donbas and moving further into Ukraine is different than Crimea, and I do think it's not acceptable, okay? Putin is going to invade regardless. He's a dictator. He doesn't care. So what's the problem with exhausting diplomatic options if an invasion is going to happen regardless? And that's what I'm frustrated with. You keep saying like, oh, well, the invasion is going to happen. The invasion is going to happen. 89% of Ukrainians said the Crimea referendum should be recognized by Kiev, page 4. Pew Research Center. We moved on from Crimea. I've already, I think, done enough to show everyone here that, you know, that you know, the Crimean situation is different. I think your uncle would disagree with you. He believes Russia is doing imperialism. First of all, I don't give a fuck what Jank thinks. Secondly, Jank was a Russiagator and I was not. So he was wrong on that and I was right. And lastly, okay, I don't even disagree. I think Russia is engaging in actions that, yes, you could consider to be imperialist because they are flexing their regional sovereignty. At this point, Hasan has reiterated the same position over 100 times because people keep coming in here with either false presumptions on those positions due to misinfo on Twitter or their own misinformed takes on Crimea. Diplomacy can't be done when Russia is refusing. Dog, look at this. You're staring directly at the barrel of a gun and you're like, there is no gun here. You have this take, but you're not looking at the screen where it says, Blinken cancels meeting with Russia's Lavrov because Moscow's approach is now too aggressive for them. Does that sound like you're does that sound like you're engaging in diplomacy? It's pure imperialism to seize Donbas. Yes, it is. It's additional territorial control. And they are going to either false flag it or some fucking dumbasses on the Ukrainian side are most likely, again, I've talked about this, is speculation. Either they're going to fucking false flag it, and I mean, like, Russians are going to blow some shit up and be like, oh my God, I can't believe the Ukrainians blew some shit up. And then use that as a justification to engage in peaceful expanding of Russian territorial control over Donbas. Or some fucking CIA-trained dickheads. And that has happened before. Again, here comes a random sniper, but that wasn't Russia, for the record. But some fucking, you know, CIA-trained dickhead is going to blow some shit up. Either or. That's my fear. And then that will be used as a reason to fucking move the troops further into the Ukrainian-controlled side of Donbas. Yeah, the UA didn't try to take Donbas for 8 years. No. That's my take. That's my fucking take, you idiot. No, I agree. It would be fucking idiotic to try to retake Donbas when there's 200,000 troops at the border. I agree. I agree with you. That would be fucking idiotic for Ukraine to do that, which is precisely why I said some CIA-trained fucking Andy, or the more likely outcome being Russia. You can't fucking use my take against me. I'm the one who's saying it's probably either A, Russia with a false flag, or B, some fucking American CIA-trained dickhead on the Ukrainian side that's operating not with the interests of the Ukrainian government, but against it. New for me, as tensions ramp up, disclosures from CIA front group, the NED shows it's spent $22.4 million in Ukraine since 2014, funding pro-West media, pro-West political parties, and pushing through a massive privatization campaign to benefit Western corporations. That's, yeah, it's not. The National Endowment for Democracy, baby. They're doing, and they are well endowed. Russia recognizes Donbas. Russia moves in to defend Russians in region. Ukraine attempts to seize region either in reality or was a false flag. No, Ukraine is not going to fucking attempt to seize that region in reality right now. That would be fucking psychotic. Okay? That would also be madman shit. I don't believe that the Ukrainian forces are going to be like, yeah, no, it's time for fucking war. Like, we're defending our borders from Russia. I'm going to be real with you. Like, I don't think that that would, yeah. They didn't do that for 8 years. They're not going to do that. They didn't do that for 8 years against separatist forces. They're not going to do that now when there are actual Russian military members there. That's fucking insane. But then again, I don't know. I've fucking, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. By the way, that is a take that I have that is on the fucking, on the side of the Ukrainian government. So if you're still not understanding what I'm saying and you think I'm being like pro-Putin when I say that, that means you're just not listening to anything that I'm saying. Like, what are they going to do? 6,000 NATO troops to the fucking... 6,000 NATO troops at the fucking border of Ukraine? You think they're going to be able to defend against Russian fighter jets? Are you insane? It'd be a fucking bloodbath. What? Oh, God, this is terrible. The U.S. is right to impose targeted sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs. We also must work with our allies to prepare for a refugee crisis on a massive scale. Finally, any military action must take place with congressional approval. Oh, Jesus, this is a fucking horrible take. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is indefensible. That's true. That's what Bernie Sanders has said. That's what I think. That's what fucking Jeremy Corbyn believes. That's true. The targeted sanctions on Putin and his oligarchs, that's, you know, you can have a debate on that, okay? But this part, the military action must take place with congressional approval, that's bullshit. What do you mean military action? No military action. That's like some neocon shit, dude. That's like a little bit to the left of like actual fucking neocon bullshit. No military action. What do you mean? She's saying the POTUS can't do whatever she wants. No, the actual criticism in the situation is we must exhaust diplomatic options. We must exhaust all diplomatic avenues. Bring Ukraine and Russia and other European leaders to the table to come up with a neutralization agreement. Military options should not even be like a conversation unless you're completely against it. Okay, to be like, no military option should ever be used in the situation. Military option? The fuck? What do you mean? Guys, what do you think a military option with congressional approval means? What kind of fucking American Congress is bipartisan on military option, okay? We love military options. Congressional approval doesn't mean anything. It's just, you know, it's a yes. She says that the president can't send the army alone and needs congressional approval. Yeah, sure. Why would you be advocating for Putin? Is Russia paying you? If you were motivated by money, you'd run more ads. Is Russia threatening you? You get death threats all the time. I don't get it. I'm not advocating for Putin. I'm advocating for the path of least resistance and no war and no bloodshed. Thus far, there isn't bloodshed, okay? You haven't seen fucking bloodshed. Is it literally because I put this out? Is it because I, you know, don't have this fucking banner up? Is that what it is? Do I really have to do this like baby brain banner every time? When is this? The Crimean annexation was non-consensual. Holy shit, a CIA whistleblower just admitted the military is ramping up. What the fuck is this? Is this a meme? Are you sending me a fucking meme? Oh, you are. You did the fucking I consent, I don't. We won't be covering Ukraine shit much today. 5 hours ago, dude, it's a little difficult for me to not cover fucking Ukraine shit when it's the most pressing fucking matter. Okay? It's not easy to make sense of how the United States and Europe are responding to Russia's aggression. With some notable exceptions, opinion and commentary in the West have solidified around a black and white view of the situation in Ukraine. The near total consensus is that it's all Russian President Vladimir Putin's fault. Russia's stated grievances have no legitimate basis whatsoever, and the only conceivable Western response is to refuse to make any concessions, stand up to Moscow, send more U.S. troops to Europe, though not to Ukraine itself, and proceed with tough economic sanctions if Russia invades. In some ways, I wish I could subscribe to this view because it would allow me to stop thinking about this complicated set of issues and join the chorus. Me too. But I can't do that because key aspects of the crisis strike me as puzzling, and I keep hearing echoes of the same beliefs, tropes, and ingrained orthodoxies that have led U.S. leaders astray in the past. These reflexive responses are making a bad situation worse and are likely to do further damage to Ukraine and broader U.S. interests. For starters, I'm puzzled by the gap between the level of resolve conveyed by the United States and the NATO and the diplomatic positions in the alliance has taken. U.S. President Joe Biden has made it clear that the United States is not going to send U.S. troops to fight for Ukraine, and no important European countries are proposing to do so themselves. If anything, the United States has sent the opposite message by withdrawing U.S. military personnel and relocating its diplomats. Literally claiming, like, that's what I said too. They're just like, hey, Ukraine, you're on your own, Jack. Apart from a few hotheads, nobody in the U.S. foreign policy establishment wants to fight a real war for Ukraine, a tacit acknowledgement that is not, in fact, a truly vital interest. By contrast, Russia has made it clear it's willing to use force to achieve its core objective, which is to keep Ukraine from joining NATO, not just now, but at any point in the foreseeable future. Also true. It demonstrated that willingness back in 2014, and Biden thinks they're about to fight a war of choice now. As with 2014, current movement of Russian troops into the Donbas region is illegal, immoral, and indefensible from the West's perspective, but it has happened nevertheless. Also agree. Even if Russia decides not to mount a broader invasion, the crisis has done considerable economic damage to Ukraine already. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, here's what puzzles me. Not only is there a significant imbalance in resolve, take a week off. You're being incredibly fucking frustrating when you act like my consistent coverage of a fucking ongoing international crisis is a stunlock. You're reducing something I'm doing as a part of my profession into just like being fucking annoyed. Yeah, get fucked. You won't be able to speak during Elden Ring this week, okay? It's just incredibly fucking annoying, dude. This is not just about Ukraine versus Russia either. It's not about NATO either. This is about American imperialism. This is about American propaganda. This is about manufacturing consent. This is an issue that literally targets every single fucking point that I mention regularly, okay? The United States and NATO may be far stronger than Russia overall, but Ukraine is right next door to Russia and therefore vulnerable to its air and ground forces. Yet, despite its yawning gap in both capabilities and resolve, the U.S. negotiating position, and thus NATO's position as a whole, hasn't budged at all on the central issue dividing two sides. That issue is Ukraine's future geopolitical alignment. Unless I've missed something, NATO is still insisting that Ukraine has the right to join the alliance whenever it meets the membership criteria. Even though no one expects Ukraine to join anytime soon, a point the West keeps reiterating to Moscow in the hope of allaying its concerns, it hasn't been willing to budge on this abstract principle. That's all it is, by the way. Open door is a policy position NATO adopted some years back, not a law of the universe. As I've argued previously, NATO's reluctance to rescind its 2008 declaration that Ukraine and Georgia would eventually join the alliance, a fucking fate brought about on us, by the way, by the worst, most bloodthirsty, most violent fucking administration, like the legacy of the most bloodthirsty and violent administration, the George W. Bush administration, for the record. I know that it's like a 2008 declaration. This was George W. Bush's foreign policy approach to Russia. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't remember, he was the one who like brought this up. Okay? So thank you, George W. Bush, for that, you fucking piece of shit. Anyway, would eventually join the alliance is partly due to the understandable desire not to make concessions to Moscow at gunpoint. But I do not understand how Western leaders think they can resolve this crisis without giving Russia some of what it wants on this core issue. There's little reason to think that Putin will be satisfied with minor concessions on missile defense radars or other weapon deployments. When your opponent has local military superiority and cares more about the outcome than you do, resolving a dispute typically requires some adjustments on your part. This isn't a question of right or wrong, it's a question of leverage. Widespread inability to empathize with the Russian perspective on crisis is puzzling too. As international affairs researchers Matthew Waldman noted in 2014, strategic empathy isn't about agreeing with an adversary's position. It's about understanding it so you can fashion an appropriate response. Thank you. That's exactly what you have to do. That's why I always laugh at people when they fucking behave like, you know, there's good people and bad people are doing bad things. Okay? Oh, are you defending Putin? No, motherfucker, I'm not defending Putin. Whatever your views on NATO, why is this article hitting so hard? Because the only thing you've read thus far is idiots like myself or other fucking idiots on the internet. You haven't read anything. The first time you fucking read some like person who isn't directly doing State Department propaganda, even if it's on fucking foreignpolicy.com, which is like the favorite neoliberal article for the blob for the most part. The first time you read an article from someone who is, the first time you are reading an article from someone who isn't like a fucking bread tuber, you're like, oh, this seems so legit. Or even myself, I'm a dumb himbo at the end, okay? The U.S. Secretary of State says he believes Russia will invade Ukraine before tonight is over. Motherfuckers are like upset that I'm covering this. Meanwhile, the situation is escalated to a point where it's like literally like Russia is potentially going to invade. Like they're gearing up, not like in the State Department way, like actually gearing up in a way to escalate conflict. And you guys are literally like, oh man, I don't want it. I don't want you covering this. I don't want you talking about this. Ukrainian media report on the closure of airports in Kharkiv, Dnipro, and Zaporizhzhia for the reception and departure of flights, as well as preparation for the closure of the Kherson airport. This motherfucker literally waited for Donda 2 to drop, but not for Elden Ring to drop. It is really fucked up. Whatever your views on NATO enlargement might be, there is overwhelming evidence that Russian leaders were alarmed by it from the start and expressed their concerns repeatedly. Moscow grew increasingly opposed as its powers recovered and as NATO crept ever eastward, given the United States' own tendency to indulge in the worst-case analysis and view minor security problems in distant lands as if they were existential dangers. That's a really good one. Not to mention its willingness to use force to try to solve such problems. You would think the U.S. foreign policy community would be acutely aware of the great powers' tendency to exaggerate threats and be highly sensitive about their immediate vicinity security environment. Try to point this out, however, and you're likely to be denounced as a naive apologist for Putin, as I have been non-fucking stop for literally mentioning that, of course, it's understandable that the fuck Russia coalition further encroaching around and surrounding Russia is going to be met with a lot of fucking anger from the Russian government. I can't wait for motherfuckers to be like, this dude, what's his name? Stephen Walt is actually, you know, a fucking tanky or something, even though he's literally like writing for foreignpolicy.com and a Harvard professor. I can't wait for all these fucking dummies to be like, what a tanky this guy is. What a Putin apologist tanky he is. Anyway, I'm less puzzled but still disturbed by the ease with which the blob has fallen back on the familiar tropes in the foreign policy establishment playbook of greatest hits. Read the Washington Post, the Atlantic Council's website, and yes, even Foreign Policy in recent weeks, and you'll get a steady diet of hawkish posturing with only occasional dissenting views on offer. Putin alone is said to be the source of the problem, neatly demonized along with dictators Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Saddam Hussein, Fidel Castro, Bashar al-Assad, every member of Iran's political elite, Xi Jinping, and anyone else we've ever been seriously at odds with. Although Washington has been on good terms with any number of bellicose but mostly pro-American despots, the West insists on viewing this crisis not as a complicated clash of interests between nuclear-armed states, but as morality play between good and evil. As usual, society is told that what is at stake is not Ukraine's geopolitical alignment, but the entire direction of human history. And right on cue, here comes the well-worn Munich analogy, as if Putin was a genocidal maniac whose real aim was to conquer all of Europe the same way Hitler tried to do. One can despise everything he stands for and much of what he has done, as I do, and still reject this from this sort of simplistic alarmism. This tendency is especially dangerous because of once a conflict is framed in such stark and moralistic terms, compromise is anathema, and the only acceptable outcome is total capitulation by the other side. In this environment, diplomacy becomes little more than a sideshow. And that's precisely why so many motherfuckers are like, dude, you're doing appeasement. Dude, you're doing appeasement. Vladimir Putin is the big bad baddie. He's only a bad guy who has bad ideas and will only do things for fucking being bad. Okay? So just, you know, understand that a fucking Harvard professor is more like, is a more restrained voice in this fucking conversation than your favorite bread tuber, okay? Whether that be Adam something or whether that be fucking Vosh. Holy fuck. Or you? Wait, what do you mean? This is verbatim my point of view. What the fuck do you mean? Or me? Or you? Everything he fucking wrote in this article is verbatim, word for fucking word. Is exactly the same approach that I have to this subject. Like literally exactly the same. Reports are saying that Putin during Crimea had a full 360 view and lots of advisors. Since COVID, he's been quarantining basically the entire time, reads immaculate history books, and has now no advisors and no input. Almost like Trump during January 6th, Putin has become the state. What do you mean? Putin has always been the state. What the fuck do you mean? Putin's actually going to push Sweden and Finland towards NATO? No, it's not. The West policy responses are equally familiar. The usual statements that resolve the symbolic dispatch of troops to reassure allies and the imposition of economic sanctions, but scant consideration of compromises that might diffuse the risk of war. Even worse, there's reason to suspect this tendency is well advanced on the other side too. Unfortunately, if the U.S. goal is to get Moscow to back down and tacitly or explicitly acknowledge that Ukraine can join NATO someday, it is likely to be disappointed. There's an echo of the past year too. The U.S. foreign policy elite has repeatedly shown an inability to recognize the limits of U.S. power and set realistic objectives. Beginning in the early 90s, U.S. leaders convinced themselves they could, 1, create global liberal order, 2, entice China into becoming a responsible stakeholder, which would eventually embrace Western political values, 3, speedily transform Iraq. Do you see that? Do you see the things that he's saying? Do you understand what this person's position is a little bit further? Okay? Like, this is not a fucking ideological ally of mine, okay? Lincoln leaked shit, then walked it back. What did he do? Asked if he has a reason to believe that Russia will launch a full invasion of Ukraine tonight, U.S. Secretary of State says, I do, but later says he can't put a date or exact time on it. What? What's the difference between your dumb himbo defense versus Joe Rogan is I'm just a comedian defense? At the end of the day, you're both commentators in the political space, or am I missing something? Yeah, no, you're not missing anything. I'm a dumb himbo. I can get some stuff wrong, but usually I'm right. So that's it. And I don't fucking, like, I'm not actively and deliberate. Joe Rogan is completely removed from any sort of like actual criticism. I deal with it head on every single day. And so even if it's like pushback from a fucked up point of view, even if it's pushback that is not like, even if it's pushback that's like unwarranted, I still deal with it every day. Okay? Under AOC's post. Speedily transform Iraq, Afghanistan, and a few other unlikely states into stable liberal democracies, rid the world of evil, compel North Korea and Iran to abandon their nuclear programs, and expand NATO as far as the West wanted without facing hostile backlash from Russia or driving. Chatter criticism is not the same. What? No, I mean, it's still something that I see all the time, though. Like, Joe Rogan never sees any pushback if he just doesn't fucking go on Twitter. Okay? And even then, he can just avoid it. Me, on the other hand, I regularly fucking see criticism and deal with it head on and respond to it head on. Maybe to a detriment, actually. As a matter of fact, definitely to a detriment. Most people know that that is like a really bad tendency that I have. And that's why they come in and do this. And then idiots will say UC and you ban. And the only people I ban usually are people like that are completely fucking coming in here to derail the conversation in the most selfish way possible, to the detriment of like 32,000 other people that are actually in here interested to learn or hear my perspective, rather. So that's the difference. Iran abandoned their nuclear program. Yet, despite these humbling failures, the present crisis reveals there is still a reflexive tendency to assume the United States has the right, responsibility, and most importantly of all, the capacity to dictate political arrangements all around the world, even in regions that are more important to others than they are to the West. The United States didn't have that capacity at the height of the unipolar era, and it certainly doesn't have that capacity today, which is not to say that the U.S. is a pitiful, helpless giant, or it cannot pursue policies that will make it more secure and prosperous in the longer term. The U.S. is still the world's mightiest country, despite repeated self-inflicted wounds and stubborn divisions at home. But there are limits to what it can accomplish, and success still requires setting clear priorities and pursuing achievable goals. There's a final feature of this crisis that worries me, okay? United States NATO allies were not ready to handle this crisis themselves, and the U.S. has once again assumed the role of the first responder to a crisis in Europe. There's also a vast amount of bureaucratic muscle memory at work here. Reinforcing and reassuring Europe when threats arise from the East is a fabric Washington knows how to weave. I mean, he's eventually going to be right if he says it every fucking day. Breaking, the U.S. Secretary of State believes Russia will invade Ukraine before tonight is over. Yeah, 40 years from now, maybe, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it can happen tonight. This is like, we're in a very different situation than where we were like a week ago. When was the U.S. a first responder to a crisis in Europe? They're talking about the United States like approaching every fucking issue that happens in Europe, whether it be like post-World War II, like being like the leader spearheading the response. And by that, I mean anti-communist sentiment being pushed everywhere in Europe, in you know, Western Europe. The Cold War. If the United States and NATO do manage to get through this crisis without a war, it will reinforce the idea that Europe cannot handle its own security problems and doesn't need to try, because Uncle Sam will still rush to protect it when it's necessary. Efforts to strengthen European defense capabilities will lose steam. U.S. allies will eventually turn the gas taps from Russia back on, and Ukraine and Georgia will keep knocking on NATO's door, and the United States will continue to be committed to defend a set of wealthy democracies that have their own military capabilities atrophy for decades. Who will benefit the most from this outcome? Do I really have to spell it out? And there it is. And that's precisely why, for the record, I said from the top that I don't agree with this person. This person is not an ideological ally of mine. This person is very much, and that's the reason why you see a lot of conservative foreign policy people have this take now, where, and he is right. Technically, he is right. Technically, he is right. He's not wrong. America exhausting what little fucking influence it has on the international scale to try to whip a tiny country in comparison to the United States, doing geopolitical posturing in its own fucking backyard, is losing a lot of political capital that it's going to desperately need. if it wants to fight back against China. Not that I think it's a good thing to do that, don't get me wrong. But if I were to put my foreign policy thinker cap on, that's what I would say. Doesn't fit your head? I thought I had a tiny head. Neo lives and bred too bricked up for war. Well, HasanAbi just wants peace. No cap. Goat, no cap. Thank you. I will be playing Elden Ring when it comes out. So I will not be, you know, I don't know why you keep bringing that up right now. I just don't understand how the United States is so consistently fucking up in this situation. This is a gigantic fuck up. Real gaming streamers got early access for Elden Ring tomorrow morning. Okay, well, like, why are you fucking flexing? Why? Why are you, like, Ninja, do you want to get fucking banned again? All right, here. The Ukrainian paramilitary is ready to fight Russia. Let's see. Wait, where the fuck did it go?
They look like the military. They train like the military. But these men say they are not part of Ukraine's official armed forces.
By the way, they changed this title. It was the right-wing nationalist military is ready to fight Russia this morning when I originally clicked on this video, and now they're actually they changed it to the Ukrainian paramilitary is ready to fight Russia. I wonder why they did that.
They're paramilitary.
Право, переміщайся. Не стій на місці ніколи.
Remnants of the national volunteer movement that bolstered the Ukrainian army against Russia-backed separatists in 2014. In the last 8 years, the government has tried to integrate fighters known as volunteers into the military's official ranks.
I wonder if they're like smart enough to fucking... I watched yesterday and did I say right wing? Wait, am I wrong? Maybe I misread it then. Maybe I misread it. I'm sorry. I might have misread it. I wonder if they told them like you should take the patches off.
And officials in Kyiv insist they no longer operate on the front lines. But with fears growing...
Sit this one out? Dude, no, it's not sitting this one out. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying literally get to the table. Sit on the table, directly on top of the table. Not fucking sit this one out. I mean, sit it out if you want fucking, you know, the real adults to handle it, which is, you know, Germany and France. But, you know, if you're going to fucking sit at the table, be a goddamn adult.
Of an imminent invasion, we spent several days with these paramilitary fighters who seem to be operating there unofficially. We wanted to understand the role they could play in a new escalation with Russia and the risk they pose to a government that doesn't want to provoke Moscow.
Не дай бог, завтра начнется полномасштабная война в Украине, то таких как я, как вот пацаны добровольцев, будут десятки тысяч, может даже сотни тысяч, как и в 2014 году.
Yuri Olshin goes by the call name Greek, and Ruslan Polstovoit goes by Spider. They're battle-hardened veterans who command a paramilitary unit of about a dozen fighters in southeast Ukraine. Both men joined the armed forces in the early years of the war. But they left, frustrated with the chain of command and orders not to return fire. They say they want to fight aggressively.
Oh no, uh-oh. They were like, well, what do you mean I cannot return fire? What the fuck do you mean?
And on their own terms.
Там посадка противник, сепаратист. Russia.
Так, тільки попереджую, в мене прав немає. Я без прав їжджу. Принципово.
Ukrainian law prohibits independent armed groups from entering the conflict zone. Even so, on a drive to the front lines, these guys breeze through military checkpoints.
Motherfuckers just admitted separatists are Russian? Yeah, of course.
Так, і то ті всі машини наші, друже, 4 машини. Дякую.
That plate carrier flak jacket is literally the same kind I had. I mean, they are using like NATO equipment.
Тільки заїжджають ті люди, які вже тут працюють. Ми тут працюємо вже 6 років чи 7.
They take us to an open
Russia
field.
said they wanted handwritten guarantees that Ukraine would never be allowed into NATO and wouldn't take anything else for an answer. Should the U.S. have accepted that? Fuck yeah. 1000%. Especially because the United States doesn't want fucking Ukraine to be a part of NATO either. They're such fucking assholes. They never intended for... I've said this already. They never intended for Ukraine to be a part of NATO. You want to know why? Because of what's going on right now. That's why it's so fucked up. They literally could just say, yeah, it's not going to happen. Like, they could just say, yeah, okay, it's fine. We'll give you concessions. But they can't because Russia is the big bad baddie. They're the villains. They're the enemies. They're bad. And they want to fucking do Hitlerian, you know, the bloodbaths on Ukrainian babies. Okay? That's why. And like Vladimir Putin is not a good person. See? Appeasement, 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 appeasement. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, you're right. Vladimir Putin and Hitler are one and the same. That is the actual adequate way to fucking do foreign policy. You're right. Appeasement, appeasement, appeasement. What do you want, bitch? Anyone that says appeasement, I'm fucking tracking you down, okay? I got your IPs written down. I am forcibly conscripting you, okay? You have to go and you have to fight in the fucking front line. You need to get fucking absolutely sprayed up and down by fucking Russian helicopters, okay? What's the opposite of appeasement, motherfucker? What's the opposite of appeasement? Huh? A warrant? Is that what you want? Of course you're going to do appeasement. You need to exhaust diplomacy, you fucking idiot. These motherfuckers act like they have to go and fight a nuclear power. Also, I'm not tracking your IPs, obviously. I wish I could, like, you know, I wish I could do like a deal though with the fucking American military. Fuck it, with the Ukrainian military. Now they're sponsoring me. You have to go fight there now. Oh yeah, this was really funny. I know exactly what this is. This is one of the fundamental differences between American political culture. Julia Ayafe. What a psycho, dude. She said America is allergic to war, unlike Russia. Russia loves war. America is allergic to war.
Where they say Russia-backed separatists fly surveillance drones to guide attacks.
Противник не спить, не дремле, тому вони часто сюди пускають свої дрони. Нам приходиться тут з ними боротись.
The fighters say they use this jammer to bring down enemy drones.
Це він шукає дрони, засікає ціль, показує, де воно знаходиться.
Засікли, нажали, зажали його і ждемо, коли вже вона тягне орієнтацію і починає принижуватись. І вже потім далі вже починаємо розстрілювати її з автоматів.
Spider is using the same technology in this video, filmed near the site of an artillery attack on Ukrainian armed forces last May.
Давай, работай, братан. Левее, 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 брат, левее. Мама мия, блин, пацаны лишь бы живи были.
The battlefield looked very different when Greek and Spider first joined a civilian armed resistance in 2014. They appeared in videos from the early years of the war. Back then, it was open street battles, and Greek and Spider were part of volunteer battalions that were hailed as the country's first defenders. Some battalion members were accused of harassment, torture and attacks on civilians. And some members held neo-Nazi views. According to Greek, only a small fraction of members shared those views.
I mean, dude, what?
The majority, he says, just wanted to defend their country.
That can't be the guy who you're saying is saying only a small fraction. He's like, only a small fraction have those views. I'm a part of the small fraction.
Just wanted to defend their country. Inside Greek and Spider's headquarters, the walls bear insignia of volunteer units formed over the years. In many ways, a reminder that
He
this
literally is like, it's just a small fraction, which I am a part of. Like, what the fuck? It's right there. What is going on, Dad? What the fuck? I mean, they flash it
Inside
again.
Greek and Spider's headquarters, the walls bear insignia of volunteer units formed.
Actually, I don't know these badges. I don't know if any of those badges are. I assume it's right sector though. Yeah, this is right sector, right? I mean, the black and red in that situation is right sector, not fucking anti-capitalists, okay? People are like, actually, red and black is the color of Antifa. They are anarcho-communists, actually. No, they're not. It's the right sector's colors. They're Nazis, for the record. And let's say, I assume that these are both right sector logos, but the flag I was pointing to in that room is a right sector flag.
In many ways,
that one too, the Azov Battalion.
Reminder that this grinding war is their life.
Правий сектор!
Будь ласка. Це тяжкий камінь, який знаходиться тут у кожного.
Oh my God, the dude that they're literally, oh yeah, he is him. He's saying, oh, the Nazis, they're a small faction, which I'm a part of. Like, that's what's going on.
Хто знаходиться на війні, це великий тягар.
Today, sources familiar with these groups estimate there are dozens, if not hundreds, of fighters like Greek and Spider operating at the front lines.
Dozens?
Greek and Spider take us to an official military command post to show us how they coordinate with soldiers.
If there are dozens of them, if not hundreds of them, how the fuck does every Western outlet exclusively end up interviewing those guys? Okay? And also routinely avoiding that they are Nazis as well. Not in this situation. New York Times is covering it, to be fair. But how? Like, there was a news button that went out last week of grandma with a Kalashnikov, and they were being trained by the Azov Battalion. How? It's funny how these guys in Ukraine have the same exact aesthetic as guys in Idaho that drink monster truck energy and drive trucks because, my friend, because we are exporting that fucking brain rot. Everyone wants to be an American pig dog, okay? That's why the fucking Taliban, dude. The Taliban, one day after they fucking overtook Afghanistan, they took they repurposed all of the U.S. military gear. They were running around with like fucking skin-tight Oakleys. I'm like, motherfucker, you were literally wearing guy liner yesterday. Now you got a skin-tight Oakley on. How did that happen? Literally in fucking like, in that flowy ass fucking shit that they wear yesterday. Today, he's like, yeah, that's right, brother. That's right, brother. I love this equipment. Very good. I love wearing backwards cap and my Oakleys, drinking giant size orange soda.
But they ask us not to refer to them as volunteers in our questions.
This Under Armour, very good.
Доброволець, збройні сили. Оцього не треба озвучувати.
Under Ukrainian law, unofficial fighters like them are not allowed to be here. And he doesn't want to put the local commander in an awkward position. When we arrive, both groups appear to be familiar with each other.
Юрій Батькович, жаркоє може?
Та він би таки, що похавав би.
Яку ситуацію у вас?
по фронту, да? Или тут в стране в нашем?
Столовой. Столовой.
Столовой все стабильно.
Точно?
The commander tells us his brigade collaborates with fighters like Greek and Spider.
Хлопці, які, допустим, у них є безпілотні аеророзвідку проводять нам. Я попросив, вони прилетіли там, допустим, над ворогом, вони там якийсь район мені засняли, да?
Do you understand why I said I'm fearful that like some of those fucking skinhead dipshits that got CIA training are the ones that are going to go and like end up blowing some shit up if it's not a Russian what do you call it? If it's not going to be a Russian false you know, a false a psyop Russian fucking like a Russian bomb that they blow up and then they say is attributed to false flag is what the word I was thinking of. My brain has stopped functioning. I've been covering the story for 6 fucking hours. Better reinstate the draft and put the entire U.S. economy under direct state control. Anything less than that would mean you want Hitler 2.0 to win. Do you now understand how much fucking clout, power, and movement capabilities these guys have within the Ukrainian forces?
Noticeably, the commander avoids calling them volunteers.
Тут, на даний час, нас на території, лінії нашої оборони, добровольських військ немає.
Wow, that's a really bad take. No, I think the primary thing here would be... The primary take would be, I think, like a Russian false flag operation to use as a justification for further encroachment, okay? And to overtake more territory in Donbas. Specifically the Ukrainian-controlled side, okay? That's what I think could happen. But also, there's a likelihood that these guys could do it as well, and no one would know because they're unaccountable. Who knows?
Чисто Збройні Сили України.
Back in the car, Spider reflects on the visit.
Yeah, he has a fleece top. Dude, of course, they all have... That's all... They're getting NATO gear, chatters. That's why they're gear... That's why they're running on a... They were training grandmas on the fucking AR platform. Why? I didn't realize Ukraine had like a fucking AR factory.
Командиры групп для журналистов подготовлены уже к тому, что добровольцев на фронте нет. Вот чтобы вы понимали. Им нельзя говорить. Потому что они все госслужащие. И все несут за это одну ответственность.
I mean, this video is pretty fucking damning. Like, this is just Black Ops, like, unofficial. Official, but also unofficial.
The official line from Kyiv, hundreds of miles from the front line, is that paramilitary fighters do not exist here. While the threat of an invasion looms, officials worry that any uncontrolled activity risks an escalation with Russia. Politically, these fighters pose a liability.
No, it's not unofficial. I know the CIA trained them, okay? I know that. And yes, they will fucking take a central role if Russia invades. I've been saying this over and over again, non-fucking stop. I'm just saying that the media will not cover it. Either they'll cover it as like heroes, okay? Jacobin wrote about this too, many, many years ago. Or if they cover it, they're going to cover them as liberators, okay? Rebel fighters like liberating Ukraine from fascist Hitlerian-style Russian encroachment. Or they will straight up be like, Ukraine never actually fucking openly gave these guys guns and shit. Anyway, I don't even know what movement is happening currently, so... Russia takes half of Ukraine, nationalists overthrow Kiev, us to blame, just a thought. Yeah, that is precisely what's going to fucking happen. That's what I'm saying is going to happen. Because when you are stuck between two imperial powers, the only elements that actually fucking rise up to the top, as Ukraine is currently, Zelensky just made address the Russian people in Russian, urging them to put pressure on their government. Not gonna happen. Fucking Putin doesn't give a shit about the interests of his fucking government. The only thing that can stop what is about to happen is if they all get to the table and fucking put together another Minsk-style agreement for neutralization of Ukraine. That's it. Anyway,
When we pushed the Ministry of Defense and the Intelligence Agency for more answers about Greek and Spider's status, they declined to comment.
Wait, what did they decline to comment about what?
Politically, these fighters pose a liability. When we pushed the Ministry of Defense and the Intelligence Agency for more answers about Greek and Spider's status, they declined to comment. So for now, this paramilitary group remains in the shadows of an intractable war.
Понятно, что Россия потужна армія, у них там 2 мільйона, 3 мільйона вони можуть мобілізувати. Так, у них там 10 тисяч танків. І ми готуємось к битві. Вони можуть пройти далеко, можуть зайти. Но далі вони тут і залишаться, понимаєте?
But they say they are eager to fight.
Мы уже готовы давно, много лет. Мы просто ждем.
And are preparing for a larger war with Russia.
Это наша земля, это наш дом, нам идти некуда. Ви розумієте? Нам звідси йти некуда. Тому і вперед.
Two Turkish Air Force entered Ukrainian airspace. The Nazis aren't even a problem. Huh? Wonder what the U.S. would do if neo-Nazis were targeting Americans at its border. What the fuck do you mean? They would literally bring them into the... Is that an Anarchy flag amount? No, Warger. How the fuck do you not know what right sector is? Jesus Christ, I've been covering this and you've been editing the fucking videos for like the past week or so. That's a Nazi flag. That's a right sector flag. I know it has the same color as ANCOM colors, but no, it's black and red in this circumstance is the fucking right sector Nazis. The real appeasement Andes, for the record, or more than just appeasement, collaborator Andes. Nazis aren't a thing anymore, pal. Yeah, you're right. That's probably why Vosh is confused. I mean, true. To be fair, that could be, you know, given how much fucking ANCOMs and libertarian socialists have been fucking defending NATO recently on the internet, you know, who knows? Maybe it is the same. News Blinken.